Ever since a meteor crashed into the Siberian plains, humans on Earth began to awaken to the powers of flight, teleportation, physical enhancement, and elemental manipulation, powers that once only existed in fantasy. On the day of awakening, I only gained an E-level talent. This lowest level ability made me a laughing stock, and my relatives and friends all sneered at me. To prove that I was not weak, I did 3,000 push-ups and 2,000 pull-ups every day, but nothing seemed to change. Until one day, I accidentally discovered that my E-level talent was not simple at all. It could actually be upgraded. I am Yiko, born in a world where superpowers are awakened. My superpowers awakened very early. I had them when I was born. However, this did not make me a genius that everyone noticed. Instead, my ability was rated as the lowest level, E-level, a talent that was destined to never improve. From that moment on, my dream of being a hero was shattered for the first time. I wanted to be a superpower like my parents, who fought in the army against the aliens pouring out of the portal and protected the city. But the reality was cruel, and I could only bear being ordinary. When I was 7 years old, my world completely fell apart. That day, my father came back alone, but my mother disappeared forever in the battle. From then on, my father became addicted to alcohol, and I became the only force supporting this family. I started to do odd jobs in the superpower team and make a living by defeating weak aliens. It was not until I entered the Advanced Superpower Academy that the government subsidy made me feel a little relieved. In the academy, I was still the E-level psychic who was laughed at by others. No matter how hard I tried, my talent could not be changed. However, I refused to accept the shackles of fate. Every day, I insisted on swinging the 4-foot-long wooden sword, day after day, slashing thousands of times, and sweat soaked my clothes. Others laughed at me for dreaming, and even my friends advised me to give up. However, the determination in my heart never wavered. That day, I swung my sword as usual. Chungnua, who was standing next to me, seemed to notice me, and her eyes stayed on me for a long time. I didn't care about these things. I only had eyes for the wooden sword in front of me. When I counted to 1,000, suddenly, a strange progress bar appeared in my mind. The moment it reached 100%, it flashed a few times and disappeared. Just as I was wondering, a light screen popped up, followed by an electronically synthesized voice. You have activated the system. We are testing you. E-level talent, proficient in swordsmanship. We are starting to develop a special growth plan for you. The sound was like thunder in my ears. My heart was racing as I stared at the confirmation and rejection options on the screen. I clicked the confirmation button without hesitation, and the screen immediately changed with a new goal in sight. Growth plan has been generated. Goal: to become an S-level talent, a sword immortal. Stage target generated, upgrade to D-level. Task generated, task 1. Soak a sword in the blood of a minion's level beast. Reward: restoration potion ordinary, X1, points X10. I lay on the ground in a daze. The system prompt in front of me made me feel a little dazed for a moment. Is this true? Can my E-level talent really be promoted to D-level? I struggled to sit up, with that inexplicable excitement still echoing in my heart, as if an invisible hand had opened the door to a new world for me. At this moment, a familiar voice interrupted my thoughts. How long do you plan to lie on the ground? The floor is not very comfortable, or is there something wrong with you? I looked up and saw Chungnua walking towards me, with a smile as warm as the sun on her face. She was the center of attention in the class, with A-level talent and outstanding appearance. And at this moment, she actually stopped in front of me. I'm fine, I'll be right up. I agreed awkwardly, and before I could stand firmly, her hand was already in front of me. I subconsciously took hold of it, but I didn't expect that the slender little hand had unexpected strength. When she pulled, I felt like I was suddenly pulled up and almost fell down. Thank you. I touched the back of my head and thanked him a little embarrassedly. Chungnua smiled and nodded, chatted with him for a few words, and left, leaving me standing there alone. Chungnua's actions did not go unnoticed. The classmates around him were all shocked, especially the secretly jealous boys, whose teeth were chattering. Even Chungnua's best friend Su Ning stared at Chungnua in surprise, muttering to herself, "This guy usually doesn't even talk to boys. Why is he?" As Chungnua left, the atmosphere in the classroom slowly returned to calm, and I turned my attention back to the system task. The blood of a minion's level beast? This thing is not something you can get casually. Since the invasion of alien beasts, humans have roughly divided them into minerals, beasts, and plants, and further divided them into pawn level, elite level, commander level, etc. according to their strength. The materials of ore-type exotic beasts are particularly precious, and many equipments are made from them. To collect this blood, do I have to hunt them myself? I shook my head. Maybe the equipment workshop has extra materials to obtain. Thinking of this, a glimmer of hope rose in my heart, as if the road ahead suddenly became clear, no longer as blind as before. The emergence of this system is like an oasis in the desert, allowing me to see the possibilities of the future. After leaving the classroom, I felt a few gazes on me for a short while, and then they disappeared. Perhaps they were still laughing in their hearts, wondering how an E-level gifted person could be compared with them. But I didn't have time to pay attention to these thoughts. Taking a detour to the market to buy some food, I returned to my neighborhood. After climbing to the 8th floor and preparing to open the door, he saw a familiar figure squatting in front of the door next door. Chin-shi. She was sitting on the ground with her knees hugged, her shoulders trembling slightly, and she seemed to be sobbing. Chin-shi, what's wrong with you? I walked closer and asked softly. Chun-shi wiped away her tears in panic, but her red eyes revealed the grievance in her heart. My heart sank, knowing that things weren't going well at her home. After her father passed away, her mother often took out her emotions on her. Have you eaten yet? Chun-shi lowered her head and shook it. This was not the first time I invited her to my house for dinner. Although she hesitated for a while, she finally nodded gently. I took Chin-shi home. As usual, we divided the work tacitly. She helped me to serve the rice, and I was responsible for cooking. During the meal, Chin-shi listened to me talking about trivial matters quietly, occasionally smiling, and the atmosphere was calm and warm. In this peaceful moment, a quick knock on the door interrupted our dinner. I frowned, wondering if my dad forgot to bring his keys. However, the door was suddenly pushed open roughly, and in came Chin-shi's mother and a balding middle-aged man. Brother Lee, I really didn't lie to you. She is the original one, Chin-shi's mother explained in a flattering tone. The bald man snorted coldly, his eyes full of greed. Boy, hand over Chin-shi. I stood in front of Chun-shi and grabbed the wooden sword on the shoe rack. I knew that this time it would be difficult to end peacefully. The opponent was emitting a strong energy fluctuation, obviously a D-level, and I was just an E-level talent. The atmosphere in the air was tense, and a conflict could break out at any time. At this tense moment, a cold voice came from outside. Hey, what are you doing at my doorstep? My heart trembled when I saw the familiar figure. It was my father who came back, but Li Jie didn't seem to buy it. He cursed impatiently. Another blind man came. It's bad luck. He didn't realize that he had entered a field that he shouldn't have set foot in. Hey, where did this stray dog come from? Venting his anger at my doorstep, my father responded coldly. Who do you say is wild? Before Li Jie could finish his words, his father's figure flashed by like a flash of lightning and appeared in front of him in an instant, with one hand accurately grabbing Li Jie's neck. Li Jie's face suddenly changed, and the arrogant look just now disappeared instantly. He tried to struggle, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move his father at all. Father, I was wrong. Spare my life. Li Jie's face changed instantly, and he begged in horror, realizing that he had hit a wall. A D-level talent was easily subdued by his father, which meant that his father was at least C-level. The father smiled slightly, picked up Li Jie like a chicken, and suddenly let go. Li Jie fell heavily to the ground, looking miserable. Li Jie rolled over and crawled, thanking him. Thank you, brother. He hurriedly crawled towards the stairs, but halfway up, he looked back unwillingly. What? You don't accept it? His father had his back to Li Jie, but he seemed to be able to see through his actions. No, I dare not. Li Jie hurriedly shook his head, his tone filled with fear. Zhang and I took my money and sold her daughter to me. Now I understand that you and Chun-shi are a match made in heaven. I was short-sighted before, but can I? His father interrupted him and said coldly, Get lost. There is no guarantee for illegal business. Get out now. Li Jie ran away like a lost dog, and Zhang and I, who was standing beside him, spoke tremblingly at this time. Brother Yi, can you take my daughter home? My father ignored her and just pointed at me. I turned to look at Chun-shi and saw her nod slightly, then left with her mother. Although I am worried, I know that what happened today has given Zhang and I enough deterrence. At least she will not hurt Chun-shi easily again. Back in the house, my father was casually leaning back in a chair in the dining room, while I was busy repairing the door that had just been broken. After fixing the door, I took out the receipt from the school and handed it to my father after a moment of hesitation. The school requires parents to sign this. My father glanced at it and said impatiently, Why don't you just sign it yourself for such a small matter? Until his eyes rested on the receipt, his expression became complicated. The receipt was about the notice of students participating in actual combat. Since the alien invasion, people have used portals for low-level actual combat training, and these portals sometimes become the focus of scientific research. My father looked at the notice, was silent for a while, picked up a pen, and signed his name. I took it and looked at it and couldn't help laughing. "Dad, you signed in the wrong place. This is what I should sign." My father shook his head helplessly and returned to his chair. I corrected the signature and put it in my pocket. "Let's take a rest tomorrow?" My father suddenly asked. "Well, what's the matter?" I asked. "Come out with me and I'll buy you some self-defense equipment," said the father silently. My heart was shocked, and I nodded in agreement. This was the first time my father had taken the initiative to prepare something for me since that incident. Thinking about what my father would take me to buy, I was so excited that I couldn't sleep all night. The next day, we walked through the streets and came to an inconspicuous shop. We didn't go through the main door, but knocked on the back door. The door opened, and a middle-aged man with a big belly stood at the door. His name was Lin Gon, and he was my father's former teammate. "Yi-Chi, if you have to fart, do it quickly and don't disturb my rest." Lin Gon muttered. "My son needs a suitable piece of equipment. Please recommend one," the father said lightly. Lin Gon looked at me with a much softer gaze. He reached out and touched my head. "Boy, you have grown up. Come, try this sword." Lin Gon took out a piece of red-hot ore, raised the hammer, and moved it as skillfully as flowing water. After a while, a silver sword appeared on the workbench. I took the sword and immediately felt that the supernatural power in my body was in perfect harmony with the sword. "Go over there and try it." "You're welcome." Lin Gon pointed to the wooden man in the distance. I tried the sword and was very satisfied with it. My father soon bought it. Just as we were about to leave, I suddenly had an idea and asked Lin Gon about the blood of the mineral-type exotic beasts. Unexpectedly, he had a spare one and gave it to me directly. When I got home, I soaked the sword in the blood of the strange beast, and my heartbeat started with the system prompt sound. Once the mission is completed, the reward has been sent. Then, the system gave me a new choice. Please choose a direction of development: refined swordsmanship or control swordsmanship. Both have their pros and cons. Refining swordsmanship focuses more on the potential in the later stages, while controlling the sword can improve faster in the short term. I knew that the actual combat was imminent, so I decisively chose the controlling the sword. Ding, selected, sword controlling. Issued task 2. Repeat task 10 times and complete the task of training 10 swords, January 10th. Looking at this new task, I couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems that I still have a long way to go to reach D level. Chapter 4. Yika sat aside with a hint of excitement in his eyes. He had just obtained some props. With curiosity, Yiko opened the system interface and looked at the contents in detail. Recovery potion. Normal can partially restore the user's status. Points. The universal currency of the system mall. System mall? Yika's eyes lit up slightly, and he quickly opened the mall interface. The light screen in front of him switched instantly, and a wide range of goods came into view. Weapons, equipment, potions, everything was available, dazzling. However, when he saw the price, Yika couldn't help but take a breath. Even the cheapest sword required 10 points. He looked at his pitiful points, shook his head, and turned off the light screen helplessly. "We have to take it step by step." The next day, Yika faced his first mission as a combat superpower. The meeting place was in the old city in the west of the city. When he arrived, he found that many students were already there. Not long after, the appointed time was approaching and a familiar figure appeared on the street. It was their class teacher, Zoan, and behind him were 3 strange men. Zoan had a serious expression and walked steadily in front of the students. After glancing around, he said, "Becoming a superpower means responsibility. Standing out from ordinary people also means you have a heavier burden on your shoulders." The heaviness in his words instantly made the originally relaxed students become solemn. Zoan pointed at the 2 people behind him and continued, "These 2 are your seniors, Zhao Su and Yang Senator. After graduation, they voluntarily joined the National Superpower Force and are now your instructors." Yang Sun grinned, his square face full of friendliness. "Hey, fellow juniors, please take care of me in the future." His voice was filled with a hearty laugh, which instantly eased the tense atmosphere a lot. The other Zhao Su was very taciturn. As soon as he opened his mouth, the girls beside him started whispering, "So handsome." Zhao Su's long black hair was loose, and the vertical eyes on his forehead added a sense of mystery to him. The next person to appear was Qian Hung, who was covered in fat and looked like a typical local tycoon. He claimed to be the developer and owner of the portal, waved his hand to signal his servants to bring a box of bracelets, and said proudly, "This is a space technology storage bracelet with a capacity of 2 cubic meters. I give it to you." Everyone was surprised. This kind of storage equipment should have been a scarce commodity, but unexpectedly it became a gift today. When it was Yi Ke's turn to receive the bracelet, a playful smile appeared on his face. He quickly noticed the flaws of this storage bracelet. It was too large, and the outer layer had no protective measures, so it would be easily damaged if it was bumped. More importantly, this type of bracelet usually has a positioning function. Obviously, Qian Heng's generosity has a plan behind it, and he seems to want to use these newcomers to explore the unknown risks of the portal for him. Despite this, Yi Ke did not expose it, but remained silently alert in his heart. As the tour began, everyone entered a portal research base. Under the explanation of the white-robed scholar Tan Shi, they gradually understood the space dimensionality phenomenon caused by the portal and related technologies. Their eyes were involuntarily attracted to the holographic city plan in the center of the institute. A protruding point on it was exactly where the portal was located. Then, the actual combat moment finally arrived. Zoan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Now, you will enter the portal in groups and start your actual combat. Each group must have no fewer than 3 people and no more than 7 people." The students who had already reached a tacit understanding found partners one after another, but Yi Ke was still alone. Just when Yi Ke was about to accept the reality silently, Cheng Nuo and Su Ning suddenly came over. Cheng Nuo asked with a smile, "Yi Ke, do you have teammates?" Yi Ke shook his head, indicating no. Cheng Nuo then said, "Then we'll add you, and there will be exactly 3 of us." Yi Ke hesitated and tried to refuse, but Cheng Nuo had already made up his mind. She smiled with a smile that could not be refused. "Do you still want to team up with those leftovers?" In the end, Yi Ke had no choice but to accept this arrangement. He felt that he was trapped by this domineering A-level psychic. With the final team formation completed, the combination of 1 man and 2 women stepped into the portal and started their first actual combat as psychics. Chapter 5. Su Ning put her hands on her hips with a little dissatisfaction on her face, staring at Yi Ke and said, "Hey you, let's make it clear in advance that we are not going to do the AA system. The final spoils will be distributed according to work, understand?" Su Ning's tone was full of obvious warning. If it weren't for her best friend Cheng Nuo's insistence, she would never take the risk to team up with an E-level superpower. In this superpower world, more strength means more safety, especially in the dangerous and unknown portal. Yi Ke was quite sensible and smiled. "I understand, President Ning." Hearing this address, Su Ning raised her chin with satisfaction. Although she was still a little dissatisfied in her heart, the 2 words President Ning made her feel superior instantly, and her attitude softened a lot. However, Su Ning looked around and found that except for the 3 of them, the other teams were nowhere to be seen in the portal. He felt a little uneasy. "But it seems that everyone has been teleported away." Yi Ke nodded and explained, "The exit of the portal is not unique. Although we know that this is a one-way transmission to the alien space, the exit is random. The Academy arranged this actual combat obviously to test our ability to respond." After hearing this analysis, Su Ning's attitude finally changed a little. She glanced at Yi Ke and said earnestly, "As expected, ugly people need to read more books. Although you are not ugly, you are not good at it. If you are not good at it, you need to practice more. Oh no, you should read more books." Yi Ke was speechless for a while. He suppressed his pride, which was hurt by Su Ning. He silently prayed to himself that he would improve his cultivation. He took a deep breath and forced a smile. However, Yi Ke could also see that Su Ning didn't really want to hurt him, but was just trying to guard for Cheng Nuo. After all, Yi Ke knew that Cheng Nuo had some feelings for him, and Su Ning naturally wanted to protect her best friend. "Come on, you carry the burden. Xiao Nuo and I are the main force," Su Ning said as he stuffed his and Cheng Nuo's equipment into Yi Ke's hands. Yi Ke was used to being ordered around, so he took the bag without saying anything. In his eyes, Cheng Nuo looked a little guilty, and she whispered to Yi Ke, "I'm sorry, Xiao Ning is not usually like this." Yi Ke smiled and waved his hand. "It's okay. You guys are responsible for the battle, and I'll be responsible for the logistics so that everyone can be safe." Cheng Nuo waved his little fist and smiled brightly. "Don't worry, we will protect you." A warm feeling passed through Yi Ke's heart. Cheng Nuo, who was usually cold as ice, looked cute in this little girl's appearance. The three of them were ready to go and walked towards the depths of the passage. Along the way, Yiku noticed some glowing minerals embedded in the cave walls. Although they contained a small amount of energy, he did not intend to collect them. This type of, or had a lighting function and the space was limited, so he decided to save them for something more valuable. Not long after, Chungnua, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and assumed a fighting stance. Yiku and Su Ning immediately became alert. Sure enough, a giant ant appeared in front of them. It was as big as a piglet, with 6 bamboo-like legs and a mineral-like mouthparts that flashed with cold light. Yiku's eyes fixed, and his mind quickly locked onto the strange beast. Mind jaw soldier ant, pawn level, social, be careful of its acid attack. Chungnua did not hesitate, and spread out her left hand, and a red lotus blossomed in her palm. Her A-level ability, Red Lotus, should not be underestimated. The Red Lotus burns forever, and the enemies it hits will continue to burn until they are reduced to ashes. With Chungnua's tentative attack, flames instantly enveloped the soldier ant, and after a few seconds, the behemoth turned into a pile of charcoal. Wow! Xiaonua, you're so awesome! Suning was so happy that she gave Chungnua a big hug. Chungnua smiled shyly, but there was a gleam of confidence in his eyes. Yiku walked forward, his eyes full of approval. Congratulations, you got the first one. I'm going to get its useful parts. When Chungnua heard Yiku's praise, she raised her pretty face like a child waiting for praise. Su Ning rolled her eyes helplessly, thinking to herself, these two people work together so well, they're simply treating her as if she is invisible. As the battle progressed, the three gradually got into the state. Yiku witnessed Su Ning's B-level ability, Frost and Snow. He secretly envied the ability to freeze everything with a wave of his hand. They stopped and started along the way, killing many mining jaw soldier ants. Even Yiku used his newly acquired sword-controlling skills to cleanly and neatly kill a soldier ant that was climbing on the wall. Actually, the subjugation mission doesn't seem that difficult, Su Ning said easily. When Yiku heard her say this, his heart suddenly tightened and he felt that this was a dangerous flag. Sure enough, the three of them soon came to a huge stone chamber. The hole on the top of the stone chamber made Yiku feel vaguely uneasy. Suddenly, a clattering sound came from all directions. The three of them quickly formed a triangle formation and stared at the various passages in the stone chamber. But strangely, the sound suddenly stopped as it got closer and closer. Oh no! Yiku was startled, looked up, and his face suddenly changed. Get out of the middle! The three of them quickly dispersed, and the next second, several huge, mining jaw soldier ants fell from the hole on the top of the stone chamber one after another, as many as 5. If it weren't for Yiku's reminder, they would probably have been crushed to the ground. The current situation made Yiku realize that this encounter would not be taken lightly. He took a deep breath, clenched the sword in his hand, and prepared for the upcoming fierce battle. Chapter 6. The air in the stone chamber seemed to be stagnant, and the three people were facing off against 5 mining jaw soldier ants, and a conflict was imminent. The mouth parts of the mining jaw soldier ants made a harsh metallic friction sound, and the scarlet light in their eyes became more ferocious. Yiku, Chungnua, and Su Ning stood separately, each dealing with their own enemies. Chungnua and Su Ning were strong enough to deal with 1 or 2 mineral jaw soldier ants alone, while Yiku could deal with 1 with the 2 flying swords he controlled. However, when the mining soldier ants launched a collective attack, 3 giant ant beasts rushed straight towards Yiku. They actually know how to attack the weak points? Yiku smiled bitterly and retreated helplessly, sticking to the wall of the stone chamber and moving closer to Chungnua. Yiku summoned 2 flying swords, and the sword shadows intertwined in the air to form light curtains. But the ant beast's 6 legs were extremely fast and soon approached Yiku. Seeing that it could not catch up with Yiku, the Mindjaw soldier ant suddenly opened its mouth parts and spit out pieces of acid, blocking his retreat. Yiku dodged the acid flexibly, accurately predicting the landing point of each acid, and his movements were as swift as a rabbit. I really need to practice the ability to escape. Yiku laughed at himself secretly, but he did not dare to be careless at all. Yiku quickly circled to Chungnua's side, and the red lotus in Chungnua's hand suddenly bloomed, and a ball of fire flew towards the mining jaw soldier ants behind Yiku, instantly blasting one of them away. The two stood back to back, forming a tacit attack and defense formation. In front of Yiku had been burned black by the red lotus fire. Its defense was greatly weakened, and the situation began to reverse in an instant. Chengnuo and Su Ning teamed up to deal with the remaining 3 ant beasts, and the situation was gradually under the control of the 3. Yi Ke's flying sword drew a sharp trajectory in the air. One flying sword held the ant beast back, and the other accurately pierced its abdomen. With a dull sound, the ant beast's abdomen was pierced, and then Yi Ke cut off its legs with a sword, killing it completely. There were waves of heat and cold air coming from behind. Yi Ke looked back and saw that Chengnuo and Su Ning had already dealt with the rest of the ant beasts. There were still some bodies on the ground that were burned to ashes by the red lotus fire, and a few were frozen into ice sculptures by Su Ning's frost. Su Ning walked forward proudly, with a hint of pride on her lips. These 5 are too weak. I can easily handle them. Yi Ke looked at her, but suddenly found a row of scarlet eyes appeared in the cave above her head. Yi Ke's heart tightened, and he shouted loudly, "Be careful!" A huge mining soldier ant fell from the sky and rushed straight towards Su Ning. Chengnuo was extremely anxious upon seeing this, but her red lotus fire was too late to arrive. However, Yi Ke's flying swords exploded at an unprecedented speed at this moment. 2 flying swords were launched at the same time, accurately piercing the abdomen of the falling ant beast, and took it away from Su Ning's head. The mining jaw soldier ant fell heavily to the ground, its abdomen pierced by the flying sword, and its life was hanging by a thread. Su Ning was still in shock. He turned around and saw the dying body of the ant beast. He patted his chest and said, "Fortunately, I am lucky and have a long life." Just as Su Ning was about to stand up, Yi Ke suddenly shouted, "Retreat quickly!" As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ning staggered and fell to the ground because he was too nervous. Yi Ke rushed forward instantly, protected her behind him, and used his bag to block the 2 of them. Immediately afterwards, the abdomen of the Mindjaw soldier ant suddenly exploded. Acid splashed everywhere, and a big hole was instantly corroded in Yi Ke's bag. The tense atmosphere in the stone chamber finally eased, and the moods of the 3 people experienced rapid ups and downs like a roller coaster. Yi Ke sat down on the ground. The high-intensity exertion just now made him feel a little weak, and his eyes became dim. Chengnuo hurried over and asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" Yi Ke nodded, and Su Ning slowly sat up, breathing heavily, still feeling frightened. Chengnuo looked at the 2 of them and breathed a sigh of relief, but his eyes were still alert to the surrounding environment. Yi Ke took out the recovery potion he had obtained before. After drinking it, the energy in his body gradually recovered, and the feeling of dizziness was relieved a lot. Su Ning sat on the ground with her knees hugged in a daze, glancing at Yi Ke from time to time. The previous contempt in her eyes was gone, but instead there was a bit more respect. While the 2 were resting, Chengnuo used the energy wave meter distributed by the Academy to collect data in the surrounding channels. After returning, Chengnuo suggested, "Let's go back. The energy reaction in the other 2 channels is much stronger than here. We are not in a good condition to go deeper now." Yi Ke nodded in agreement, and Su Ning also silently agreed. Just as they were about to leave, they discovered that Su Ning had accidentally sprained her ankle. Yi Ke skillfully treated Su Ning's wound and helped her up. Along the way, Su Ning jumped forward, but progress was slow. In the end, Yi Ke carried her on his back, and Chengnuo was responsible for guarding the road ahead. When they returned safely to the portal, the entire actual combat mission was finally over. Although the mission was full of dangers, the 3 of them were not only intact, but also gained a lot of spoils, especially the mouth parts of the mining jaw soldier ants. These ore-like parts can be sold at a good price. When Yi Ke returned to the academy, he found that most of the class members had already returned. The results of this actual combat were evaluated based on the time of return, and the later the team came out, the higher the score. Yi Ke and his team were the second to last to come back, and their performance was quite good. The last to come back was the team of 7 led by squad leader Feng Yu, but the atmosphere was obviously not very harmonious. As soon as a healing user walked out of the portal, he was furious and yelled, "You guys are a bunch of cowards. Next time I team up with you, I won't be called Xia Yin." Xia Yin did not even let go of the squad leader Feng Yu, and took turns greeting the ancestors of all the other team members. Feng Yu and the others were all embarrassed. They let Xia Yin scold them without being able to talk back. It was obvious that they had experienced some great unpleasantness in the portal. The classmates around him were whispering to each other. Feng Yu snorted unwillingly. Xia Yin doesn't want the spoils of war anymore. Just consider it as compensation for our mental damages. Yi Ke watched from the sidelines, having seen through Feng Yu's hypocrisy. He guessed that the real problem might not be the spoils of war, but Xia Yan's dissatisfaction with the entire team. Class teacher Zoe also sighed helplessly. Although these conflicts were common among every class of students, he was already satisfied as long as everyone could return safely. Chapter 7. After Zoe dismissed the students, he walked into a military tent where Zhao Su and Yang Sun were sitting. When Yang Sun saw Zoe, he came up to him cheerfully and put his arm around Zoe's shoulders. Old Zoe, how are things going? How are the grades of our students this year compared to the three of us back then? Zoe smiled faintly, his tone relaxed. The waves behind are pushing the waves ahead forward. The results of two teams have surpassed our records of that year. When he said this, a trace of relief and pride flashed in Zoe's eyes. After all, their team of three was the undefeated champion in practical assessments back then. Now that a student has surpassed him, he does not feel disappointed, but instead feels full of a sense of accomplishment. Oh, Lao Zhao, and I just looked at the intelligence of your class. Yang Sen rolled his eyes and suggested, let's make a bet. If I can guess the two teams that are better than us, you will treat us to a drink tonight. Zoe smiled and agreed. Okay, guess it. Yang Sen chuckled, confident. The first place will definitely go to squad leader Feng Yu's team. With such a strong lineup, it will be hard not to take first place. Zoe nodded. Well, you guessed it right. Then the second place must be the 5-member team whose average level is above sea level, right? Yang Sun continued confidently. Zoe shook his head, with a hint of mystery on his face. Ah! Yang Sun was shocked. Is there a stronger team? Zhao Su spoke at this time and said calmly. It must be Yike's team. His eyes were always on Chengnuo. After all, the strength of an A-level psychic had a special weight in his heart. Yang Sun disagreed. Old Zhao, although A-level psychics are strong, they shouldn't have such a big advantage when they are students, right? The gap is not so obvious during the student period. Zhao Su looked at him and said in a deep voice, you underestimate the A-level psychics. Whether it is the potential of psychics or the influence in battle, they have absolute suppression power. Zoe also nodded in agreement. Zhao Su is right. Yike's team performed very well, especially Chengnuo's Red Lotus ability, which played a crucial role. Yang Sun opened his mouth wide enough to fit a fist in it. Is this true? With that little girl alone, can she lead the team to second place? It's not just Chengnuo. We also have the powerful assistance of Su Ning, a B-level psychic. Zoe explained. Yang Sun frowned. What about Yike? Isn't he an E-level psychic? Does he have any extraordinary abilities? The three of them fell into a brief silence, wondering how Yike helped the team win second place. Zhao Su looked through Yike's information again, trying to find some clues. But in the end, the three could only come to a vague conclusion. Yike's role might be more complicated than they thought, and further observation was needed. At the same time, Yike naturally didn't know that several people in the tent were racking their brains for him. He was in a relaxed and happy mood. While fighting in the portal, the system issued a growth task to Yike, rewarding him with 3 bottles of recovery potions and 30 points. In addition, the mouth parts of the mining jaw soldiers in his hand can be directly converted into maul points, and 3 sets of mouth parts were exchanged for 15 points. Now, Yike has 55 points in his hand, which is enough to exchange for a flying sword with additional effects in the system all. Yike looked at the flying sword in his hand and couldn't wait to try out the new weapon. But with Chengnuo and Su Ning by his side, it was inconvenient to show it off on the spot. At this time, the 3 of them had completed the simple treatment. Su Ning had regained his ability to move and was walking in front, holding Chengnuo's hand, talking and laughing. The 3 of them were going to a nearby beverage store to relax. Yike wanted to refuse, but faced with Su Ning's strong request and Chengnuo's expectations, he had no choice but to agree. When they walked into the store, they found that the store was already crowded and there were almost no empty seats. The sharp-eyed Su Ning saw an acquaintance drinking a drink alone, so he walked over to negotiate and successfully secured a seat. After sitting down, Yike picked up a drink and drank it in big gulps. Seeing this, Su Ning couldn't help but complain. Hey, why are you drinking like this? You need to savor it slowly. Su Ning puffed up her cheeks, imitated Yike's actions, and gave him a thumbs up in a funny way. Yike gave her a thumbs up helplessly. Chengnuo watched the scene with a smile on his face. Even Xia Yin, who was sitting opposite him, couldn't help laughing. This Xia Yin was the healing supernatural being who had just argued with Feng Yu and his group of boys. She shared a table with Yike and drank a drink. Although she did not actively join the conversation, she did not show any resistance either. After they chatted for a while, the atmosphere gradually became relaxed and the topic naturally turned to what had just happened in the portal. Xia Yin recounted how Feng Yu had repeatedly reduced her share of the spoils in the portal, especially when the battle was easy. Feng Yu made the so-called team spirit request to force her to make further concessions. Finally, Xia Yin, unable to bear it any longer, went on strike, forcing Feng Yu's team to retreat. After listening to Xia Yan's complaints, Yi Ku and Cheng Nuo were both indignant at Feng Yu's shamelessness. Su Ning was so angry that she slammed the table and angrily joined the complaining camp. The more she talked with Xia Yan, the more they got along. In the end, they almost became sworn sisters. Sister Ning, the men in our class are really unreliable. Xia Yan put down her drink and said with certainty. Yi Ku was innocently implicated and was about to raise his hand to protest, but Su Ning suddenly spoke up for him. Not all of them, for example, the person in front of you. Xia Yan looked at Yi Ku and nodded slightly. After all, she didn't know Yi Ku very well. Cheng Nuo agreed firmly. I can testify that Yi Ku is very reliable. Xia Yan rubbed her chin thoughtfully. After listening to what the two said, her impression of Yi Ku gradually improved. Soon, a bold idea came to Xia Yan's mind. She decided to join Yi Ku's team. After all, with the combination of A-level and B-level psychics, plus her own healing ability, this team is undoubtedly a strong choice. When Xia Yan expressed this idea, Yi Ku and the other two naturally agreed. The addition of a healing ability person would undoubtedly further enhance the team's combat effectiveness. Yi Ku couldn't help but look forward to the next practical test. Perhaps they really had a chance to win first place. Chapter 8. China's Academy for Superpowers is divided into 3 grades. Starting from the first grade, there will be actual combat training every Friday. As the grade increases, the frequency of actual combat will gradually increase. The rest of the time, students mainly learn theoretical knowledge related to superpowers, which also gives them enough time to rest and prepare. Girls, Yi Ku walked out of the beverage store and started on his way home. He was holding 2 drinks in his hands, intending to bring them to his father and Qin Shi. Yi Ku rarely indulges himself, so he naturally won't forget his family and friends. Moreover, he also bought ingredients for tonight's meal. After all, he has always been responsible for the housework. Although the relationship with his father has been broken, his father's living habits have not changed much. After many twists and turns, Yi Ku finally returned home. He put the ingredients into the kitchen sink and then couldn't wait to take out the flying sword he bought in the system mall. Mystical Flying Sword. Rare adds paralysis effect, requires energy to activate. Price, 30 points. Yi Ku looked at the flying sword that cost him 30 points and felt satisfied. The 2 flying swords in Yi Ku's hands have attack power. They lack control effect, especially the wooden sword. Although it has reached the level of a mineral flying sword after being soaked in the blood of exotic beasts, its offensiveness is still relatively weak. The mineral sword that Yi Ku's father gave to him has an additional bleeding effect, which can cause continuous damage after breaking the enemy's defense. Now, Yi Ku finally had a flying sword with control effect. He soaked this secret flying sword in the blood of the mining jaw soldier ant to improve the quality of the flying sword. Soon, 3 flying swords were neatly placed in front of him. Yi Ku realized that this was his current strength. To improve further, he needed more flying swords and the blood of exotic beasts. After reaching 10 times, he could officially break through to level D. Thinking of this, Yi Ku felt that he should give these flying swords names to facilitate quick control in battle. So Yi Ku named the flying swords respectively. The wooden sword was called Mushin, the ore sword was called Shirshin, and the secret sword was called Jishi. With the completion of the naming, Yi Ku was full of confidence in his fighting ability. When his father Yi Chi came home, Yi Ku handed him the drink. His father's attitude was not as cold as before, and he nodded slightly to show his acceptance when he took the drink. Chun Shi's drink was personally delivered to her after the meal. Chun Shi is no longer crying like before, and has become much more cheerful. When Chun Shi received Yi Ku's gift, a sweet smile appeared on his face, and he thanked Yi Ku. After finishing a day's chores, Yi Ku returned to his room and recalled the recent changes. Both his life and cultivation seemed to be gradually getting back on track. As his thoughts turned, Yi Ku suddenly remembered that the turning point of everything was the emergence of the system. The system allowed him to break through the limitations of his talent and have the confidence to pursue a higher realm. So, Yi Ku opened the system panel and decided to study carefully to see if there were any other functions that he had not discovered. The system interface was very similar to the game UI, from left to right. Tasks, backpack, mall, and an ellipsis. The missions include growth missions and combat missions, which are the key to Yi Ku's ability level improvement. The backpack can store props obtained from the system, and can even store items in reality. Although it can only hold 10 props, it is quite convenient. Yiku also stored all his flying swords in it as a kind of exclusive storage space, which is safer than ordinary storage devices. The mall offers 3 types of goods: weapons and equipment, potions, and other items. The more expensive the weapons and equipment, the better. There are many types of potions, including recovery potions, detoxification potions, etc. The other category is even richer, ranging from tameable monster eggs to everyday tools such as pliers and lighters, which is simply the perfect combination of life and combat. In addition to selling goods, the system mall has 3 additional functions: identification, pawning, and forging. The identification function can analyze the properties of items, and the pawning function allows Yiku to mortgage items in exchange for points, and even has a loan function. Forging can add effects to weapons and equipment. Yiku unlocked this function when he bought the secret flying sword. The more Yiku studied the functions of the system, the more he felt that it was like a game, but it was also full of practical value. Yiku lay down, lamenting that the road of cultivation was still very long, and the fatigue brought by this actual combat soon brought him to sleep. Chapter 9. Time flies, and a week has passed quickly. Yiku and his classmates have learned a lot of theoretical knowledge in class, and now they are facing the second practical combat. Compared to the nervousness and anxiety they felt when they first entered the portal last time, they seemed more confident and excited this time, and everyone was eager to give it a try. Zoan stood aside, watching the performance of this group of young people, feeling somewhat helpless. He sighed. Although self-confidence is a good thing, he was worried that these students might underestimate the dangers of actual combat. However, after the team was formed, Zoan still let them enter the portal. Entering the military tent, Yang Sun came forward with a smile and patted Zoan on the shoulder. These kids have adapted much faster than we did back then. I remember during the first actual combat, many people vomited because they couldn't stand the bloody scene. Young people nowadays have a really good mentality. Zoan was a little worried. I'm afraid they have too good of an attitude and don't take actual combat seriously. Yang Sun waved his hands nonchalantly. It's okay. We are watching here. If there is any danger, we can immediately rescue them. However, in order to maintain the authenticity of the actual combat, in most cases we still have to let them save themselves. Zhao Su had been observing everyone's real-time situation through the sky eye. Hearing this, he nodded in agreement. At this time, his eyes turned to Yiku and his party on the other side of the portal. Unlike the rock cave last time, this battlefield was a vast grassland with undulating earth slopes in the distance and a bright full moon hanging overhead. The wind blew across the grassland, bringing a hint of coolness, and Yiku and his party were lucky enough to see a scene of cattle and sheep can be seen in the wind-blown grass. However, what they encountered were not cattle and sheep, but 3 evil moon wolves, with silver hair all over their bodies and black moon patterns on their backs. Evil moon wolves are pawn-level monsters. Be careful of their howling moon trait. Under a full moon, their speed and recovery abilities will be enhanced. Yiku reminded his teammates while warily staring at the approaching evil moon wolves. Qingnua quickly noticed the abnormality around him and said in a deep voice, "In addition to the one in front, there are 2 more around, surrounding us in a triangle. Let's change our formation too. Qingnua, Mr. Ning, and I will deal with 1 each. Xia Yin, you will stay in the center and be responsible for support." Yiku gave the order decisively. Xia Yin frowned and questioned, "Are you okay? Do you want me to take care of you a little more?" Yiku turned around and smiled confidently. "Believe me." After that, he summoned 3 flying swords at the same time and faced the evil moon wolf. Following Yiku's action, the battle started instantly. The evil moon wolf was not scared off by the 3 people's active attack. Instead, the black moon pattern on its back gradually glowed and entered the howling moon state. After adjusting their posture, they rushed towards Yiku and others at an astonishing speed. Yiku immediately adopted a countermeasure strategy. The 2 swords, Mu Exen and Sure Exen, flew in the air, constantly disrupting the momentum of the evil moon wolf in front of him, making it difficult for it to increase its speed. Every time the evil moon wolf tried to charge, it was interrupted by the flying sword. Several attacks were in vain. The wolf gritted its teeth in anger, and then the moon pattern on its back flashed, and a black moon blade came out, rushing straight towards Yiku. Yiku quickly recalled his flying sword and blocked the attack. However, this also allowed the evil moon wolf to break free and finally successfully launch a charge. Yiku's real killer move was lurking in the dark, and he would strike decisively when the opportunity arose. Just as the evil moon wolf was about to approach, a silver light flashed, and the stop sword fell from the sky and pierced the wolf's waist. The wolf-like beast also has the weakness of copper head, iron bones, and tofu waist. This sword hit the vital point. Yika quickly launched the paralysis effect, and the wolf's steps gradually stopped. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yika swung out both swords and attacked the wolf's waist and abdomen again. Finally, he used 3 swords at the same time and killed it completely. In contrast, Chung Nua's battle was faster. Her Red Lotus ability was incredibly powerful, and as long as she hit once, the Red Lotus fire would burn the enemy to death. Su Ning's Frost and Snow ability focused on control, and the evil moon wolf was frozen into an ice sculpture and eventually shattered into pieces along with the ice. Not bad, beyond my imagination. Xia Yin patted Yi Ku on the shoulder, obviously quite satisfied with his performance. She had been paying attention to Yi Ku's performance before and originally thought that he would be suppressed by the 2 women, but she didn't expect that he could easily defeat his opponent by controlling 3 swords. However, Yi Ku knew very well that wielding 3 swords at the same time and continuously launching the paralysis effect consumed a lot of energy and consumed 40% of his physical strength. Yi Ku did not try to show off and directly asked Xia Yin to restore his energy. Having a nurse in the team was indeed like adding wings to a tiger. Xia Yan's B-level recovery ability, Great Recovery, is very powerful, combining damage, status, and energy recovery. Yi Ku sighed and said that Feng Yu had abandoned such a strong healer for his own selfish interests, which was really like picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. After the battle, the 4 quickly adjusted their status. Yi Ku used the energy fluctuation meter he was equipped with to detect the energy fluctuations around him. The results showed. The energy reaction in our current position is similar to the environment we encountered in the stone chamber last time. The 2 women were a little surprised when they heard this. The last battle was full of dangers, but this time it was relatively easy. Yi Ku explained. Xia Yan's joining has greatly improved our overall combat effectiveness. This time we have the opportunity to go deeper into this world. The 3 girls nodded in agreement, and the 4 of them joined together again, taking firm steps towards the depths of the grassland. Chapter 10. After climbing over the low earthen hill in front, a vast green field came into view of Yi Ku and his party. On the grass, the white herbivorous beasts, white furry cattle, like pure white patterns embroidered on a green carpet, were grazing leisurely. The scene was peaceful and beautiful. I can't believe that this grassland and the cave we visited before come from the same space. Su Ning exclaimed, as if expressing everyone's thoughts. At this moment, surrounded by the vast world, everyone couldn't help but relax, and were even almost assimilated by the leisure of the group of white furry cattle. However, Yi Ku never relaxed his vigilance. He pointed in a direction and reminded everyone. Everyone should be more vigilant. Look over there. Following his fingertips, everyone saw a strange scene. A strange beast with short front limbs and strong hind limbs was lying on the back of another normal evil moon wolf, and its low roar seemed to be communicating with the surrounding wolves. That's a wolf dog, a legendary wolf species that is extremely intelligent and can command a wolf pack to fight. It is a true dog-headed military strategist, Xia Yin explained. It seems that they're planning to eat those white fur cows as dinner. Su Ning said, with a sly look in his eyes. Why don't we wait until they are both defeated, and then we can reap the benefits? How about that? Yi Ku nodded, and Xia Yin and Chung Nua did not object. Preserving strength is crucial in such a foreign land. Soon, the evil moon wolf pack under the command of Bei began to move. They had a clear goal, and there were as many as 8 of them, approaching the unsuspecting white fur cattle herd like swimming fish. An evil moon wolf was the first to break away from the wolf pack and suddenly rush towards the cattle. The white fur cattle were immediately split apart like butter, and the strong members of the herd raised their sharp horns and prepared for battle. However, fighting alone was not the wolf pack's tactical style. Under the command of Bei, the evil moon wolf quickly divided the herd into several small groups and dispersed them. Moo! Following a tragic roar of a cow, a white furry cow was unfortunately bitten on the neck by the evil moon wolf. Blood splattered on its pure white hair, dyeing it scarlet. However, the white furry cows immediately began to resist. Another angry cow raised its sharp horns and pierced the wolf that was biting its companion, and even threw it high into the air. The wolf's internal organs and blood scattered in the air. But this attack did not change the situation of the battle. The injured white-haired cow was soon bitten to death by other evil moon wolves, and the brave cow was forced to retreat back to the herd. The scene was bloody, with two completely different scenes appearing on the grassland. On one side were wolves biting each other madly, and on the other side were a herd of white-haired cattle that remained vigilant. Yiku and others witnessed this fight of the survival of the fittest, and their hearts were mixed. The indifference shown by the beasts when it came to life and death made people wonder. In the human world, facing the threat of interests and survival, how many people can think about others? However, Yiku quickly came back to his senses from his contemplation. He opened the system panel and found a task related to killing the evil moon wolf. Killing mission. Defeat the evil moon wolf in front of you. Rewards. 15 points for 3 kills, 30 points for 5 kills, and 50 points for 7 kills. Yiku was secretly delighted. It seemed that the system wanted him to kill all the evil moon wolves. He quickly discussed tactics with his teammates and put forward his request to get the number of kills. Chengnuo and Su Ning both agreed happily. After all, they didn't care who made the final blow. After discussing the tactics, Yiku took off his backpack and felt much more relaxed. He actually forgot to put down his bag before joining the battle. Fortunately, the control effect of stop was powerful, so he didn't get into a mess. Just as the evil moon wolf pack was still immersed in the joy of victory, Chengnuo's attack fired the first shot of the battle. A huge pillar of fire shot up from the cow's corpse and instantly blew away the evil moon wolf that was eating. The evil moon wolf that arrived late had no time to enjoy the meal before it was stunned by the explosion in front of it. Immediately afterwards, Chengnuo threw out red lotus fireballs, and the flames exploded among the wolves, triggering a chain of explosions. Su Ning activated his frost and snow abilities, causing hail to fall from the sky and make the evil moon wolf dizzy. Just as the wolf pack fell into chaos, Yiku's 3 flying swords joined the battlefield, accurately aiming at the waist and legs of the evil moon wolf and cutting them. Before the wolves recovered, Yiku acted quickly and completed the final kill. The wolf pack leader Bei tried to escape, but its uncoordinated limbs made it difficult for it to escape, and it eventually fell to the ground after being hit by Yiku's sword. This battle lasted only a few minutes. It was the time when Yiku and his team cooperated most tacitly, and it was also the time when their strength was most fully demonstrated. With the end of the battle, Yiku gained 50 points, and the total points on hand reached 75 points. After this great victory, everyone's confidence increased. After counting the spoils, they decided to continue to go deeper and head further into the grassland. Chapter 11: Strange Magic Array. The energy wave meters equipped in the academy are classified according to the same level as the warning equipment in major cities in China. From the lowest level green to yellow and then to orange, the highest alert level that Yiku knows of is red. However, it is said that there were 2 large-scale invasions by alien beasts after the advent of Mischa. The second one triggered an unprecedented black alert level, known in history as the Second Impact Event. More than 85% of the world's population and regions were involved in this impact event, and the losses caused were astronomical figures. Looking at the energy wave meter on his palm, most of it showed the lowest warning level of green, and some reached orange. These green parts were the best places for them to practice at the moment. He almost wiped out wave after wave of low-level evil moon wolves in a sweeping manner. During the process, Yiku used the points he earned to exchange for 2 flying swords with the same additional special effects, and he also named them respectively. Shaolin Sword, its special effect is to kill, and its function is better for the dying enemies. It is Yiku's current weapon for finishing off the enemy. Golden Scale Sword, the special effect is clustering. The more flying swords the user controls, the higher the damage. It is Yiku's magic weapon to defeat the enemy. Unfortunately, there were no more combat missions later, so Yiku couldn't get points. If he wanted to buy it again, he had to trade the spoils he got this time with the system mall. We came to the last place of this trip, which is also the last pure green area of the energy wave meter. Faced with the upcoming battle, Yiku and his group became more alert. One of the things is to be careful of the high points on both sides here. This is a basin in the grassland. Everyone entered the basin along an alley leading to the inside. History has reminded marchers countless times how to be careful with canyon terrain. After all, there have been so many bloody lessons. However, there was no disturbance along the way. It seems that those strange beasts did not have such high IQ. As soon as the group of 4 entered the basin, they were stunned by the scene before them. A huge magic circle pattern was painted on the empty dirt and stone ground with unknown pigments. There were corpses of strange animals displayed around, like the white fluffy cows from before. The corpses had already rotted and were surrounded by flies and insects. They seemed to be sacrifices of some kind. There is an old saying that there is one hyena among 1,000 wolves, and here there are actually 7 hyenas. Their torsos were covered with cloak-like garments made of rags, and they made low gurgling sounds from their mouths as if they were chanting spells, just like wizards in storybooks. Let's not talk about what these cosplay-loving dogs are doing for now. Yiku and the other 3 got into stances, some condensed fireballs, some summon hail, and some flew their 5 swords into the air. He who strikes first is the strongest. He who strikes last will suffer. The fierce attack of Yiku and his group had arrived, and the group of dogs were caught off guard. Their rags and clothes were blown to pieces, and their bodies were covered with bruises. But what was strange was that after discovering Yiku and his group, the group of wolves only sent out 2 of them to interfere with Yiku and his group, while the rest still surrounded the magic circle like puppets. Yiku and the others did not dare to neglect it. The more unknown things were, the more panic they would bring. What the group of wolves were doing was definitely not a good thing. Compared with the previous battle, Yiku and his men used more abilities and killed all the dogs like leaves in a storm. The process was unexpectedly easy. The only 2 things worth noting in the process were that even when they were in a disadvantageous situation, they refused to stop what they were doing to the magic circle. Another thing is that they can actually use long-range attacks like magic, like fireballs, wind blades, etc., just like wizards. After Yiku and the other 3 dealt with this group of guys, they came to the place where they had just set up the magic circle. This magic circle seemed to be a pattern drawn by the marks they threw out with their claws, and then the marks were filled with the blood of the sacrifices. As for the patterns, or rather the characters, Yiku and the others looked at each other in confusion. I don't know what this is for, but why don't we take a picture to keep a record of it, and then erase the pattern? Yiku clasped his hands in front of him, his eyes still fixed on the pattern in front of him, feeling vaguely uneasy. Agree. Su Ning was the first to raise his hand in agreement. Agree. Chung Nuo followed closely behind. Xia Yin, with her hands on her hips, also nodded. Finally, before leaving, Yiku took several photos of the magic circle from different angles. In order to capture the complete pattern clearly, he even took photos in the air while riding a flying sword. The magic circle was destroyed beyond all recognition, and even the surrounding offerings were destroyed. Only then did Yiku and his companions feel at ease to retreat out of the portal. Naturally, Yiku and his team, who swept across most of the green area, also won the first place in this actual combat. Yiku and his companions were quite satisfied with this first place, and were confident that they could continue to hold the title. But for Fengyu, it was as disgusting as eating a fly. The healing ability user from their team ran to another team and took first place. From the perspective of controlling variables, the 6 of them were equivalent to Yiku and his 3 companions. This was something Fengyu and the others could not accept, especially since one of the 3 was Yiku, who was at level E. It was a rare occasion for Zhou, one to praise someone. He could see the general behavior and actions of Yiku and others in the real-time surveillance. Such prudence and maturity are invaluable to these new recruits. Yiku also told Zhou about the magic circle he discovered last, and gave him a copy of the photo. Zhou realized that the matter was not simple, and decided to find out more about it with professionals who knew more about exotic beasts, such as Tanshur. The disbanded class members returned to their homes, and Yiku and his 4 companions were also disbanded. At dusk, the 4 people said goodbye to each other with smiles on their faces, which is one of countless beautiful pictures of youth. It's great to be young. Yongsen touched his head and felt that he was losing his hair again because of worrying. Zhao Su, who was standing aside with his long hair tied up in a high ponytail, looked calm, but a hint of reminiscence could be vaguely seen in his eyes. Hey, where's Lao Zhou? Yongsen asked. Let's go find Tanshur. Team, Yiku seems to have discovered something. Zhao Su replied. Then the 2 of them stood on the rooftop of the Research Institute in silence, letting the dusk lengthen their shadows. The camera cuts to the Research Institute, and the mobile phone in Tanshur's hand receives the photos that Zhou obtained from Yiku. Tanshur frowned. There were specialized researchers on exotic beast runes, but he had not chosen this course, so he also could not understand the content of the photo. After going around in circles, Tanshur also needs help from friends in relevant fields to interpret it, which may take some time. Zhou knew that it was useless to stay, so he said goodbye. When he went out, he met Qian Heng, who was looking for Tanshur. The latter greeted him with a smile, and Zhou also politely returned the greeting. I inadvertently heard Ho Chien and Tan Shi talking about defense projects. After all, it might be someone else's business privacy, so Zoan quickly walked away. In fact, not long after Yi Ku and others left the portal, a group of dogs dressed in the same manner as wizards appeared at the place where they destroyed the magic circle. The leading wolf had a pair of green eyes that revealed its sinisterness and greed. At this moment, it actually spoke in human language and said, "Although there are some minor incidents, my king will eventually come. When that time comes..." There was silence for a moment, and then continuous wolf howls were heard from the basin in this part of the grassland, which lasted for a long time. Chapter 12 Friends. Walking on the sidewalk beside a busy street with heavy traffic, Chung Nua couldn't help but look back, because there was someone following him for a long time. The man obviously did not hide his intentions, and walked towards Chung Nua carelessly. Chung Nua sighed helplessly and took her back to his home. The door opened, and the two girls entered the house together. The owner of the house, Chung Nua, was a quiet person by nature, so this usually deserted room suddenly became lively with the presence of a young and energetic girl. Yeri Kome. Su Ning ran in front, just like the first time she visited Chung Nua's house. Chung Nua followed behind with a pair of slippers in his hand, just like an old mother following her naughty daughter. Xiao Ning, go wash up first. You've had a hard day today. Chung Nua grabbed one of Su Ning's feet as she swung her legs on the sofa with one hand, put on her slippers with the other hand, and then did the same with the other foot. Yeah, Xiao Nua, let's take a shower together. It will save hot water. There was a light in Su Ning's eyes, which made Chung Nua's face slightly hot. No way. Hey, don't touch me. Unexpectedly, the evil claws did not let her go, and Su Ning pulled off Chung Nua's coat with a wicked smile. Chung Nua ran in front to protect the remaining white shirt, while Su Ning chased after him, taking off her own clothes as well. The two of them went into the bathroom playing and joking, and the girls' clothes fell all over the place along the way. 40 minutes later, the bathroom door was opened again, and white steam floated out. Taking the lead, Su Ning rushed out wearing a white bath towel. The still steaming white skin turned red due to the hot water, like a red plum blossom in the frost in winter. Hey, Su Ning, you! Chung Nua, who followed out later, covered her private parts with her hands. Her pretty face was flushed, perhaps because of the heat or because of her current appearance. Chung Nua was not usually a very bold person when he was alone at home, but the only bath towel he brought in was put on by Su Ning. Okay, let me help you blow dry your hair first. After drying his body, Chung Nua crossed his arms over his chest, his face puffed out like a plump apple. Chung Nua was sitting on a chair. Behind her, Su Ning, with her long black hair loose, was looking at her with a smile on her face while helping her blow dry her hair. The two girls took turns drying their long hair, and then Su Ning sat on the sofa like a primary school student who had just finished school, waiting expectantly for her mother to bring the delicious meal. Yeah, this is Xiao Nua's homemade meal. Su Ning gets 5 points for this. Su Ning raised his right hand holding the chopsticks above his head and smiled confidently and contentedly like a winner. Huh? What are you talking about? Tie your hair up before you eat. Chung Nua didn't understand what was going on and handed over a black rubber band. Su Ning took it, but did not use it to tie her hair. Instead, she wore it on her wrist, puffed out her not-so-spectacular chest as if to declare her sovereignty, and said, "Now that she has received the rubber band from Goddess Chung, contestant Su Ning has won another victory, achieving 3 consecutive victories, which has shocked the world." Chung Nua raised his hand and touched Su Ning's forehead, then put it back on his own forehead to test the temperature. He's not sick. Why is he talking nonsense? Okay, let me ask you, contestant Su Ning, who are you competing against? Chung Nua asked curiously. What else can I say? It must be Yi Ke who inadvertently broke into our world of 2 people. Su Ning put on an expression as if facing a formidable enemy. But thinking of his own achievements at the moment, Su Ning's face turned from cloudy to sunny again, and he said with a grin, "But he doesn't know that his goddess has been defiled by me. Her naked body has been exposed." At this moment, Yi Ke, Akiyu. Who is his goddess? Chung Nua's face turned red again, and he said without thinking, "It's not a defilement if you see it. That's only if Yi Ke sees it." Su Ning acted heartbroken. No! Chung Nua's face flushed, and he couldn't help but smile at this funny guy. When my parents were alive, dinner at home was a time for my family to gather and enjoy themselves. But now that my parents have passed away, it has become something I try to avoid. But only when Su Ning is around. He often forgets the pain of the past and puts on a smile. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll eat it all myself. Chung Nua picked up the bowl and chopsticks, acting like a hungry tiger pouncing on its food. Suning was so scared that she covered her mouth and said in surprise, "Be careful not to become fat. Yika won't even recognize you when he sees you." How could it be? Upon hearing this, Chungnua slowed down her movements and returned to her usual quiet and virginal state. Seeing her good friend's behavior, Su Ning finally felt relieved. Bedtime story session after dinner. Su Ning hugged the pillow and asked the gossip story she wanted to know most recently, which was why Chungnua suddenly fell in love with Yiku. When teacher Chungnua saw the student Su Ning's thirsty expression, he adjusted his non-existent glasses and started to talk about the long term. The autumn when Chungnua was 6 years old was very unforgettable, not only because the fruits were sweet and the autumn wind was refreshing, but also because she met the person who saved her when she was at the lowest point in her life. Chungnua was not happy when he awakened his superpowers at the age of 6. The energy in his body was surging like a child with endless energy, and he needed to constantly suppress it to prevent it from running wild. This not only made her almost lose the time to communicate and make friends with her classmates. Because of the uncontrollable fire in the body, there is a red spot on the face that penetrates the skin and looks like a birthmark. As a result, she was given ugly nicknames by her classmates, and the unexpected death of her parents made the girl feel so sad that she didn't know who to confide in. At the same time, all the children in a daycare center formed groups, but I was still alone. But she is not the only one who receives this treatment. Every lunchtime, there were 2 children, a boy and a girl, who ate alone without any friends. One is Iku as a child, and the other is Chungnua. So this is how you met? Did you get to know each other because of food? Chungnua rolled his eyes at Su Ning as he was interrupted from reminiscing. He told her to continue listening. This scene seemed to be recorded by a continuous shooting camera. When the timeline was scrolled, only these 2 people were frozen there. The real opportunity for the 2 of them to meet was in the afternoon before a baseball class. "Hey, that ugly guy is still eating alone." "Nonsense, isn't there a genius boy who is born level? Isn't he a human?" Ha ha ha. During lunchtime, inappropriate noises were heard, which was very noisy. At this time, Chungnua would choose to escape and find a quiet place to eat, perhaps with tears in his eyes, where he might cover his red-spotted cheeks so that no one would see him. However, by chance that day, the girl who was wandering in the nursery opened the door to the rooftop. She thought it was a locked door, but the chain on the door fell off when she pulled it. The honest and obedient girl broke the rules for the first time. A wonderful feeling surged in her heart, and she unconsciously took a step towards the world inside the door. Go up the steps, and you will see a vast expanse of land and sky at the end. For the safety of the children, the nursery has installed anti-theft nets on almost all windows. So much, so that in the minds of some children, it seems as if there are those black iron bars in the sky. At this moment on the rooftop, Chungnua's hair was flying as the breeze brushed across his cheeks, and his gaze could reach the sea in the distance. I opened my eyes unconsciously. The light in my eyes couldn't be concealed. It was a yearning for freedom, and also the joy of seeing a rainbow after going through wind and rain. But at this moment, a voice broke into her ears. The secret base, Yiku's, has been discovered. Chapter 13, his lifelong commitment with her. On that day, she understood the meaning of life for the first time. His gradually freeing thoughts were suddenly interrupted. Chungnua turned back angrily and questioned Yiku with his eyes why he did this. Secret base. Yiku came here first, it's Yiku's. The boy was obviously unhappy that the girl had intruded into his territory without permission, and he glared back at her with his big watery eyes. Chungnua ignored him, sat on the rooftop with a napkin propped up against his, but placed the lunchbox flat on his thighs and began to eat. Yiku muttered something to himself, but he let the girl stay here. This went on for several days. Yiku and Chungnua did not exchange a single word with each other, but they always came to this rooftop at lunchtime without any prior arrangement. Perhaps it was fortunate that no teacher noticed their behavior. Then, the day of opportunity arrived. The education in the nursery is really good in terms of sports. There are all kinds of ball sports, and there is one afternoon physical education class every week. However, they use this as an excuse to charge parents for special sportswear fees, such as basketball uniforms, baseball uniforms, football uniforms. We have to say that the designers of the nursery are really amazing. After all, they can design so many sets of clothes just to make money. But unfortunately that day, Chungnua forgot to bring the hat that came with his baseball uniform. Although the teacher would not scold her for being forgetful, in Chungnua's mind, using the shadow under the baseball cap was the best way to hide her face. Yiku also did not wear a full set of clothes that day, or rather, he did not buy any clothes for the nursery. He was wearing a washed-out shirt and a baseball cap on his head. He said that the hat is his body, and he used the money from the hat to pay for all his sportswear expenses. In Chung Nua's opinion, Yiku's behavior is very interesting. With your hair down, exercising, it's inappropriate. The children would change their clothes during lunch, so Chung Nua had already changed into his baseball uniform. Generally, girls with long hair will tie their hair up when exercising to avoid blocking their vision. So Chung Nua, who should have completed the transformation into sports form at this moment, should tie his hair up and wear a hat as usual. I forgot my hat. Chung Nua spoke absent-mindedly, seeming a little frustrated. Question mark. Yiku tilted his head, not quite understanding, and said, "What does this matter?" Chung Nua turned away from the side of his cheek with the red spots and murmured softly, "If it doesn't look good, you will be laughed at." Chung Nua thought Yiku would laugh at her shortcomings like other boys, but she soon found out that was not the case. With his cheek lifted up and his head turned around, Chung Nua, at a loss, looked at Yiku in panic, who looked calm. Soon his face turned red. Not ugly, Chung Nua good-looking. Chung Nua didn't know how to answer for a moment, but after hearing a completely different answer, she asked back without hesitation. Where? Who? Good-looking? This one, Chung Nua, looks good. Yiku replied, his face still calm. Chung Nua's heart was pounding. Yiku saw this unusual side of him and asked curiously, "Why? Don't you believe it?" Chung Nua nodded slightly. In her heart, this red spot has always been her flaw and the cause of her ugliness. With a chi, Chung Nua was kissed on the cheek. Turning her head to look at Yiku in disbelief, the girl's brain went into a state of complete shutdown, and she only heard a few words coming out of Yiku's mouth. Mom say, "Honey, I like it." How could 6-year-old Yiku understand the relationship between loving and liking? He only knew that his mother always liked to love him personally. He took off his own hat and put it on the still confused girl's head, and then put it on for her. "If you're worried, laugh. Take it with you." Yiku said. "What are you going to do?" Chung Nua was worried about Yiku. "It's okay, teacher, I don't like it. Everyone else is a weirdo, saying that I am a weirdo." When Yiku said this, he showed a little bit of the weakness of a child for the first time. Chung Nua looked at Yiku's profile and said seriously, "You're not to blame." Huh? Yiku turned his head with a surprised expression. "I am serious too," Chung Nua said seriously. Chung Nua is different from others. "So you can speak normally?" "Won't." Yiku returned to his speaking style, enunciating each word like a machine customer service. "You obviously can do it, so your stuttering in front of everyone is just pretending." Chung Nua seemed to have discovered Yiku's little secret and tugged at his sleeve. "Don't worry, I will keep your secret. In exchange, can we be friends?" Chung Nua said to Yiku. "How long?" Yiku turned around and asked. Chung Nua held out a finger, and Yiku followed suit and held out a finger. "Lifelong." "Lifetime, yes." By this point in the story, Su Ning was rolling around on the bed, like a pancake being tossed over and over on a griddle. Children's love? No, no, no. This is pure friendship. Unexpectedly, Yiku is still the green sweetheart from heaven, and he cannot defeat her. Don't you think the story seems childish compared to other love stories? Chung Nua questions Su Ning's reaction. Sometimes our childhood is the real us. You see the real Yiku, and Yiku sees the real you. There are no lies to embellish myself, and the memories are full of pure emotions. This kind of story has just the right sweetness. Melon-eating expert Su Ning expressed his views in a very constructive way. Chung Nua lay down, facing the ceiling, his mind wandering. Su Ning also lay down, and the two girls' bedtime story ended here. Akiyu. For some reason, Yiku kept sneezing today. As the saying goes, think first, scold second, and talk third. Is this your situation, or does it happen to everyone? I made myself a cup of cold medicine to avoid getting sick. Yiku leaned against the window, drinking sip after sip of the hot, cold medicine. The phone in my pocket vibrated, and I took it out and saw that it was a message from Su Ning. When you click on the message, you will see a photo with a string of text. The photo showed Chung Nua staring at the ceiling in a daze. She was wearing loose pajamas, her hair spread out on the bed, and there was a faint blush on her face. Su Ning left a message. "Look at the new husband-waiting stone I found in Xiao Nua's house Yiku's heart skipped a beat. Instead of replying, he clicked on the photo and saved it. His eyes noticed a hat hanging on the hanger beside Chung Nua's bed. Yiku's hands froze and his eyes widened. How could he not be familiar with this hat? It was the gift he gave to his best friend when he said goodbye to her in childhood. It's at Chung Nua's house, which means Yiku suddenly laughed tears sliding down his cheeks inadvertently. Why did I forget? Is it because after he matured, he realized the gap between him and didn't want to waste her time? So he forgot what she looked like as they drifted apart? Just like Qingnua in the photo, Yiku also lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. One city, two people, their hearts may be extremely close to each other at this moment. They are both thinking about each other from their own perspective and want to give her the best future. And for Yiku, whose mood has changed at this moment, perhaps when I am able to overcome all obstacles and come to your side, I will be able to hold your hand and walk together on the life journey that we agreed upon. Chapter 14 Birthday Operation. Please answer, please answer. Nambwa Sway. On the other end of the wireless headset, a girl pretended to be serious and asked, yes. This is Nambwa Sway. This is Nambwa Sway. Got it. Already got control of the target person's parents. Puchi ha 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 ha. You really pretended. Xia Yin couldn't help laughing, while Yiku, who was facing Su Ning's parents at her home, looked helpless. I was suddenly pulled into a group consisting of myself, Qingnua, and Xia Yin, and then I was suddenly told that today was Su Ning's birthday. Finally, I was suddenly asked to go to Su Ning's house to prepare for the birthday party. Yiku was so tired. Who could understand the distress of modern students who cannot rest on weekends? However, Yiku also felt it was interesting, so he finally agreed to cooperate with their plan. The first step of the plan: lure the tiger away from the mountain. First, Qingnua invited Su Ning, who was still at home, to go shopping. Yiku took the opportunity to enter Su Ning's home and discuss matters related to the birthday party with her parents to see what her family thought. That's why Yiku said, I have already controlled the target person's parents. After discussing the details with Xia Yin, who was still on the phone, Yiku scratched his head and discussed the matter with Su's father and mother with a smile on his face. I think what you said is right. Nambwa Sway, what do you think, husband? Su's mother Chun Hui was a dignified and graceful woman. At this time, she humorously made fun of Yiku's nickname. Me too. Mr. Su Yuan, wearing a pair of plain glasses and with his hair combed meticulously, looked quite scholarly. When he opened his mouth, Yiku almost slipped off the sofa to the ground. You could tell at first glance that he is an old netizen. Yiku was making preparations busily, so naturally, he couldn't slack off on the other side either. Over there is a date battle. Xiao Nua, what do you think of this one? Picking up a dark blue dress, Su Ning placed it in front of her and asked Qingnua. Looks good. After thinking for a long time, Qingnua finally said, it looks good. Okay, I'll try it later. How about you take a look at this one? Su Ning picked up another outfit consisting of a white shirt on the upper body and a knee-length skirt on the lower body and asked Qingnua. Looks good. Qingnua held it in for a long time, trying his best to make the other party feel that he had really thought about it seriously, and finally uttered these two thin adjectives. Yeah, then I'll try them all. Su Ning happily went to the fitting room to change clothes. Qingnua sighed and sat on a chair in the clothing store. Dongyao, what's wrong with you? You can't hold her back like this. Xia Yan's anxious voice came from the wireless headset in Qingnua's hand. I'm sorry. I betrayed the trust of the organization. The cave demon failed. Qingnua wanted to cry, but had no tears. She was a special girl and didn't usually go shopping. Today, she was assigned the task of going shopping with Su Ning for the whole morning, which was really difficult for her. It's okay, Comrade Dong Yao. I'll give you some advice now. You could do this, and then this, and then this. A large amount of knowledge suddenly flooded into his brain, and Qingnua was stunned for a while before he recovered. Okay, I'll give it a try when she comes back. Qingnua said conservatively. Yes, the cave demon organization believes that you can do it. Let's start our battle date. There seemed to be a power surging in my body that didn't belong to me. When Su Ning came out after changing her clothes, she first changed into the light blue dress. Xiao Ning, this dress suits you very well. It makes your skin look whiter and more energetic, and even your figure looks slimmer. Qingnua's eyes sparkled, and he looked very satisfied with Su Ning's outfit. Oh, really? Haha, then keep this one and I'll try on the other one. Once you have the experience, you will become proficient at it. Our comrade Dong Yao completed the organization's task brilliantly by commenting on a piece of clothing and subsequently drinking milk tea and eating. Seeing Qingnua's good performance, Xia Yin closed the search engine with satisfaction. Dating, isn't this simple? At noon, the two girls found a restaurant to eat, and then they happened to meet Xia Yin, who had just come out. Then the three girls went out to play together in the afternoon. Everything went smoothly here, but Yiku was having some troubles. I don't think it's a good idea. The ribbon used to wrap the gift should be blue. Xiao Ning likes this color. Chunhui said while holding the gift. I still think the red ribbon is classic and stylish. What do you think, Xiaoya? Ah, I. Can I say I stood by and watched? Yika felt like crying but had no tears. He had already gone through this difficult multiple-choice question countless times in just this morning. Su's mother Chunhui, who claims to be a radical, is generally not very radical in her choices, while Su's father Su Yuan, who is a conservative, thinks Su's mother is too conservative. In order to be fair, I split the choice between the two adults 50-50, and then we reached the last question in harmony. How come the two adults chose the same number of times? Yika used his brain and activated his killer instinct. He grabbed the other ribbons beside him and said, Uncle, and how about listening to my advice? How about we choose the green one? Both of them shook their heads. Green was a bit extreme. Then, let's choose red. They both shook their heads again. Red was a little conservative. Then let's just stick with yellow. This is good. The two looked puzzled. Cheng Nuo likes this color, and Su Ning should like it too. After all, they are such good friends. Yiku explained, his back already sweating, because the three women were about to come back, and he had to make a quick decision. The two of them discussed it and adopted Yiku's suggestion. Then the three of them quickly went into the kitchen to arrange the prepared cakes and dishes. Then they stood at the door of the house, like three waiters to welcome Miss Su home. The three women are already in the elevator. Thank you. I had a lot of fun today. Su Ning said sincerely to Cheng Nuo and Xia Yin. Cheng Nuo and Xia Yin looked at each other and smiled. Only they knew the hard work behind the scenes. It is not easy for two otakus to accompany a girl who loves shopping. Hee. We're both new friends, but Yiku doesn't even know my birthday and hasn't even sent me a text message. Don't know. What's the use of a man like this? Su Ning clasped her hands over her chest and complained. Why is it useless? You will know in a moment. There was a hint of mystery in Cheng Nuo's smile. I walked out of the elevator, arrived at my door, took out my key and opened the door. Happy birthday. Su Ning was startled. I saw Yiku and his parents standing inside the door to welcome me back. It turns out that they hit the old nest directly. Knowing that he had misunderstood Yiku, Su Ning walked forward with his head lowered, then lightly punched Yiku in the chest. Then he raised his face and smiled. That's a good performance, Nam was sway. How do you know I am? Hey, Xiao Nuo, take out your phone and see if the wireless headset is connected. Only then did Cheng Nuo take out his mobile phone to confirm, and sure enough, there was no connection. So you kept the speaker on the whole time? Don't be so ridiculous, my friend. Didn't you hear that? Xia Yin opened her mouth in surprise. Well, when you were directing me, my mind was a mess, full of your words, and then I hung up the phone after you came. Cheng Nuo blushed. Xia Yin didn't know what to say about this guy. Is this considered a natural fool? Yiku walked up to comfort Cheng Nuo, making the latter feel better. Hey, I'm a protagonist, right? Stop showing off your affection. Su Ning spoke in dissatisfaction and pulled the two people apart. Why did it feel like there was a huge breakthrough in the relationship between the two suddenly? Su Ning didn't realize that this kind of stickiness was actually just Yiku becoming more active from his original passive state, and Cheng Nuo was completely cooperating with him seriously. Well, let's go. We can finally enjoy ourselves after a busy day. Yiku took the lead and ran to the dining table. Tonight's dinner time was quite interesting, and Su Ning was happy from the bottom of her heart that she could make friends with these three. Cheng Nuo, who was sitting next to Yiku, was looking at the boy's profile and grinning foolishly, because she remembered his birthday is the day after tomorrow. Even Yiku himself had forgotten this. And she remembered it, but it was only once that they spent time together when they were children. And once is enough. Chapter 15, Strange. This is your third practical class. I believe you're already familiar with it. I won't emphasize it too much. Now you can set off after the roll call. Standing in front of everyone, Zoen read out each person's name in a loud voice. Su Ning. Where's Su Ning? Not getting a response, Zoen frowned slightly, raised his head and glanced at the crowd. And sure enough, there was no sign of Su Ning. This child. Zoen was just about to take out his cell phone to contact Su Ning's parents when he heard a female voice with a slight gasp. Teacher. I'm here. After running all the way here, Su Ning was now supporting his knees with his hands, leaning forward and breathing heavily. It's good to be here. Zoen had no choice but to continue calling out the remaining names. Why did you come just now? Xia Yin asked. I was half asleep. Su Ning pointed in front of him with two slender fingers, like a child who had made a mistake. Are you okay? You better stay alert in the portal. Xia Yin asked for details. No problem. Su Ning straightened up and showed his arms to show that he was full of energy. So the four of them prepared themselves and entered the portal. The familiar grassland environment flashed before my eyes, but this time it was slightly different. Huh, you guys are here too. Feng Yu walked over, his face full of disbelief. What do you mean? You can come here? Did your family open the portal? Xia Yan asked 3 questions in a row right from the start, and she had no intention of giving Feng Yu a good look. Chung Nua tugged at Xia Yan's sleeve, motioning her to look around. Xia Yan came back to her senses, looked around, and found a clue. Not only them and Feng Yu's group, but other students were also teleported to this location. In theory, in order to test students' practical abilities, the school will assign them to different positions after dividing them into groups. Obviously, this phenomenon of collective teleportation to the same place will not occur. Could it be that the school had arranged some special exam today? Obviously, the head teacher Zhou had not informed them. The students around me also discovered and started discussing this problem. After looking around, Yiku found something different from last time. Chung Nua, did you see those beams of light when we came here before? In order to confirm that his memory was not wrong, Yiku also specifically asked Chung Nua who was beside him. Well, there were indeed no such beams of light last time. Chung Nua's experience was even more profound, probably because she possessed A-level supernatural powers. She could intuitively feel the surging energy contained in those light beams, which did not seem to be emitted by any living creature. The two took out the energy wave meter to check, and found that the energy wave meter did not respond at all, just like a malfunctioning compass, and the colors showing the energy strength on the dial were a mess. A feeling of uneasiness arose, and Yiku began to think of retreating. The current situation was obviously beyond their understanding, and it would be best to exit the portal now. After discussing with Chung Nua and the other 2 girls, the 4 of them finally chose to withdraw. Seeing that the 4 people were about to withdraw, many classmates also began to back out. When Yiku's hand touched the portal, he suddenly felt something strange. Why didn't you attract yourself in? Yiku pushed his hand a little deeper, and suddenly the next moment the portal began to shrink urgently. Yiku was startled and quickly pulled his hand away, which made him completely stunned. Why did the portal disappear? Other students who were watching also noticed it, and suddenly a plague called panic spread among the crowd. As luck would have it, the ground was shaking slightly at this moment. The intuitive physical vibrations deepened everyone's panic. You guys quickly look over there? A slightly trembling voice sounded, and the students looked in the direction of his finger and suddenly felt their scalps tingling. A few kilometers away, there is a low hill. The earth cracked and fissures appeared. Thousands of ant soldiers formed a black tide and poured out, and a fat white fleshy worm was also crawling out. To make matters worse, a loud wolf howl drew everyone's attention to a slope. On that slope, I saw a silver wolf with a faint green light in its eyes and cold fangs and claws staring at this place. That white fleshy worm is the queen of the mining soldier ants, the White Jade Queen. The lowest level monster in the Student Monster Guide is a quasi-commander level monster. The other side has the same fur as an ordinary evil moon wolf, but is obviously larger in size. It is probably the Moon Wolf King, also a monster starting at the quasi-commander level. It was like a calm ocean suddenly had 2 huge waves, and Yiku and others were like small boats caught in the middle of the waves. In the worst case, the body will be crushed to pieces, and in the worst case, no body will be left. Many people have fallen to the ground because they could not control their trembling legs. They were just a group of students with special abilities who had just started their studies and had never seen such a grand scene before. The only lucky thing is that these 2 big Buddhas did not cause trouble for Yiku and others. Like 2 standing statues, they gaze at the pillar of light rising from the deep sky. What now? Xia Yan, who has always been brave, this time experienced the fear firsthand. Yiku also felt as if a heavy stone was pressing down on his heart. It is a very uncomfortable feeling to have a life that is not decided by oneself and is controlled by a group of wild beasts. We can't get out now without the portal. We can only pray that the teacher and instructor can restart the portal in time to rescue us. After much thought, Yiku finally smiled bitterly and shook his head. Waiting for death turned out to be the best strategy at the moment. But the crisis still came. Several restless evil moon wolves and mineral jaw soldier ants pounced on them. Under normal circumstances, this group of little karamis would not be enough for these students to kill. But now they have the big guys backing them up, so in order not to attract their attention, everyone can only choose to run away. From what was initially thought to be an arena, to what it felt to be a training ground after actual combat, to now being treated as a slaughterhouse where people are wantonly treated as prey. At this moment, everyone felt a profound ups and downs in their hearts, and they deeply realized how lofty the status of strength is in this world. While they were playing a chasing game here, the two kings of the tribe over there seemed to be inspired by something and made sounds and behaviors that seemed strange to Yiku. He was making a slightly fearful grunt. The white jade insect queen reacted differently, but also showed her fear. Why were the two kings afraid? After Yiku dodged an attack, he looked in the same direction they were staring at. Next second, Yiku felt that all the blood in his body had solidified at that moment. In an instant, I fell into hell and suffered greatly, just because a crack appeared in the deep space. And in that gap, an eye appeared, full of ferocity and murderous intent. Chapter 16. The Sky Has Eyes. The deep blue sky cracked like a mirror, and one of the giant eyes appeared inside. The moment Yiku looked into its eyes, he felt dizzy. His whole body began to feel weak, and he soon fell to the ground. The strange beast that was chasing the students discovered Yiku, who was lying down, and ran towards him excitedly. Chengnua and his companions also noticed Yiku's abnormality and hurried over to help him up. Su Ning quickly condensed frost and snow to slow down the strange beast that was running towards them. Chengnua and Xia Yin each lifted up Yiku and moved him to a relatively safe place. At this moment, under Yiku's closed eyelids, his eyes were bloodshot, and to make matters worse was the situation inside Yiku's brain. Yiku felt like he was on a bloody road, with hot blood flowing all around him. The road stretched endlessly in front of him, with no end in sight. I am now stumbling along this road, trying to get out of it. When the leaders of the two tribes prostrated themselves and worshipped the eye that appeared in the crack in the sky, more and more strange beasts began to become restless because they were not restrained. The situation on the field became increasingly critical, and injuries began to occur. Why can't Yiku wake up yet? Su Ning was exhausted from dealing with the strange beasts attacking from all directions, and said anxiously. At this time, the four of them were surrounded by strange beasts, and the situation was getting worse. Of course, this situation is not unique to them. This plain was divided into several small encirclements, and everyone was constantly being devoured by the beasts. We won't be able to hold out until reinforcements arrive at this rate. Hey, Green Tea Man, phone you. Get everyone together so we can hold out a little longer. Xia Yan's forehead was covered with sweat. She had been trying to recover for quite some time. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she was at the end of her strength. The situation on Feng Yu's side was even worse. After all, they didn't have any recovered psychics, so they didn't mind Xia Yan's address to him. Saving his life was the most important thing, so he quickly agreed to cooperate. He raised his arm again and called on everyone as the squad leader to unite their strength to fight against the monster. The scattered forces were gathered together, and everyone formed a circle and took turns to go into battle, ensuring that there were people to man each defense and to prevent the strange beast from separating them again. Although it still cannot escape the fate of being cannibalized, it can hold on much longer. As time passed, everyone felt more and more depressed. If someone looked at the gap in the sky at this time, they would find that it had become much larger. At this moment, a wolf had popped out, as big as a hill, with two eyes like the moon in the deep sky and sharp fangs like silver steel knives. Ouch! A wolf howl swept across the entire grassland. The strange beasts that were originally attacking collapsed to the ground and could not move, and the kings of the two tribes who were originally kneeling buried their heads even lower. Everyone also covered their ears and opened their mouths wide, fearing that the loud noise would break their eardrums. But when they saw the source of the sound, they were completely stunned. What kind of monster is that? Why is its head sticking out from the sky? Powerlessness and despair. There are only black and white left in everyone's mind. Outside the portal, Zhou Wan and others have already discovered that the portal has disappeared, and red alert sounds have begun to sound throughout the city. A sense of responsibility urged them to go to Tan Shi to ask the reason. But when they saw Tan Shi, they only saw him slumped on the ground, repeating impossible and how could this happen over and over again. Tan Shi, what's wrong with you? What happened to the portal? Zhou Wan asked anxiously, and when he saw that the other party didn't respond, he grabbed his shoulders and shook him twice. Tan Shi seemed to be shaken awake, but he still pointed at the city hologram displayed in the Research Institute in a daze. Zhou Wan and the other two looked in the direction of his finger and were stunned. A protruding point stood high where the original portal was located, and the energy reaction level was definitely not what an ordinary portal should have. The original portal was just an ordinary yellow level, but now it appears to be a deep blood red color. Second dimensionality upgrade. How is it possible? This has never happened before. Tanshur sat on the ground, grabbing his hair tightly. The current situation was unprecedented and had never been mentioned in any of the courses he had taken. Yongsun picked him up and shouted at him. Now is not the time to think about why. Those children are still in the portal. If they continue like this, they will surely die. What's the point of you getting mad at me? How am I supposed to know what to do? Tanshur's tears came out from the yelling, and he said aggrievedly, I asterisk. Yongsun threw him back to the ground, crossed his arms, and stamped his feet nervously. Old Zhao, do you have any ideas? Zhou asked Zhao Su, who had the most experience and the strongest background among the three. Well, I have another way to open the portal temporarily, but the situation inside is unknown now. If I open the portal now, it may lead to a wolf entering the house. In addition to being their instructor, I am also one of the city's guardian superpowers, and I am responsible for the city. Zhao Su also frowned. At this time, Tanshur, who was thrown to the ground, climbed up and walked out the door, saying as he walked, Before you came, I had already sounded the red alert for the entire city, and all citizens have begun to evacuate. And no matter whether you actively open the portal or not, the other side will tear open a space crack and come to our world. So, maybe you can save those children's lives, or you can retreat now and definitely save your own lives. There is a demon king on the other side of the portal, disappeared from the three people's sight. Zhou and the other two knew each other's thoughts just by looking at each other. Zhao Su stood up with his eyes wide open, and a mysterious beam of light shot out, which actually broke through the space and established a portal with a diameter of half a meter. Zhou and Yongsun looked inside and were relieved to see that everyone was still alive. Zhou immediately entered the portal and commanded everyone to retreat, while Yongsun came to deal with the strange beast that was becoming restless again. This time, the attack was not limited to ordinary monsters, but the Moon Wolf King and the White Jade Insect Queen also joined in. Everyone thought that everything was over, but suddenly they saw a portal open, and out of it came their own class teacher and instructor, and they were immediately excited. Yongsun rolled up his sleeves and punched the ground twice. Two stone walls rose from the ground, separating them from the strange beasts and opening a path to the portal. It didn't come to that. Yongsun jumped onto the stone wall and stretched out his hand again. The two commander-level monsters were actually directly carried up to the sky by the rising rocks and then thrown out by Yongsun. There was no time to admire, as everyone had to use up all their remaining energy on running. It was only because the crack formed in the sky was big enough, and the demon-level beast inside had begun trying to break out. Everyone was afraid that if they were a step late, they would lose their lives. Chung Nuo, who was carrying Yi Ku on his back, was even more anxious about Yi Ku's situation. After a few minutes, everyone had almost retreated. Boom! The sky shattered, and a figure like a silver mountain fell, and it was about to bring absolute terror and killing to the world. Chapter 17. The Power of the Demon Lord. You two, come out quickly. Zhao Su, who was holding up the portal, spoke with difficulty, beads of sweat the size of beans dripping down his handsome face. Here it comes. After sending the last student out, Zhou came out with Yongsun. As soon as the two came out, Zhao Su immediately closed the portal. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief, especially the group of students who had escaped death. They had never been so eager to return to the fresh air of their original world as they were now. We can't rest for too long. That Demon King level beast will eventually break through the space and come here. We must leave here like the residents of the city. Zhao Su panted and said seriously. That's right. Everyone, evacuate here as quickly as possible and head to the city center. There is an evacuation team organized by the government there. Zhou began to command everyone to retreat to the city center. Teacher Yi Ku, Chung Nuo, and the other two daughters supported the semi-conscious Yi Ku and came to seek help. Let me see him. Zhao Su walked forward and opened Yi Ku's eyelids. Bright red bloodshot eyes with dilated pupils. Shock? Or? A circle of charm spread out from Zhao Su's forehead, and the wave-like energy finally flowed into Yi Ku's eyes. At the same time, Yi Ku, who was still trudging along the bloody road, was already exhausted, but there was still no end in sight in the road ahead. Suddenly, I felt my body lighten, the blood color in front of my eyes faded, and a gravitational force pulled me out of the bloody road. In the last blink of an eye, the scenery in front of my eyes changed, and I returned to the original world. As soon as Yiko opened his eyes, he saw Nua, who was looking anxious. At this time, Yiko was lying in the other's arms. Feeling something was wrong, Yiko tried to struggle to get up, but found that his strength had not yet fully recovered. Seeing Yiko wake up, Nua finally relaxed her nervous heart. She suddenly hugged Yiko tightly and kept crying. It was obvious that Yiko's situation just now made her very worried. Feeling the worry of the person in his arms, Yiko had a happy smile on his face, but also a fear of what had just happened. Just a glance with the Demon Lord level beast almost cost him his life. He was too weak and was completely unable to protect himself and the people around him. Well, the situation is not optimistic right now. Let's hurry up and evacuate. Zoan interrupted the tenderness between Yiku and the other person, and took the two, who were somewhat embarrassed, to catch up with the large group that had left for some time. Since he had to hurry, Yiku came up with the idea of flying on a sword. However, the idea is good and must be feasible, but Yiku cannot control it for the time being, and in the end, he can only rely on his own legs to travel. After much haste, they finally caught up with the main force. At this time, the team was divided into 3 parts. Leading the way was the Arrowhead led by Yang Sun, who swept away all obstacles with unstoppable force to ensure that the large force in the rear could pass quickly. Many strange beasts have already poured out from the existing portals, and only in this way can they reach the city center in the shortest time. In the middle are the majority of students. Although they consumed a lot of energy in the portal, compared to that time, the long-distance rush now can be considered a leisure activity. Finally, Zhao Su and Zoan were at the back, protecting the rear from being attacked. It was like a long dragon. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be easy to reach the city center. But misfortunes never come alone. A crack broke through the space and appeared on the path that everyone had to pass. A sharp claw like a dark cloud still stretched out, sweeping away all the buildings or other objects on the ground with a sweeping force. It was very familiar. It was that demon lord-level monster. Everyone's heart was in their throat once again. Even an A-level psychic would be badly hurt if attacked by a demon lord-level beast, not to mention other lower-level psychics. The kids go first, guys. Yang Sin raised his head, looked at the growing crack with a determined gaze, and said to the crowd. Zoan put a hand on his shoulder to show his support, and Zhao Su nodded with a cold face. Teacher. Many students were moved and tears began to flow. Go quickly, the future is yours, and now it's up to us to support you. Zoan said with a faint smile on his face. This may be the last lesson. The size of the crack was enough for a demon lord-level monster to rush out, and everyone could see its appearance clearly. The whole body is covered with silver-gray hair, and the sharp claws and fangs are like carved from white jade. The limbs are strong and powerful, and the wolf head is full of image elements of violence and ferocity. It's like the Moon Wolf King enlarged on the first scale. Maybe it's the next stage of it. Yangsun took a heavy step forward and roared, and the phantom of a mountain range appeared behind him. Zhao Su's figure is as fluttering as a fairy, independent from the world. A phantom with a vertical eye spread out, looking very energetic. Zoan stood still, spreading his hands, and a humanoid shadow appeared behind him. The most basic superpowers can only activate superpowers, while the intermediate superpowers can also summon the characteristics of their own superpowers to strengthen their superpowers. And high-level superpowers also have their own exclusive fields, in which there are qualitative changes in both control and energy recovery efficiency. When one becomes a superpowered person, his supernatural powers will be fully developed and have infinite variations. As for the superpowers above them, they are no longer included in the superpower classification. Instead, they are ranked in a unique sequence to represent the strength of the superpowers. After Zhou 1 and the other two summoned the characteristic objects of their own superpowers, they immediately expanded their respective domains, indicating that all 3 of them had reached the level of high-level superpower users. Rocks flying through the air. Yangsun raised his hand, and the mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. The ground under the feet of the demon lord-level beast cracked, and rocks flew upward like bullets. But the effect was not ideal, and there was not even a trace of blood. Zoan rushed in front of it, dodged its several light attacks, and attacked it but with little effect. Zhao Su's expression was the most solemn. He had the highest level of supernatural power and the best talent among everyone, so he could feel the huge difference between himself and the demon lord-level beast the most. However, thinking of the responsibility he shouldered, he could not retreat even a single step. He took out his own natal weapon, a fist-sized bead with precious light flowing on it. full of mystery. The name of the bead is Qianyuan. Zhao Su raised his hand, and the bead flew out, creating a huge wave out of thin air and rushing towards the demon lord-level beast. It seemed to be very interested in this, and it raised its front paws and swung them down just in time to cut off the huge and powerful wave. The people who ran a little distance away were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. It was really shocking that a huge wave of 30 or 40 meters high was cut off so easily. Zhou and the other two also had solemn expressions on their faces. They had already thoroughly understood that the three of them were no match for it. It seemed that it was out of curiosity that it did not take decisive action to end the battle. Treating these high-level psychics as playthings, this is the calmness and majesty of the demon lord-level beasts. Chapter 18. The beast still fights. Brother, why do you care about the feelings of those little bugs? Faced with his brother's questioning, Zhao Su felt unfamiliar with him. The two brothers are also the pride of this generation in the family, possessing the strongest supernatural powers inherited from the family. But the two people who grew up together ended up developing completely opposite personalities. After completing a mission assigned to them by their family, a conflict broke out between the two brothers. In this mission, the brothers' goal is to strangle a criminal organization hiding in the desert capital, New City. But where criminal organizations hide, there are also small numbers of civilians living there. Zhao Su's idea was to drive them out of the area and then strangle them, while his younger brother Zhao Jie planned to use civilians as cover and take action when the criminal organization let down its guard. The two had major conflicts in their ideas, but finally, after discussion with other companions, they finally confirmed Zhao Jie's idea because of the urgency of the task. Fortunately, the battle was one-sided and most civilians were evacuated in time when the two sides exchanged fire. However, Zhao Su was still injured because he was protecting some civilians who did not have time to evacuate. This was something that Zhao Jie did not understand. In his opinion, the lives of these civilians were like the sand in the desert, not rare, while his own lives were much more precious. Zhao Jie sneered at his brother's behavior and sarcastically said that his brother would eventually die out of pity for others. I don't know why, but scenes from the past flooded into my mind like the tide, and now they are fading away like the tide. Zhao Su closed his eyes, and blood flowed from the corners of his eyes and ran down his cheeks. It turned out that he had gone blind because of overdrawing his supernatural powers to maintain his divine eyes. The battlefield was painted scarlet. The three men had tried their best to deal with the demon lord-level beasts, but now they had run out of tricks. Each of them was like a candle in the wind, and it seemed that they would fall down in the next second. Yang Sen's hands were completely bloodless and as white as paper, and the rock wall he was holding up was only half a meter high. One of Zhou Wen's arms was broken. His hair, which was usually neatly groomed, was now disheveled, and his eyes were filled with fatigue and despair. Zhao Su looked at his two old comrades who had accompanied him through life and death for many years, and now he knew the final outcome. The three of them were unable to defeat it, but those children had already reached the city center, where the city's last line of defense was. Although it was not enough to completely stop the demon lord-level beast, it should be able to hold off until reinforcements arrived. The whole battle was like a cat playing with mouse. Even though the actions of the demon lord-level beast were so trivial, they still had to deal with it with all their strength. If it had not shown any interest in hunting lives at this moment, it would have been impossible for the three of them to hold it back, let alone cover the children's escape to the city center. On the palm of his hand is his lifelong magic weapon that has accompanied him in his battles, and by his side are his closest comrades in arms. But in the face of a catastrophe, all of these will become the final illusions. Roaring and throwing a last punch, Yang Sun fell down exhausted, and the mud and rock waterfall he created was cut in half by the tail of the demon lord-level beast. Zhou also fell down completely after using all his strength to deliver the final blow, but the result was still in vain. Anyone who is not strong enough will only have the thought of retreating after seeing this scene. Who can muster the courage to fight it? Futile efforts, desperate resistance. When these negative emotions wrap around a heart, they are like the deadliest poison that can kill people quickly, and the person will eventually die from the suffocating feeling of fear. He raised his hand, and the Qianyuan pearl flew out and flew towards the city center. This would be his last move to protect the city. Recalling when my elders handed it to me, they hoped that I could be a dragon lurking in the abyss, and finally soar into the sky and ride the wind, becoming the son of the Zhao family. Unfortunately, I can't fulfill their wish now. And when my younger brother said finally came true, I ended up dying for others. But now my heart is at ease, and I can face death calmly. The last living heart on the battlefield finally disappeared, completely with a huge explosion caused by the shattering of the supernatural object. Perhaps the value of their deaths seems insignificant in such a disaster. But they preserve the most precious fire, which might give birth to the power to avenge them. Meanwhile, downtown, a large number of residents crowded the streets and shops, and fear was written on everyone's face. The red alert is too unfamiliar to people who are accustomed to a comfortable life. A large amount of government power was used to maintain public order and resist the strange beasts that had begun to invade the city through the portal. In the mayor's office, Mayor Lu Guang had just finished a speech to the city's residents, hoping to temporarily stabilize the current precarious situation. Sitting in the office chair and rubbing his eyebrows, Lu Guang took the report from his assistant and sighed helplessly. It is estimated that all the development of Haidu in recent years will be destroyed in this disaster. The defense barrier in the city center has been opened, and a large amount of or has been invested in maintaining the defense barrier, costing tens of thousands of yuan for every minute of maintenance. The situation also depends on the attitude of the Demon Lord level monster. If it is still uncertain whether this defensive barrier can play a role. Half of Yi Ke's group entered the city under the cover of Zhao, Su, and 3 other people. When they heard the explosion coming from the direction they came from, many of them with shallow tear glands had already shed tears. The young boys and girls clenched their fists, blaming themselves for their own weakness. The flame of revenge was rising in everyone's heart, but it could not be ignited now. What do we do now? Su Ning wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said to Yi Ke and the other 2. Before everyone could discuss, a roar of a wild beast that could pierce the eardrums was heard. It turned out that the demon-level beast had already reached the front of the defense barrier. Everyone held their breath and watched its mountain-like claws fall down, hitting the paper-thin defense barrier with a heavy blow, making a loud bang. Fortunately, the defensive barrier did not break after the attack, but instead it flashed with light and created ripples like water waves. Lu Guang, who also saw this scene, breathed a sigh of relief and picked up the phone to ask when support would arrive. To fight against Demon Lord-level monsters, A-level is the threshold, and it requires at least a 7-man team of A-level talents, and all of them must be at least superpowered to match it. It is obvious that the current Haidu cannot gather so many superpowered people with A-level abilities. There are only a few S-level psychics in the whole country, and the closest one is the one in the Magic City, who is rushing over at the fastest speed. He seemed a little annoyed because he failed to hit the target just now. The Demon Lord level beast began to press its front paws onto the defensive barrier, using its body weight to compress the defensive barrier. Obviously, this accelerated the collapse of the defense barrier, and everyone's heart was tightened at this moment. They were hoping for salvation from anyone who could defeat the horrible monster before them, and they finally waited for it. Chapter 19. Counterattack. Dark clouds are pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. Under the pressure of the demon-level beast, the defense barrier is on the verge of collapse. Just at this moment, a beam of yellow light streaked across the sky, breaking through the dark clouds in the sky and heavily hitting the Demon Lord-level beast. With a roar of pain, the Demon Lord-level beast man fell to the ground with his horse tilted backwards, and the hair on the part that was hit was burned black. Hey, looks like we've caught up. A beam of light fell on a high-rise building in the city, and a figure walked out of it. There was a ball of light radiating from behind him, and a circle of golden runes flashing under his feet. Just as the Demon Lord-level beast was about to stand up, a huge black hole appeared beneath it, and its lower body sank directly into it. Be serious. A black hole appeared next to the psychic who emitted the light beam, and one of the black-haired men walked out with his hands in his pockets. The 2 of them are the fastest to arrive with superpowers possessing A-level talents, and others will follow soon. The consecutive defeats obviously angered the Demon Lord-level beast. With a flash of silver light, its body burst out with astonishing momentum, and it jumped out of the black hole by supporting itself on the ground with its front paws. The changes continued. Its forelimbs became thicker, its muscles swelled wildly, and its hind limbs supported its body, finally turning into the appearance of a werewolf. He opened his mouth and exhaled a silver breath that directly hit the defensive barrier, which was quickly dissolved by the attack like ice and snow meeting hot oil. The crowd in the city became agitated, and fear once again enveloped them. Well, it's really hard to handle. Su Ying, the defense is up to you. Su Ying, who possessed the power of black hole, was told that Li Zheng, who possessed the power of light, would attack head-on against the demon-level beast. The figure turned into a beam of light and flew directly to the top of its head. Li Zheng opened his palms and displayed his superpower as a superpower user. A huge rune light array unfolded under the feet of the demon lord, and the hot beams rose up and burned the appearance of the demon lord-level beast, causing it to roar in pain. However, this was only superficial damage and could not stop it from moving forward. As it moved forward, it also tried to use its breath to destroy cities that had lost their defensive barriers, but it was all resolved by Su Ying's black hole. Seeing that the superpower had little effect on it, Li Zheng couldn't help but complain about the perversion of the demon lord-level beast. It seems that before the strongest attacking people in the team arrive, my greatest role is to delay them. Another light array unfolded. This time it was not an attack, but a magic array originally used for defense, now used to slow down its progress. The solid light screen blocked the demon lord-level monster and remained standing despite its continuous attacks. Hey, here we come. Several figures appeared beside Su Ying, who was standing on the tall building. Seeing them, Su Ying nodded slightly and felt a little more at ease. This is the information, fresh out of the box. A lazy female voice sounded, and then a light screen was pushed in front of Su Ying. As the think tank of the team, Luo Han, who possesses the ability of perception, has completed the analysis of the demon-level beast and revealed all its details. Silver Wolf King, Demon Lord level, skills are... Yeah, got it? Looks like we need to take it farther away. As the team leader, Sun Zan made a decision after reading the information, then leaped up and flew out like a cannonball. Strengthen. His whole body flashed, and his muscles shone as if they were polished. The most basic skill of the A-level God of War ability, body strengthening, was used, and Sun Zan, like a meteor, punched the Silver Wolf King in the abdomen. A dramatic scene appeared. Given the huge difference in body size, it was extremely exaggerated that Sun Zan knocked the Silver Wolf King back several steps with just one punch. Zhou Wen, who also has the ability to strengthen his body, is completely inadequate to fight against the Silver Wolf King due to his lack of talent and level. The battle between Sun Zan and the Silver Wolf King fully demonstrates the dominance of body-enhancing superpowers. 3 punches and 2 kicks made the Silver Wolf King dazed, wondering how such a tiny human could have such great power. However, the Silver Wolf King quickly recovered and further strengthened itself, gaining the upper hand in the head-on confrontation with Sun Zan. Boss, take the weapon. Transforming into a beam of light and shuttling through the battlefield, Li Zheng took the weapon belonging to Sun Zan and handed it directly into his hands. Holding the Guandao weapon in his hand, Sun Zan smiled, and an image of a warrior in armor appeared behind him, which was the characteristic of his God of War ability. At this time, the same Guandao appeared in his hand as the God of War. As Sun Zan chopped it down, it also chopped on the body of the Silver Wolf King. The Silver Wolf King's tough skin was broken for the first time, and blood gushed out. Sun Zan did not stop his attack. The huge war god creature opened its huge hands and grabbed the Silver Wolf King's neck and actually dragged it directly to the plain area outside Haidu. Every time I see the boss fight, I can't help but sigh at his dominance. Li Zheng couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene, and turned into a beam of light to catch up with them. The rest of the team members followed their footsteps. Since they knew all the details about the Silver Wolf King, they also had to guard against the counterattack caused by the Silver Wolf King's remaining skills. Wow, did you see that? Did you see that? That person actually dragged that demon beast away. Su Ning was so shocked that her mouth opened wide, and she spoke to the others. Yiku was also shocked beyond words, and an immense desire for power surged in his heart. At this time, someone found the group of students who had just escaped from danger. It turned out to be a psychic from the city hunting team. They are in urgent need of manpower and have no choice but to recruit students who are still in the Academy of Superpowers, but they will still respect the student's own choices. Should he temporarily join the city hunting team, counterattack the beasts, enter other urban areas and rescue the people who have not had time to evacuate? Or should he follow the majority of citizens and stay in the city center? After discussing with several of his companions, Yiku decided to choose the former. Their teachers and instructors sacrificed their lives to protect them, and this spirit should be inherited by them. Wearing communicators as members of the city hunting team, Yiku and others followed the large force and fought their way into the city area that had been ravaged by the beasts. Coincidentally, the urban area that Yiku and others entered was very close to Yiku's home, so Yiku and others were heading towards where Yiku's home was. Yiku was a little worried about whether his father and his neighbor Qinshi, who did not have superpowers, had escaped in time. Flying swords shuttled back and forth, killing strange beasts. Yiku was anxious, but he could not lose his seriousness towards the battlefield in front of him. The 5 flying swords each displayed their magical powers, showing amazing combat effectiveness. After spending 60 points to buy the Shaolin sword and the Jin Lin sword, Yiku now has only 15 points left. But after exchanging all the materials dropped by the monsters killed along the way and the spoils obtained in the portal for points in the system mall, his points reach 120 points. In the end, 4 new flying swords were exchanged. Yiku killed his way through and finally arrived downstairs of his own house. Then he went upstairs decisively. Seeing the 2 doors still intact on the ground, Yiku's heart couldn't help but rise again. Chapter 20 Misfortunes never come singly. Wandering in front of the 2 doors, Yiku finally decided to go to Chun-Shi's house first. It's not that he wasn't worried about his father's safety, but the strange noise coming from Chun-Shi's house made him feel uneasy. It was a sound of tearing flesh and gnawing bones. As he approached the door, Yiku frowned, and a puff of air with a slightly rotten smell wafted out. The uneasiness in my heart intensified. A silver light flashed in Yiku's hand, and the sword of stopping was in his hand. With the weapon in his hand, he felt more at ease and continued to go deeper into the room. The deeper he went, the stronger the stench lingered around his nose, and it felt like there was a stone in Yiku's heart that was getting heavier. Finally, at the door of a bedroom, Yiku looked inside, and his stomach suddenly churned. He almost vomited. In the bedroom, a strange beast with silver hair had its back to Yiku and was gnawing on a corpse with its sharp teeth. The corpse's stomach was cut open and blood was all over the ground. It seemed that this strange beast did not like to eat organs such as the large intestine, so the red and white internal organs were scattered all over the ground. The face of the corpse could not be seen clearly, but the long black hair indicated that she was a female. An uneasy thought arose, and a nameless fire ignited in Yiku's heart. It just so happened that the strange beast was absorbed in eating. Yiku judged the opponent's strength and took decisive action. He started by stabbing the sword of cessation straight into the body of the strange beast, and the paralyzing effect took effect immediately, making it unable to move. Yiku then summoned a golden flying sword named Pajun, which had powerful penetrating power. Yiku stabbed the strange beast on the head with a sword, which went straight through its skull and killed it instantly. Throwing the corpse of the strange beast aside, Yiku was anxious and parted the hair of the female corpse, wanting to check her identity. Unfortunately, the body was not preserved well enough, and the face could no longer be seen. Large patches of corpse spots and dark bloodstains covered the entire face. But some familiar features almost confirmed Yiku's worries. Tears welled up in Yiku's eyes. He had been crying a lot recently. When Yiku just got out of the glimpse of the demon beast, his heart was filled with fear. Especially when Qingnua saved himself, Yiku felt even more scared. Tears flowed unconsciously, and this was the first time. The second time was when the 3 division commanders sacrificed themselves to cover their own retreat. Many people shed tears because of this, and Yiku was no exception. He was not yet so indifferent as not to shed a tear when his elder, who was both his teacher and friend, sacrificed himself in front of him. The third time I shed tears is now, because the female corpse in front of him is very likely his good friend. In my memory, there is the girl who was hugging her knees and crying silently at the door, that face with a happy smile on her face while she was eating, that serious expression when she was giving herself thousands of instructions before her first actual combat. It seemed so out of place with the cold, unrecognizable corpse in front of him. The huge contrast prompted Yiku to shed tears, and he cried out loud unconsciously. Suddenly, Yiku noticed a noise coming from the closet beside him, and wondered if there was still someone who had slipped through the net. Yiku did not act rashly, but went around to the blind corner of the closet and reached out to open the closet door. Yiku's position allows him to react the fastest when the things inside come out. Yiku stared intently and saw a leg sticking out with snow-white skin and bare feet. Yiku was stunned. This person looked like a human being. Yiku went back to the closet and saw the person inside. He was stunned. Then he looked at the female corpse on the ground. Ah, are you crying at the wrong grave? The person hiding in the closet was Chun-Shi. At this moment, she squinted her eyes to adapt to the light in the room. She was only wearing a light pink nightgown, and a large area of her delicate and white skin was exposed to the air. If it wasn't you, then she would. Yiku soon found out why he had recognized the wrong person. No wonder she could deceive herself. They are mother and daughter after all. After getting used to the light in the room, Chun-Shi opened her eyes wide. When she saw Yiku in front of her, Tears started to flow from the corners of her eyes. She threw herself into Yiku's arms and sobbed softly. Yiku was stunned for a moment. Then he comforted Chun-Shi as a friend and patted her on the back gently. Even though her past with this mother was not sunny, she still has an unbreakable blood connection with her. Seeing the mother's tragic death at this time, any sentimental person will inevitably feel sad. However, this place is not safe after all, so Yiku suggested taking Chun-Shi to evacuate here first. Chun-Shi looked at his mother's body and bit his lips tightly, obviously feeling reluctant. Yiku also felt that this was not appropriate. After all, they were neighbors and there were not many conflicts between them. Since there was no deep hatred, it was not a bad idea to help collect the body. He could just consider it as a good deed. Yiku took out the communicator and communicated with the relevant responsible personnel, then told Chun-Shi that someone would come to deal with it, and then once again suggested that the two of them evacuate here. This time, Chun-Shi agreed, but after hiding in the closet for a long time, her legs became numb, so Yiku carried her on his back and planned to leave as soon as possible. It was unusually quiet from the time I went downstairs to the time I walked out of the stairs. Just when Yiku thought he could evacuate safely, a cry for help was heard at the corner of the street. Yiku did not forget his mission. After confirming that Chun-Shi could stand, he put her down, summoned his flying sword to protect her, and took the remaining flying swords to explore. Turning the corner, Yiku immediately saw a huge monster almost blocking the entire street. It was covered in silver hair and supported its body by two short hind legs. Its two strong forelimbs were dragging a person, and the person left a long trail of blood on the ground. Yiku wanted to rescue him, but when he saw the strange beast, he began to back off. In a class one day, Zoan introduced the classification and levels of exotic beasts. From beginner to super psychics, they correspond to the pawn level to the demon lord level of the monsters. Moreover, primary psychics can fight against ordinary pawn level monsters, and when they reach the elite level, commander level, or even demon lord level, they can fight against them alone. People with special abilities often have to form a crusade team to have the strength to fight. At that time, a student asked what would happen if they fought against opponents of higher levels, and was severely warned by Zoan. What Yiku is facing now is an elite-level monster. He cannot possibly be its opponent from the front. Yiku thought about notifying capable psychics to come and attack, but the next second, Yiku broke out in a cold sweat because he was being stared at by a pair of eyes. A pair of eyes filled with ferocity and cruelty. There is no doubt that he can't escape now. Once locked by the strange beast, the smell and energy fluctuations on his body will serve as a clue to the beast's location. And Yiku didn't plan to run, not because he was not afraid of death, or because he still had a chance. It was just because Chun-Shi was waiting for him to return at the corner behind him. If I turned around and ran, the unarmed girl and my friends would be in danger. Exhaling deeply, Yiku looked at the elite beast with a determined gaze, formulating a battle plan in his mind. If you can't win head-on, then win with wisdom. Chapter 21, Victory of Wisdom. Bang! There was another loud noise behind me, and the sound of glass breaking and electric poles falling down echoed along the road. The elite alien beast, the demon fist werewolf behind him, had bloodshot eyes, fangs protruding from his mouth, and his two sturdy forelimbs moved his body at high speed. Taking the opportunity to hand the communicator to Chun-Shi, Yiku fled while hoping that Chun-Shi could get support as soon as possible. With the flying sword under his feet, Yiku was flying at an incredible speed, and there was a stalemate between him and the magic fist werewolf. Seeing that he couldn't catch up, the demon fist werewolf roared and grabbed the debris around him and threw it at Yiku. Yiku dodged in the air and almost dropped his flying sword, but when he came to his senses, he couldn't help but frown. The surrounding intersections had been destroyed when the man and the beast passed through before, and many of the remaining ones were now blocked by the magic fist werewolf. If this goes on, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for long before I'm stuck in a dead end. Quickly thinking of a countermeasure in his mind, Yiku turned the tip of his sword and headed towards a construction site that had not yet been completed. The demon fist werewolf behind him was chasing closely, even speeding up to catch up. Arriving at the construction site, Yiku flew into a high-rise building where the scaffolding had not yet been removed. Surrounding it were white load-bearing columns supporting the building, and even the walls had not been built yet. Yiku flew to the center, where there was an uncapped elevator shaft that led directly to the roof. Regardless of the obstacles in front of him, the magic fist werewolf was unstoppable and almost followed Yiku's heels. Seeing Yiku heading towards the roof, he followed closely. Eeks! As soon as he encountered the demon fist werewolf, Yiku's system gave him a task to kill the demon fist werewolf, and the reward points were unprecedentedly rich, reaching 300 points. Taking ordinary evil moon wolf as the unit of measurement, it is equivalent to 60 heads. In addition, there is also a special effect rune stone as a reward, the function of which is unknown. However, this money is not easy to earn. Yiku didn't dare to keep fighting with the magic fist werewolf in a straight line, because he would be easily attacked by it. He shuttled back and forth between the floors of the building, as nimbly as a fish in water, and the magic fist werewolf just couldn't catch up with Yiku. But it has plenty of energy, while Yiku's current total energy is only at an E level. With sweat covering his forehead, Yiku had already used a bottle of recovery potion, and there was not much left. He had to act immediately to complete the tactics. Yiku waved his hand, and except for the Mu Exine sword under his feet, the remaining 6 flying swords that remained by his side came out at the same time. He looked very majestic for a moment, and would have been even more handsome if he was not running away. In order to protect Chen-Shi, Yiku left her the sword of ending with a paralysis effect and the newly acquired sword of burning wind with a burning effect. The reason was that these 2 swords could not break the defense of elite-level monsters at all, and the negative effects had almost no effect. But the remaining swords are enough. Yiku sent out his flying sword, using it as a demolition tool to continuously break the load-bearing columns, causing the entire unfinished building to show signs of tilting. Yiku's goal is to use this building to smash the werewolf to death. But obviously the opponent's flexibility means that it will definitely not sit there and wait for death, but will most likely escape. So Yiku used himself as bait, constantly circling around it, then took the opportunity to destroy the load-bearing columns, and finally delivered a crucial blow to trigger a chain reaction to win by wits. Finally reached the top floor. Yiku seemed to have no way to retreat. He turned around and faced the werewolf with a ferocious face, bulging veins, and bloodshot eyes staring at him. The anger made the magic fist werewolf unable to wait to attack, and the surging magic fist hit with full momentum. Yiku knew that if this blow hit him, he would instantly turn into a ball of blood mist. The Mu Xin sword under his feet burst out with unprecedented speed and helped Yiku barely avoid the attack. But Yiku's purpose was not to dodge, but to change the offense to defense and face the exposed back of the magic fist werewolf. Yiku summoned a sword with a shining precious light on it and named it Guixin. The fusion effect it possesses can combine any flying swords currently owned by Yiku into one, and its quality will increase by the quality of the fused sword. Although it cannot inherit the special effects of the fused sword, it is enough to cope with the current situation. Another rose gold sword was obtained, which was another opportunity for Yiku to turn the battle around. The Yawang sword with a blinding effect can give you the opportunity to deliver a critical blow. The Yawang sword flashed, and Yiku swung out with the sword. The demon fist werewolf who turned around immediately felt a sharp pain in his eyes and was blinded for a short time. Yiku then merged the other swords into his heart. A giant sword fell from the sky, breaking through the clouds and mist, and landed on the demon fist werewolf, but it still couldn't break its defense. But Yiku naturally didn't think he could win with this trick. Yiku's goal was to use the mass of the Guixin sword to crush the ground under the demon fist werewolf's feet and carry it down to the first floor. The floor cracked and finally collapsed, and the demon fist werewolf fell to the next floor and was stabbed downstairs again by the Guixin sword. By repeating this method, Yiku pushed the muscular magic fist werewolf to the bottom layer. The building, which was already like a candle in the wind, finally collapsed under the damage. Steel bars and concrete blocks turned into Yiku's attack on the demon fist werewolf, all falling down and raising huge dust. Yiku didn't have time to pay attention to whether the magic fist werewolf was dead, because his body had already started falling. If he fell from this height, he would surely die. After releasing the Mu Xian sword from Gui Xian's fusion, Yiku first landed on it, then slowly slowed down, keeping his body stable before finally landing. With his feet on the ground, Yiku felt more at ease, but he was quickly filled with nervousness because the system had not notified him that the mission was completed, which meant that the magic fist werewolf was not dead yet. Yiku frowned. If he couldn't cause any substantial damage to it, then he would surely die. When the dust settled, Yiku breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the bright red blood oozing out of the building. However, when he saw the magic fist werewolf stretch out his arms to pull his body out of the ruins of the building, Yiku still felt a chill in his heart. Could it be that luck still favors Yiku? The werewolf that crawled out to the magic fist had also suffered considerable injuries, with blood flowing from its mouth and blood oozing from the holes in its body that were made by the steel bars. Its tenacious vitality allowed it to withstand the collapse of a 50-meter-high building. But it is also the last gasp of a spent force. Yiku, who was also at the end of his strength, remained calm and thought about countermeasures. He suddenly laughed, and his smile showed relaxation. After taking a bottle of recovery potion, Yiku felt more motivated. The flying swords were summoned out collectively again, and this time they attacked as a whole without fusion. Each sword pierced directly into the holes and wounds on the demon fist werewolf's body. Looking at the magic fist werewolf who was stabbed into a porcupine by himself, Yiku smiled. The opponent's life was finally ended in this final insult, and Yiku also relied on his wisdom and luck to get his first kill of an elite beast. Yiku sat down on the ground and then laid down again. He could already hear the hurried footsteps of someone approaching not far away. With a bitter smile, can this belated support still be considered support? There was no time to think, and the rising fatigue overwhelmed Yiku's spirit. The recovery effect of recovery potions is mainly reflected in energy recovery and has little effect on mental fatigue. Yiku fainted, and before that he seemed to hear someone calling his name. But it doesn't matter anymore. Give yourself a rare break. That's what your brain says. Chapter 22, Strange Ceiling. I opened my eyes and saw an unfamiliar ceiling. Yiku supported his dizzy head and sat up. His movements were very gentle, but they still startled the girl who was taking a nap beside him. Yiku, you're awake, that's great. Chung-Noa looked at Yiku in front of him, whose face was a little pale but still looked at him with gentle eyes, and tears could not help but flowed from the corners of his eyes. When she learned that Yiku encountered an elite beast alone, her heart was gripped once again, and she rushed to the location of Yiku's locator without caring about anything else. But he found that there was only a thin girl, who was protected by Yiku's flying sword. Chung-Noa asked her about Yiku's whereabouts. Before the girl could reply, he heard the collapse of a tall building in the distance. Chung-Noa knew the answer in his mind and rushed out regardless of everything. The last thing he saw was Yiku lying beside a pile of ruins. After taking Yiku back to a safe area in the city, Chung-Noa stayed by his side, waiting for him to wake up. Chung-Noa hugged Yiku tightly like a young swallow, fearing that she would lose him. Yiku patted the girl's back gently to make her feel better. What's the situation now? After the other party felt better, Yiku said to the girl in his arms. After being in a coma for so many days, the situation outside must have changed a lot. Chung-Noa left Yiku's arms with a blush on her cheeks. When she heard Yiku's question, her eyes darkened. We can't go back. The sea has fallen. Yiku opened his eyes wide, obviously in disbelief. Could it be that the group of superpowered people with A-level abilities were unable to stop that demon-level beast? After listening to Chung-Noa's explanation, Yiku sorted out the whole story and finally let out a helpless sigh. Superpowered people with A-level talents are very powerful, and a team formed by them may have no problem defeating a demon-level monster. But what if there are two? The initial battle took place on the Suzhong Plain. Sun Zan, riding the god of war, forcibly brought the Silver Wolf King to a sparsely populated area and fought it with all his might. The Guandao in his hand opened and closed violently, and the surrounding mountains were cut off, the earth was dug up, and the rivers stopped flowing. In the direct confrontation between the man and the beast, the world was dark and gloomy, as if it had arrived at the end of the world. The Silver Wolf King not only has to deal with Sun Zan's god of war symbol, but also the constant harassment from Li Zheng's light ability. The rest of the teammates were not there to help them either, and they suppressed the Silver Wolf King, who wanted to completely overturn the table, preventing him from using his abilities. If this continues, the result will undoubtedly be that the Silver Wolf King will be killed and the human side will win the final victory. But something strange happened, and it was still that portal. A golden figure with brilliant golden hair, one size larger than the Silver Wolf King, appeared. The more violent and ferocious Golden Wolf King appears. It rushed straight to the plain and knocked the god of war, who was holding down the Silver Wolf King, away. The knocked-away god of war smashed several mountains before he stopped. Blood flowed from the corner of Sun Zan's mouth, and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. The others were also in disbelief. Two demon lord-level beasts appeared at the same time, which they had never encountered before. High-level alien beasts have a very strong sense of territory and are generally separated by tens of thousands of miles, so the expedition team has never encountered two demon lord-level alien beasts in the past. Fighting and retreating, the punitive team, which had the upper hand just now, was defeated and retreated back to the city. However, before that, the expedition team managed to buy enough time. Captain Sun Zan issued an order that all residents of the city must evacuate regardless of whether they would die in battle or not. Everyone listened to the captain's instructions and held on to this line of defense, which was like the city's lifeline. Finally, almost the entire defense line was forced into the city, and Captain Sun Zan ordered retreat. Fortunately, almost all the residents of Haidu who could be evacuated left the city during this period and evacuated to Jinling and Modu. The efforts of the punitive team ultimately resulted in a comforting number of casualties. However, Haidu has completely become a city of strange beasts. The two demon lord-level beasts did not seem to plan to continue expanding their territory, but instead seemed to be settling down with their cubs and grandchildren. The story ended at dusk. The burning sunset glowed into the house, coating the entire wall in red. Perhaps he would never be able to return to his hometown. Yika lowered his head, feeling sad inside. Chung Nua's hand was on the back of his hand, and the warmth of his palm comforted Yika. Yika turned his head and looked at the girl who had just walked out of the disaster with him, with mixed emotions in his heart. There is comradeship, friendship, and a hint of unspoken love. Looking at the girl's lovely face and cherry red lips, Yika swallowed his saliva. Their faces were so close that they could almost feel each other's breath. Yika looked at Chung Nua. Chung Nua closed his eyes and did not refuse his approach. But when the kiss was almost complete, an inhuman roar of pain came from next door. Yika felt like a bucket of cold water was poured on his heart, and he calmed down instantly. Both of their faces were flushed. Yika felt that he had been too impulsive, while Chung Nua cursed the bastard next door in his heart. The one who interrupted the young couple's emotional exchange next door was Li Zheng, who was wrapped in bandages. Li Dazue, why are you shouting so loudly? The soundproofing here is not good. What if you disturb others? Li Wei from the punitive team said angrily. Her right hand was bandaged, so she hit Li Zheng's uninjured right leg with her right hand. As a result, the other party cried out in pain again. Hey, is your brain damaged? Your leg is not injured. Hey, my sister, phantom pain, phantom pain. Well, can't you learn from the captain? Look at him. He was injured much more seriously, and he didn't have to go through the treatment like you did. Li Wei couldn't help but sigh when she saw her brother's nonchalant look. Hey, didn't the captain treat me while he was asleep? I treated him while I was awake. It was really uncomfortable to have flesh growing back on my body. So you don't want your legs anymore? Hey, I wanted to drip. Sun Zan was lying on the bed next to Li Zheng, lying on his back and snoring loudly. The two of them were the main ones responsible for containment in the team, so they suffered the most serious injuries. Most of the others were injured as much as Li Wei. The door to the ward was opened, and Su Ying came in with a bandage on his head. Behind him were Luo Han, who appeared to be uninjured, and other teammates. Loda, whoa. One of the girls on crutches rushed in and threw herself on Sun Zan on the hospital bed, crushing him so hard that he almost lost his breath. Ahem, Yulin, I'm still alive? Ah, what a pity. I thought I could usurp the throne. The girl Shin Yulin grabbed the crutches on the ground and stood up with a look of regret on her face. Lin, boss needs to rest. A strong man with a plaster on his arm came over and pulled away Shin Yulin, who was still planning to do something to Sun Zan. Hey, Luo Hao, am I the kind of person who doesn't understand current affairs? Yes. Shin Yulin almost followed the other person's last words in reply, and Shin Yulin had no choice but to follow the other person to the side. Seeing that everyone was there, Luo Han, who acted as the team's correspondent, opened his mouth and briefly explained the current situation. So, those S-level men won't take action? Well, it's like this. The Superior's call for S-class superpowers has not received a reply in these days. Even the person who responded to the call at the beginning was assigned to perform tasks elsewhere. Li Sheyuan did support some A-level guys, but this was just to prevent the situation from expanding further. After hearing the information, Sun Zan lay back and sighed. It's really a turbulent time. Has the situation in the country become so tense that we don't even have time to take care of the loss of an important coastal city? The atmosphere in the room was a bit depressing. This mission was beyond everyone's expectations, but it ended in failure. Finally, after analyzing the situation, Luo Han took the lead and walked out of the room. The others also left, leaving Sun and Li on the bed. Boss! Li Zheng wanted to say something, but turned to look at Sun Zan and couldn't help but swear. How can this guy actually fall asleep in such a depressing environment? Sleeping is necessary, at least for the residents of Haidu in this temporary safe zone. Facing the unfamiliar ceiling, Sleeping seems to be the best way to soothe the sadness in their hearts. Chapter 23, His and Her Future. The headlines of today's news are still about Guanhaidu. At 9 o'clock this morning, Haida Mayor Lu Guang announced that a fortress-type city will be built 50 kilometers away from the original Haidu and named the second new Haidu as a counterattack base. According to experts' predictions, the two demon lord-level monsters currently in the former Haidu area have no tendency to expand, and the specific details need further investigation. The former residents of Haidu will be received by Jinling City and Modu respectively, and have now gone to the two places one after another. The second piece of news is about reports of unusual behavior of strange beasts along the coast. Watching the report on TV, the four people sitting in Yi Ku's room each had their own thoughts. Yi Ku recovered quickly after waking up, but since he had nowhere to go, he still stayed in the makeshift hospital ward. Today, Su Ning and Xia Yin also came, not for anything else but to say goodbye. The students of Haida's Academy for Psychics were also randomly assigned to academies in the two cities, but they were accepted by the same academy, the Demon City Advanced Supernatural Academy, and the students are randomly assigned to different campuses. Although it was said to be random, the more talented students were still randomly sent to the main campus, such as the three girls. Those like Yi Ku, who did not appear to be strong enough on paper, were also unlucky enough to be assigned to the Jinling campus. The Magic City Advanced School of Supernatural Powers is also very generous, saying that as long as students get excellent results in the final exam of the first semester, those students who were originally assigned to the Jinling campus can come to the main campus for further studies. But is this really easy? Not to mention whether I can adapt to a completely unfamiliar environment as a transfer student. Furthermore, it is now the middle of the semester in most colleges, which means that the resources provided by the college to students have basically been divided up, and new students can obviously only pick up the leftovers. No resources, not adaptable to the environment. Once you go to the Jinling campus, there is no doubt that you will never leave again. However, even though it is the Jinling campus, it is a college in Jinling, a first-tier provincial capital city, so it is not much different. Everyone was well aware of the fairness of this random assignment, and were angry that Yi Ku was not assigned to the main campus. Don't these recruiters know how to investigate? Xiao Yi even killed an elite beast all by himself, but how can they not appreciate this? Su Ning crossed her arms and said angrily, "That's right. They don't talk about actual combat, but only talk about it on paper. We have all seen Yi Ku's performance in actual combat. Don't these guys even look at the actual combat data?" Xia Yin criticized in the same posture as Su Ning. However, the Magic City Advanced Ability Academy did investigate the actual combat data of all students, but Yi Ku's results were directly ignored by them. After all, the other members of the team were very strong, so Yi Ku was naturally considered to be a useless person in Zilong's arms, just there to make up the numbers. As for the fact that Yi Ku single-handedly killed an elite monster, it was not well known to the public. Only Yi Ku's circle and the psychic who came to rescue Yi Ku at that time knew about it. So Yi Ku will embark on a different path from the three women and go to a different city. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door, and Yi Ku said, "Come in." Chunshi pushed the door open and came in. He was startled to see the three women, but he quickly adjusted his attitude and asked Yi Ku how his health was recovering. Yi Ku also answered every question. The purpose of Chunshi's trip was not just to ask these questions. She also came to say goodbye to Yi Ku. Are you going to the Demon City headquarters too?" Yi Ku asked in surprise. Chunshi responded softly, looking a little lost. "Have you finally awakened?" Yi Ku was a little excited. As a friend, Yi Ku naturally hoped that Chunshi could awaken his superpowers, so that the child would have the power to protect himself. "Yes," Chunshi confirmed, and then said, "It is A level." A level. When the other people in the room heard Chun's level of supernatural talent, they couldn't help but say the word A level in unison in surprise. As if scaring the girl, Chunshi took a few steps back. "It's okay. Everyone here is a friend. You don't have to be so reserved." With Yi Ku's comfort, the girl mustered up the courage to step forward and show everyone her A-level ability mirror. A silver mirror appeared in the room, and only Chun-Shi's figure was reflected on both sides of the mirror. Then Chun-Shi walked out from the mirror, almost identical to each other. The difference was that the Chun-Shi in the mirror was completely different from the one in reality. As soon as he came out, he sat down on Yi Ku's bed, picked up Yi Ku's water cup, and drank a sip of water. "Aha, I'm dying of thirst, Chun-Shi. If you keep me locked up for this long, don't even think about me coming out next time." The words of Chun-Shi in the mirror were full of gunpowder, and the real Chun-Shi seemed a little afraid of her. "Sister Chun, this guy." Su Ning pointed at Chun-Shi in the mirror and said, But she was interrupted by Chun-Shi in the mirror before she finished. What? You don't like it? And my name is Shichin. Shichin stood up and wanted to fight with Su Ning, but the latter was obviously not a good-tempered person. After being rebuked for no reason, he took out the frost staff in his hand, and it seemed that he was thinking of taking action. Shichin is back. As soon as Chun-Shi finished speaking, Shichin's figure returned to the mirror, and he seemed to make a tisk sound before leaving. Chun-Shi, this guy. This time it was Yi Ku's turn to ask questions. She is actually my summon. Since I have never used her in actual combat, I don't know how strong she is. Tears welled up in Chun-Shi's eyes. She had originally wanted to share with Yi Ku that she had acquired supernatural powers, but she seemed to have messed it up. Everyone hurried to comfort her, and couldn't help but feel that she was indeed the person in the mirror, and the difference between her and the real Chun-Shi was too great. Unconsciously, Chun-Shi's cute appearance made her the group's favorite. In addition, she was younger than everyone else, so she became Su Ning and Xia Yan's third sister. Chun-Shi. The three of them are also going to the Magic City. You should follow them from now on. It will be a good thing for you to take care of them. Yi Ku explained to Chun-Shi. Where is Yi Ku going? Chun-Shi caught the abnormality in Yi Ku's words and said, Well, I'm going to be somewhere else for a while, and I'll see you guys soon. Real? Real. Make a pinky promise. Good. One of them is 18, and the other is 15 years old this year, but they actually made a promise like two little kids. In Yi Ku's eyes, Chun-Shi is still the girl who stays by his side like a sister. But in Chun-Shi's eyes, Yi Ku is a different person. Finally, the four girls left, and after packing up his necessities, Yi Ku also walked out the door and headed towards the subway station. They will go their separate ways here, but they also firmly believe that they will meet each other again one day in the future. A pair of eyes stared at Yi Ku's back for a long time, with relief and vicissitudes in their eyes. You won't even give me a gift? Lin Gan said to Yi Chi. No need, my son is a man. Yi Chi turned around and left, seemingly without any regrets. Hey, I still don't understand you. Lin Gan followed behind him and smiled contemptuously. He knew that Yi Chi was not good at dealing with separation, but he definitely cared about his son. Because all the efforts Yi Chi made secretly over the years were to make this home with only them, father and son, complete again. The two middle-aged men also took a bus to the imperial capital. As Haida's story comes to an end, he and she will face a new future. Chapter 24, First Arrival in Jinling. I seem to have forgotten something. Yi Ku, who was sitting bored in the waiting room of the station, suddenly stood up because he realized that he had forgotten to bring some things. The luggage on his body had already been arranged to be sent. So Yi Ku rushed out of the station without any restraint, summoned his flying sword, and flew to the residence where he had lived before. He dragged a cardboard box out of his old room, which had not yet been occupied by a new person. Yi Ku heaved a sigh of relief after opening it. These things were not found by the search and rescue workers, but were packed up by Father Yi Chi when he was taking refuge, and he stuffed them all into the cabinet in Yi Ku's room. Most of the things inside were sundries and not necessities, so Yi Ku didn't think of them when he was packing his luggage. The current settlement was lacking some supplies, and these things could still come in handy, so Yi Ku left them behind without thinking. But that doesn't mean some of the stuff in there isn't important. On the contrary, Yi Ku attaches great importance to these birthday gifts given by his recent friends. In order to catch the bus, Yi Ku didn't have time to pick and choose, and just took the box and went to catch the bus. After completing the same delivery procedure, Yi Ku finally caught the train to Jinling after rushing. Sitting on the somewhat hard seat, Yi Ku breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the scenery outside the window rapidly receding and disappearing, Yi Ku suddenly felt a sense of melancholy in his heart. This is probably the first time I say goodbye to my hometown. Close your eyes and try not to think about recent events that may have caused you to feel depressed. Yi Ku fell into a deep sleep, and when he woke up he found himself in Jinling. It's so hard. Yi Ku grinned, supported his aching waist, and got out of the car. After stretching his body and looking around, Yi Ku found the sign for the agency responsible for receiving Haida citizens. Yi Ku walked over and saw some people already waiting there, many of whom were swiping their phones for entertainment out of boredom. The person holding the sign for the organization was a girl about the same age as Yi Ku. It was September, and the hot autumn weather was rampant. Sweat was sliding down the girl's cheeks, but trains were pulling into the station one after another, and she had to guide the Haida citizens who had the same status as Yi Ku. Yi Ku felt a little embarrassed to just stand aside, so he walked up to the girl and talked to her, expressing his desire to stand for her for a while. At first, the girl was a little stubborn and unwilling. Later, Yi Ku tried to provoke her, saying that she was tired and held the sign low, and he had not been able to find it just now. After much persuasion, he finally took the sign from her. "Brother, you are such a good person," the girl said with a grin. Yiku responded to her words with a good smile. But Yiku is not the only good guy. It seemed that after Yiku took the first step, other enthusiastic Haida people also showed their friendliness. An ant bought a bottle of water and handed it to the girl, holding her hand affectionately to express her gratitude. As a result, more and more ants of similar age gathered around them, chatting with each other about this and that. Several young men who were about the same age as Yiku chatted with him and then suggested that they take turns holding up signs to welcome their compatriots. Later, the sign that Yiku had been holding up for not long was seized by force by them. They were very serious about their mission, and without a loudspeaker, they shouted at the top of their lungs to call their companions in the noisy station. Yiku sighed that their spirit was not wrong. Forced to leave their homes and come to a strange city, these Haida people closed themselves off to seek protection. But if you want to integrate into this new environment, it is not a good idea to keep creating barriers. Yiku's actions inadvertently promoted the integration of Haida people into Jinling, allowing them to find home-like comfort here. Finally, Yiku took over the sign and held it for a while. Then the girl stepped out from the ants and said to him, "Brother, don't raise your hand. We have reached the target number of people for today. There are other institutions to accept the remaining Haida people." Yiku felt a little guilty when he put down the sign. It was clearly me who first suggested holding up the sign, but during the whole process, I held it up for less than 10 minutes, and it was almost entirely those young people who did the job of guide. "Here, that's our car. Now we are going to your new home." A minibus came out of the parking lot exit of the station and was pointed out by the girl. Then the group got into the car, and Yiku chose a seat in the back seat by the window. The girl looked around for the remaining seats and finally chose to sit next to Yiku. The two of them walked in silence. The girl fell asleep leaning against the chair, while Yiku looked at the city with curiosity. Jinling is worthy of being a first-tier provincial capital city. The surrounding buildings and shops are still under construction and development, and they are incomparable to the sea. Finally, the car slowly stopped and arrived at Yiku and his family's new home. After waking up the girl, who was still sleeping next to him, Yiku followed her out of the car. What caught my eye were rows of tube-shaped buildings, which were not very old and had intact wall paint. But compared with the Jinling buildings I had seen along the way, there was a slight gap. Yiku didn't care. After all, he had lived in a similar apartment building before, so he registered and moved in without any psychological pressure. "Take the key with the room number on it." Yiku recalled the administrator's words in his mind. The house is free for the first 6 months, and the rent is 800 yuan per month thereafter. Each room has its own private toilet and bathroom. The restaurant has provided free big pot meals in the past 6 months. Residents who can afford it can buy their own groceries and cook them using the kitchen utensils provided. The room had a small window and a clean bed and a small table. This place basically serves as a transit station for the people from Haidu who have just arrived here to adjust themselves. After all, the narrow room was somewhat depressing. Yiku only planned to stay here for one night because he would move into the dormitory after reporting to school. But you still have to pick up your luggage here. I expect the luggage to be delivered later this afternoon. After looking around the room, Yiku went downstairs to take a tour of the ancient city. Passing by the administrator's office at the door, Yiku met the girl before, who was chatting with the administrator aunt. When she saw Yiku, she greeted him warmly and asked if he wanted to go for a walk. Yiku returned the greeting and then nodded. "Oh, then let me be your guide." "Ah." Frightened by the girl's enthusiasm, Yiku wanted to refuse, but the girl spoke before he could open his mouth. "You just arrived in Jinling, so you definitely don't know where to go for fun or where to eat delicious food. If you go out like this, you will definitely be slaughtered like a fool." Yiku had no room for excuses, so he agreed to her request and started his own tour of Jinling. Chapter 25 Travel. "Hey, I haven't asked your name yet." The girl walking in front with her hands behind her back turned around and asked Yiku's name. "Yeke, Duke in Jinke." Chi means Sisi, and Tong means Tong in Wudong. "Chui Chitong is me." The girl pointed at herself and said this, looking very cute. "Where are we going now?" Yiku looked at Chui Chitong, who was even more excited than himself, and asked curiously. Yes, you haven't had lunch yet, right? Let's go eat now." Chui Chitong seemed to have just thought of this and started running with Yiku. The two of them trotted all the way to Layamindong, where there were all kinds of delicious food along the street. From chicken soup dumplings to plum blossom cakes, Yiku's cheeks became more and more bulging, and his stomach became much bigger. "You don't just buy something delicious when you see it. Chui Chidong couldn't help but complain as he looked at Yi Ke, who was holding bags of delicious food in his hands. They are so delicious, and you introduced them so delicious. Yi Ke opened his mouth with difficulty to speak. Just consider it a compliment. Save some space. After we finish shopping, there's a super good restaurant for dinner tonight. Chui Chitong couldn't help but speak excitedly, clenching his fists with determination. Hearing her use 3 supers in a row, Yi Ke was also looking forward to tonight's dinner. Although Jinling has delicious food, it also has many beautiful scenery. The ancient city is a wine cellar that stores ancient wines. Every pleasant scene also reveals the background of historical sedimentation. The subways shuttling through the city weave a picture scroll connecting the city's beautiful scenery, carrying travelers back and forth in the city. We are all students, so maybe praying to the master will help. At the Confucius Temple, Chui Chitong took Yi Ke to worship devoutly, but when they saw the exquisite little gifts being sold on the roadside, they impatiently left the temple. There are also a group of big rocks here, but the season is not good. If you come later, the scenery of the plum garden will be very beautiful. Well, but some of the flowers that bloom early are also beautiful. It was almost dusk, and the clouds were dyed yellow, and the warm clouds that fell on the girl's cheeks were light yellow. The two changed their route and arrived at the Ming Shaoling Mausoleum. After buying a combined ticket, the two of them went shopping along the way, stopping here and there, taking photos and checking in. The young girl was walking in front, gracefully, while the young boy was following behind without looking tired. The night completely draws the curtain on the day, but quickly sets the rhythm of nightlife. Look there, and look there again. Following the direction pointed by the girl's slender finger, Yi Ke leaned on the cruise ship and looked around at the night view. Wild grass and flowers are beside Zhuke Bridge, and the setting sun is slanting at the entrance of Wui Lane. It was getting dark, but after Yi Ke took in the surrounding scenery, the beautiful scenery always emerged in his mind. The ancients did not deceive me. How is the scenery of our great Jinling? Holding her cheeks with both hands to support her pretty face, Chui Chidong asked Yi Ke. The two of them had fun for almost the entire day in this precious land of Jinling. Yi Ke was quite satisfied with this sightseeing trip. On a small cruise ship in the Qinhuai River, two people sat face to face, and the river reflected the colorful lights and shadows of the street and their figures. Sensing that the atmosphere was somewhat ambiguous, Yi Ke felt that he should talk to Chui Chitong about his own affairs. Taking the opportunity to share pictures, Yi Ke introduced Cheng Nuo and others to Chui Chitong, and also told many stories about himself and Cheng Nuo. Young man, I'm not saying anything bad about you. How can you two not be together, even though you're like this? I can't stand it anymore. It's not bad to say that you're a fool. The girl was not affected at all and continued to happily complain about Yi Ke. Yi Ke scratched his head. He also felt that he and Cheng Nuo should have already established their relationship, but he still hadn't revealed his feelings until now. I still say that. We are good brothers that we met today. The girl stretched out her pink fist and grinned. Yi Ke raised his fist and touched hers, saying, You are my first friend in Jinling. Oh well, I'll accept the title of first friend without hesitation. The two chatted continuously until they reached the shore. Let's go. This is the last stop. The two walked to a small shop on the corner, and Chui Chidong ordered a salted duck without saying a word and followed it with a few side dishes. Young man, you can't come to Jinling without eating duck. I tell you. As soon as they sat down after ordering the food, Chui Chidong showed her talkative nature again and kept talking to Yi Ke until the salted duck was served. Seeing her happy expression, Yi Ke picked up a piece of salted duck and put it into his mouth. The salted duck looks delicious and tastes great, and it lives up to expectations when you eat it. The cool duck meat spreads on the tip of your tongue, eliminating the heat of the day. The mellow taste fills your mouth, making you want to feast on it. The two of them devoured the food on the table like whirlwind, and finally each of them touched their round bellies and grinned foolishly. Walking slowly back to the resettlement building, Yi Ke realized that the administrator was Chui Chitong's mother, and her family also lived there, but not in a single room like Yi Ke. Here we are, but do you have a quilt? And a mattress? Yi Ke shook his head, realizing that he had forgotten to prepare anything. Just when he was about to buy a house nearby, before going back, Chui Chitong said that he had a ready-made one at home and could lend it to him. Yi Ke knew it was pointless to refuse, because the kind and enthusiastic girl had already run back before him. He estimated that by the time he returned at his current walking pace, she would have made her bed. As the administrator, my mother naturally had the key to each room, and it was easy for her to come in as a friend. Arrived a little late. Yiku took his luggage, including the box, upstairs at the door. The door of his room was ajar. When he opened it, he saw Chui Chidong sitting on the bed with a mattress on it. "You're back." In response, Yiku brought the luggage in, and looking around, the girl seemed to have cleaned it up a bit. Yiku felt a little guilty. After all, he only planned to stay for one night. When she explained her plan to live in the school dormitory to Chui Chidong, the girl showed a depressed expression. However, when she heard that she was going to live in the dormitory, her expression became a little subtle. "Wow, what did you bring back with all those bags?" "It's my luggage and a birthday present from a friend that I didn't have time to open." Let me see." Chui Chitong took the gift box handed to him by Yiku, opened it, and saw that it was full of snacks. This one was given by Xia Yin. "As a homegirl, snacks are my life." The second gift turned out to be a flying sword, but its length was the same as a 5-inch green fish. "Hey, there are words on the hilt. Here, look." "It's true." Yiku took the sword and saw the words Ningxue written on the hilt, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. "It seems you have an interesting friend." Chui Chidong smiled and wanted to open another one. However, this last gift was given by Ching Nua, and Yiku didn't intend to let anyone else open it. So he opened it and saw a hat he had sewn himself lying quietly inside. Yiku took it out and put it on his head, and it looked very suitable. "They're a very nice group of friends. I really want to get to know them if I have the chance." This was the last sentence Chui Chidong said before leaving Yiku's room. "Well, there's definitely a chance." Yiku replied, watching the girl's figure disappear into the closed door. Lying on the bed, Yiku was looking forward to reporting to school tomorrow more and more. Before that, there is still the task of becoming a D-level talent to be completed. Chapter 26, Hot-Blooded High School. Is this really the entrance to our school? After swallowing the breakfast in his mouth, Yiku asked a question, then looked around hoping to find the real Jinling campus. "Oh really? Why are they fighting again?" Chui Chidong held his forehead with his hand, seeming to be accustomed to the scene in front of him. After looking around for a while and not finding another school gate, Yiku could only believe that the college in front of him was indeed the Jinling campus. But why are there so many people gathered at the door, and many of them are carrying tables, chairs, and benches on their shoulders? Also, the two young men in the lead had tattoos of beasts with bared fangs and claws on their exposed arms, looking like gangsters at first glance. No wonder there were fewer shops near the Jinling campus along the way. Is this the case? As you know, the martial spirit is prevalent in today's society, so our school doesn't really care about fights between students. Over time, the two largest groups that you see today were formed. The one wearing the red armband on the left arm is the fraternity, and the one wearing the blue wristband on the right arm is the family. However, they don't use their superpowers when fighting, but use their bodies. After all, this is the bottom line of the school. Students with superpowers who use their superpowers in social places other than school will be expelled. The two groups had about the same number of people, each about 30, blocking the school gate, leaving many students like Yiku and Chui Chidong stuck outside the gate and unable to go to school. They didn't dare to complain, but they watched the fun with great interest. After all, who would want to study this hard school if there is a chance to see the drama? It would be great if I didn't even have to make excuses then. The atmosphere at the scene was already quite tense, with the bosses of both sides also starting to speak harshly. First, the fraternity leader on the left spoke. "Lu Kijuan, how many times have we fought? Why haven't you learned your lesson yet? Do you really need your brother Yu to love you well?" The words were full of provocation, but the other party was not a pushover either. "Yuan Long, you're only good at talking, but are you tough enough in other areas? You're a wimp." The face of Lu Kijuan, the boss of the family association, under his hoodie is as calm as an iceberg, and there is a finger-long scar on his face that makes him look quite domineering. Yuan Long on the other side stood up and picked up a corner of the table handed to him by his younger brother. At this time, a playful expression appeared on his sharp face, and he seemed to be quite disdainful of the other party. "Huh, guys, whoever can kick this ice-face guy in the ass will be rewarded handsomely." The younger brothers behind were in a commotion and shouted in unison, which was quite impressive. "Family members, teach these ignorant idiots a lesson." "Good." The family members behind Lu Kajuan also roared in unison. Both sides could no longer tolerate each other, and the battle finally began. Witnessing this conflict, Yiku saw the most primitive fighting side of mankind. All kinds of despicable tricks emerged one after another, and the only thing missing was someone driving a dump truck to knock all the opponents away. One-on-one fights are rare, and a group of people fighting a group of people is also rare. Most of the time, a group of people surround one person and fight. It seems that they have accumulated a lot of resentment towards each other. Is it really okay to fight like this? Yiku was a little stunned. Could this be a classmate from the same school? Before Chui Chitong could reply, a classmate who was watching the fun nearby came up and enthusiastically put his arm around Yiku's shoulders and said, "Hey, are you new here? The reason these guys can fight so recklessly is because the school doctor at our Jinling campus is the best among all the colleges in the lower Yangtze River." Yiku patted the man's arm, and the man loosened his arm. Then Yiku said, "What's your name, brother?" "I will never change my name. I am Zhu Qingyi. Where are you, brother?" "I'm Yiku, from Haidu." "Oh, my friend from Haidu. How are you? How are you doing in Jinling recently? Are you having fun eating and playing?" Yiku did not ignore the other party's enthusiasm and responded to every question. The three of them couldn't get into the school, so they focused on the battlefield in front of them, chatting from time to time to get closer to each other. The battle was fierce and neither side would admit defeat. Yiku glanced at the time on his mobile phone and found that it was already past the time for morning classes. I looked at the school gate where there were crowds of people. Many of them had bruises on their faces and bodies. I sighed at the intensity of this battle. Huh, why is that person running towards us? Yiku, who had been paying attention to the battle situation, found a man running towards this side, with a strong man behind him holding a wooden stick from nowhere, and it seemed that he was chasing him. When the man came closer, Yiku's eyes widened. Because after this coward ran to Yiku's side, he actually hid behind Yiku and the other two. The sturdy man was so bloodthirsty that he actually picked up a wooden stick and swung it down. Yiku swore rarely and subconsciously raised his arms to block the stick and protect his head. Bang! With a dull sound, the wooden stick broke. Yiku never thought that even the elite-level monsters could not cause him serious injuries. But he was actually injured at the gate of the school he was about to enter. Brother, are you okay?" Zhu Qingyi said in a trembling voice as he looked at Yiku with blood flowing from his head. Yiku felt dizzy. Then his vision went dark and he lost consciousness. Chui Chitong, who was standing by, was so frightened when he saw this scene that he covered his mouth and screamed in fear. Seeing Yiku fall down, she quickly stepped forward to support Yiku, carried him on her back, and ran towards the already open school gate. Along the way, she ran where the corpses of members of the two groups. "Oh my God, Tangji, are you crazy? Why don't you look at who it is when you swing your sword?" Zhu Qingyi stayed where he was and accused the strong man. The strong man Tang Jie took a few breaths and looked at the coward whose legs were still trembling. Then he came to his senses and realized that he had indeed hit the wrong person. "What should I do, Lao Zhu?" Tang Jie said in a panic. Zhu Qingyi rolled his eyes at him and said, "What else can I do?" "Go and apologize to them." "Huh? I've never done any of these before. What should I do?" Looking at the sturdy man in front of him, who now looked a little silly, Zhu Qingyi held his forehead with his hand. If this man was not his roommate and friend, why would he waste so much time talking to him? Well, let's use the old method. Let your school beauty sister go. But don't cause secondary harm to others just because you don't like them. Yes, let Xiaowei go. I'll call her right now. Hey, Lao Zhu. Last time, that guy was plotting something bad against Xiaowei, so I beat him up again. What's my problem? Zhu Qingyi curled the corner of his mouth and secretly complained about the other party's shamelessness. Are you planning something bad? I still have that function. Just because that person watched the dance video of Tang Yaowei uploaded by the school and said wife, Tang Jie took advantage of the situation and exposed their weakness during the battle between the two groups, and he became a eunuch in the new century, so he no longer had the ability to commit crimes. Not to mention that when Tang Yaowei went to apologize, the guy was still lying on the bed, unable to move. That's it, ha, sister. Thank you for your trouble. I will definitely give you the reward you want afterwards, ha. Looking at Tang Jie, a man with a sister complex who was talking on the phone to his sister, Zhu Qingyi curled the corners of his mouth, then turned and walked into the campus to see how Yiku was doing. The two of them got along well and had established a small friendship just now, so Zhu Qingyi was still concerned about Yiku's situation. The other people lying on the ground were carried away one after another by their friends or the school's medical staff. It's so familiar that it makes people feel distressed. The security guard returned to his post. The experienced man had run away a long time ago and now looked as if nothing had happened. The entrance to the Jinling campus, where a big battle had just taken place, has returned to peace. Chapter 27 Enrollment. During the time of coma, Yiku seemed to hear many people calling him. There were letters from Cheng Nuo, his father, Chen Shi, and finally from the new acquaintances Chui Chidong and Zhu Qingyi. When he opened his eyes again, Yiku felt as if he was in another world. and his head was filled with the same dizzy feeling as the last time he fainted from overdrawn. "Oh, you're awake." A familiar face suddenly appeared in his field of vision, and Chui Chitong said excitedly, "Wow, I always say that my brother Yi is blessed with a good life. Even the crisis in Haidu can't kill him. How could he be killed by a stick?" Unable to turn his head, Yiko heard the voice before he saw the person on the bed, and thought it was his new friend Zhu Qingyi. Chui Chidong called the school doctor, who did not use any medical equipment to check Yiko's condition. He stretched out a hand and pressed on Yiko's heart. The next second, Yiko sat up suddenly, took a deep breath, and exhaled. Just now he just felt like vomiting and forgot about the dizzy feeling in his head. He just stood up and took a deep breath. Later, I found that the discomfort in my body gradually disappeared. Yika glanced at the school doctor in front of him and opened his mouth in surprise. It's worthy of being the Lower Yangtze River College with the best medical conditions. He is truly a miracle doctor. I even felt less tired. At this time, Zhu Qingyi came over and said to Yiko, "See, I didn't lie to you. This person's ability can reset a person back to their best state of the day. Although it can only be used once per person per day, it's amazing enough." The outrageous description made Yiko shocked by the power of this supernatural power. Zhu Qingyi then said, "During the time when you were unconscious, the school also completed your admission procedures, so you don't have to run around anymore. The dormitory has been arranged, and we will be roommates from now on, ha 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 ha." Yiko wanted to say something, but was ignored by Zhu Qingyi, who suddenly leaned in and whispered to Yiko, "However, there is one more thing I need you to deal with later. I want to remind you not to show your bad qualities as a man. Otherwise, what bad habits?" Yiko was confused and puzzled, and Zhu Qingyi also whetted his appetite. Before he could guess anything, there was a commotion outside the ward. Yiko noticed this and realized that the people outside were members of a group fighting. I wondered if they had started a fight at the spring in the school infirmary. At this time, the door of the school infirmary was opened. The school uniform of Jinling campus is a uniform, with long pants for boys and knee-length skirt for girls. The person who came was wearing the same uniform as Chui Chito. No wonder it caused a commotion outside. When Yika saw the person in front of him, he couldn't help but think of that line of poetry. Her hands are as soft as catkins, her skin is as white as cream, her neck is as smooth as a cicada, her teeth are as white as a gourd, her forehead is as beautiful as a moth, her smile is charming, and her eyes are long and eager. Such a girl, with classical beauty, looks like she has walked out of a detailed painting of a beauty, making it hard for people not to take a few more glances at her. However, Yiku only took a few glances before his vision suddenly went dark, as Zhu Qingyi blocked his view. "Brother, this is for your own good." Zhu Qingyi had already seen Tang Jie grabbing the door frame of the school infirmary to peek at the situation inside. If Yiku looked at him a few more times now, it would probably cause him to go berserk. Tang Yue didn't mind. She explained the purpose of her visit and apologized for her brother's reckless behavior. Yika couldn't see the other person and didn't even know which direction the other person was standing in. In the end, he could only say it's okay with a smile, and that was the end of the matter. Tang Yue also asked Shui Qidong about Yiku's condition, and only said goodbye to Yiku and others after confirming that Yiku was indeed fine. Okay, the other party has left. Yiku patted Zhu Qingyi's hands, which were covering his eyes. "It's okay. At least I'm not drooling." Zhu Qingyi crossed his arms over his chest and nodded to show his appreciation for Yiku. Who would drool? Yiku was completely speechless. "Wow, that was Tang Yue just now, right? She's so pretty. Even a girl like me was moved when I saw her." Chui Chidong kept watching the other person's figure disappear outside the door before he came to his senses and talked to the two of them. The only thing in Yiku's mind was the other person's appearance when he just came in, but he didn't think much about it. After making sure that he was fine, he wanted to leave, but was interrupted by the other person. "Don't you have classes?" Yiku asked a soul-searching question, and the two who heard it were petrified instantly, realizing that they had come here without asking for leave from their homeroom teacher, and they would definitely be marked as absent. "You're in the same class with me. Follow me." Pulling up Yiku, who was still lying on the bed, Zhu Qingyi and Chui Chidong told him not to take him to class. At noon, when school was over, the two walked out of the teaching building side by side and sighed together. Yiku sighed because of the difference between the education at the Jinling campus and the education at Haidu. The latter was quite different from the former, and he could not keep up with everyone's progress for a while, so he sighed. Zhu Qingyi sighed because no matter how he explained, he was still punished by the iron-faced teacher and had to do labor to offset the offense. "How do you plan your lunch?" Yiku turned and asked Zhu Qingyi. Eat in the cafeteria or order takeout. Our school is pretty humane. At least they don't throw away students' takeout. Yiku thought about it and said, let's try the cafeteria first. Okay, let's go. Zhu Qingyi said indifferently that he had no particular pursuit of food. When the two entered the cafeteria, it was already full of people. Fortunately, they could take out their food, although it cost 2 yuan for takeout. Come on, I'll take you to the dormitory. Each of them carried a meal, and Zhu Qingyi led Yiku to the dormitory area. Well, welcome. Zhu Qingyi pushed the door open directly from the outside. As soon as he entered the door, Yiku's face changed because he saw Tang Jie, who had hit him with a stick in the morning. Although the other party asked his sister to apologize, he still felt a little embarrassed when he saw Yiku at this time. At this time, Zhu Qingyi played the role of peacemaker, saying things like no fight, no acquaintance, and this is fate, and he put his arms around the shoulders of the two and put the three of them heads together. It's a bit tight, man. Yiku patted Zhu Qingyi's arm for the second time today. It was obvious that the other party liked this hugging gesture very much. Oh. Zhu Qingyi smiled and loosened his arms. I'm fine, but don't do this next time, bro. Yiku said to Tang Jie with a smile on his face. Okay, brother. You're so tolerant, haha. There is no deep blood feud between the three of them. All they need to do is resolve some of their concerns. There are only 3 of us in the dormitory. Yiku, you can choose any bed to sleep on. Zhu Qingyi pointed to the beds near the door and the toilet in the dormitory and said, neither of the 2 seats was good, so Yiku finally chose the one near the door. After all, it seemed that none of the 3 boys were keen on cleaning. After eating at his seat, Yiku asked Zhu Qingyi about the store in Jinling that sold blood of mineral-based exotic animals. He wanted to complete the task of breaking through to level D as soon as possible. Exotic beast blood. There are many places selling it in the commercial district, but the war has been intense recently, and there is a great demand for exotic beast blood on the front lines. You also know that the plasma made from the blood of exotic beasts is as effective as that of a D-level healing psychic. But the effect of ores is not good. You should be able to find them easily. After making some preparations, Yiku was about to go out. At this time, Zhu Qingyi, who was lying on the bed, stood up and asked, brother, how long will it take you to come back? You probably won't be here this afternoon. Please ask for leave for me. I'm still feeling a little dizzy. Okay, then you can also bring me some salted chicken on the way. After finishing the conversation, Yiku went to the commercial district to make final preparations for the breakthrough. Chapter 28, A Takeaway of Salted Duck 1. In order to train 10 flying swords, Yiku had purchased blood of exotic beasts after completing previous combat missions. Now there are 9 flying swords. After going to several stores, I finally spent a lot more money than before to buy enough blood of exotic beasts to upgrade the last flying sword. It was time for students to go to school, so Yiku found a park, sat on the swing, checked the system panel, and started the final development task. I've been running around these days and haven't had much time to check the system. After defeating the elite beast Demon Fist Werewolf, his points reached 300, and he also obtained a rune that could add effects to the flying sword. The effect of the rune is healing, and you can restore your state by expending energy. Yiku attached it to the Mu Xian sword, and now all his flying swords had the same effect. The last flying sword to be strengthened is the Ningshu, a sword given by Su Ning. The sword's frost effect can slow down the opponent, which is also a very useful effect. He dug a small hole in the children's sand pit and covered the hole with a waterproof jacket to make a simple pool. Yiku put the flying sword in it, and then added the blood of the strange beast. Not long after, Yiku received a prompt from the system. Ding, Growth Mission 2 completed. Rewards. Points times 500, Recovery Potion, Rare. No effect Flying Sword times 10, Flying Sword Formation Blueprint times 1. Yiku's mood was lifted by the generous reward. Issuing Growth Task 3. Soaking the sword in the blood of elite mineral-type exotic beasts. Start the upgrade task. The host will be automatically teleported to the upgrade point in 5 seconds. What do you mean? Before Yiku could react, 5 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and Yiku's figure disappeared in the park, as if he had never been there. Yiku closed his eyes and opened them again, and he came to a grassland as if in a dream. Where is this? Looking at the vast plain, Yiku was full of doubts. Upgrade mission released. Defeat the boss in this area. It was another mission reminder. Yiku had just been bombarded with a series of mission reminder sounds and had only just recovered. Anyway, just defeat this boss. Yiku is still somewhat confident in his current strength, and it is quite easy to deal with ordinary or even powerful pawn-level monsters. Suddenly, The ground beneath Yiku's feet cracked, and a pair of large claws made of obsidian stretched out from the center of the earth, along with a poisonous tail. Finally, its face was exposed with scarlet insect eyes. This doesn't look like a pawn-level monster at all. The elite mineral-class beast, the obsidian scorpion. After the other party fully revealed his figure, Yiku saw the system's prompt panel and confirmed his guess. Cold sweat broke out, and the confidence I had just had was gone. Although he had defeated elite beasts before, that was also due to tricks. Now he was on the plains, and there were no buildings to help him. Not to mention that the opponent is a mineral-type monster. Its shell is probably much harder than the skin of the Magic Fist werewolf. The opponent did not give Yiku enough time to think of a countermeasure, but instead controlled a pair of large claws to attack directly. The opponent's body was rather bulky, but his explosive speed was amazing, and it took Yiku a lot of effort to dodge the attack. If it is an insect, the eyes should be a relatively vulnerable part. Thinking of this, Yiku acted decisively and sent out his flying sword to stab the eyes of the obsidian scorpion. As Yiku had judged, the eyes were indeed the weak point of the obsidian scorpion, but the opponent also reacted quickly and used its scorpion claws to defend itself. There were a series of clanging sounds, and Yiku's flying sword could not break the obsidian scorpion's defense at all. The opponent's means of attack were obviously not only the two claws, but also the poisonous tail behind it. The poisonous tail was like a giant python, trying to devour Yiku swiftly and fiercely, so Yiku could only release his flying sword to dodge. It seems that this strategy is far from enough to defeat the opponent. What worried him the most was that the durability of the flying sword dropped rapidly in the battle with the defense of the elite monster. This was a situation that had never occurred before when dealing with ore-type pawn-level monsters. It seemed that it was caused by the insufficient strength of the flying sword when challenging higher-level monsters. Seeing Yiku's agility, the opponent quickly changed his attack strategy. The poisonous tail began to spray green venom, like a laser, which was indestructible and could corrode anything. If Yiku was touched by even a drop of it, he would be corroded into a skeleton. Yiku used the maximum horsepower he could to distance himself from the obsidian scorpion, and then found a relatively safe, raised place to hide himself. I am currently in a completely passive position, unable to confront the opponent head-on either in attack or defense. And wisdom seems pale in this plane where there is no support. After opening the system, Yiku hoped to find some way to improve his combat power. So he immediately set his eyes on the flying sword formation blueprint in the reward. After taking it out and looking at the contents, Yiku's confidence was restored a little. 7-star formation, star version of the sword formation. Using 7 flying swords to perform, it is very effective in breaking defense and defending. The sword formation that combines contradictions like a tank is obviously very suitable for Yiku now. The sword formation blueprint is also very simple to use. After clicking to confirm use, the content and method of use are completely imprinted in Yiku's mind and cannot be erased. Yiku had just accepted the sword formation in his mind when he suddenly felt a sense of crisis coming from behind. Yiku rushed out of his hiding place without any hesitation. Just as he sensed, not long after he left there, the venom of the obsidian scorpion was completely poured into the place, dissolving into a large pit filled with venom. Then let's give it a try. Yiku placed the 7 flying swords in front of him, corresponding exactly to the positions of the Big Dipper. At this time, a dark scroll of the Big Dipper unfolded behind Yiku. The 7 stars twinkled, and the power of the stars turned into starlight and merged into Yiku's flying sword. The 7 flying swords became dazzling, as if they were carved out of crystal. Go! Yiku uttered a word, and 7 flying swords formed a formation and attacked directly at the obsidian scorpion. Unfortunately, the flying sword's attack still couldn't penetrate the obsidian scorpion's defense at once, but it did break its shell, leaving cracks. But the cost of this attack was not small. Nearly 40% of Yiku's energy was drained, and his momentum dropped instantly, causing the obsidian scorpion to pursue him relentlessly. The defense of the 7-star sword formation is obviously not good enough to deal with the elite level. It is not because of the formation, but because the sword is not well trained. Yiku also found a winning method for this counterattack, which was to use the 7-star sword formation to counterattack during the constant tug-of-war. As for energy, use recovery potions to ensure that your endurance can keep up with Yiku's consumption. If it was just this, Yiku was confident that he could drag down the black obsidian scorpion. However, when he was about to execute this plan, the black obsidian scorpion obviously did not intend to cooperate with him. and also showed the ability of an elite beast. The battle between the man and the beast officially entered a white-hot stage. Chapter 29, A Takeaway of Salted Duck 2. Symbiotic relationships are very common in nature. Mutual companionship and mutual assistance, and mutual benefit are the wise choices of primitive life in the pursuit of survival. What you didn't know was that the obsidian scorpion was also considered one of the best elite beasts in the outside world. In addition to its hard shell, huge scorpion claws, and terrifying poisonous tail, it is also related to a black bug that lives on it. Zombies are strange beasts that are widely found in desert areas during the era when the portal was opened. It is about the same size as an ordinary ant, and has no magical features other than the ability to fly. But it is this kind of insect that has a close cooperative relationship with the obsidian scorpion. It is said that a hungry obsidian scorpion accidentally swallowed the nest of zombies, and the zombies survived by relying on the indigestible food residues in the obsidian scorpion's stomach. The surviving zombies crawled out of the body of the obsidian scorpion, using their saliva and other substances to help the obsidian scorpion recover, hoping that it could hunt more exotic beasts to provide nutrients for the group of zombies in its stomach. Insects, whether they are creatures on Earth or those that came out of the portal, have an extraordinary talent for continuous evolution. In their symbiosis with the obsidian scorpion, the zombie insects have also developed different varieties of zombie insects with different functions, just like adding a potion column to the obsidian scorpion for no reason. There are zombies that can release blood-sucking factors, and there are also zombies that can be used for acceleration. This also makes the obsidian scorpion even more powerful. The obsidian scorpion in front of Yi Now was obviously given a bloodthirsty factor by the zombies. It roared violently, its eyes turned bloodshot, and it madly attacked Yi with its huge claws. The flat land was trampled and destroyed by it madly. Some zombies broke away from the obsidian scorpion and actually took direct action to prevent Yi from retreating. Yi summoned the burning wind sword and swung it down, creating a heat wave that ignited the swarm of insects. Small in size but densely packed, they are the best helpers in triggering the spread of fire. In the end, it even burned back in the opposite way, and the negative effect of the burning actually took effect. The obsidian scorpion's body began to spontaneously combust, but it was still able to withstand this. But in the blink of an eye, it discovered that Yi had hidden again. The angry roar resounded across the entire plain and naturally reached the ears of Yi, who was trying hard to adjust his state. He also needed a sword formation with greater offensive power. Simply breaking through the surface defense of the obsidian scorpion was not enough to achieve victory. The zombies will heal that minor injury quickly. Opening the system mall, Yi found the sword formation column, quickly browsed the interface, and finally found a star version formation called Shadow Sweeping Formation. 9 flying swords formed a formation, combining the power of the 9 swords to launch an attack. And the moment the defense is broken, the shadow stealing effect will be triggered, making the opponent unable to move. After receiving the drawings of the shadow sweeping array, this time, Yi took the initiative to find the obsidian scorpion. The 9 swords were like being dipped into an ink jar. All of them were as black as shadows, and the shadows under Yi's feet split into 9, and 9 shadowy figures covered in black crawled out of them. The figures of the shadow men were similar to Yi, and each of them held a sword in his hand. As Yi launched the attack, the 9 shadow men disappeared in an instant, and then quietly appeared around the obsidian scorpion, stabbing the black swords in their hands at its huge shadow. Ouch! The obsidian scorpion roared in pain. Although it was the shadow that was hit, it truly felt the pain of being pierced by the sword. The shadow snatching effect was also triggered. Facing the immobile obsidian scorpion, Yi opened fire at full power, picked up the defense-breaking artifact, the Pajuan sword, and slashed at it again and again. Upon level, defense-breaking artifact is still effective against elite-level enemies. Moreover, Yi aimed at the most vulnerable part of the obsidian scorpion, the eyes, and after a few sword strikes, the obsidian scorpion became blind. There were some zombies that wanted to interfere, but they were blocked by the burning effect that still remained in the body of the obsidian scorpion. Since we can share the happiness, we must also share the hardships. Zombies and obsidian scorpions are affected by negative effects almost at the same time. Yi really wanted to thank those zombies that brought disaster upon themselves, and also thank nature for not giving them a good brain. After blinding the red agate eyes of the obsidian scorpion, the inside of its head was wide open for Yi to attack. Yi recalled all the swords, and while the obsidian scorpion was adjusting, he used the 7-star sword formation to launch a final attack against the death knell that was about to drill into his body. directly breaking the obsidian scorpion's head. Being pushed away by the liquid in the head of the obsidian scorpion, Yika stared at the obsidian scorpion, hoping that it would fall. And in the end, just as he wished, the huge obsidian scorpion fell down, and the zombie insects that depended on it for survival scattered like monkeys when the tree fell and turned into a black cloud and flew away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the breakthrough mission. The rewards are as follows. Points X 300. Open the secret realm. Nameless sword tomb. Special effect poisonous rune X1. Feeling a surge of energy in his body, Yika truly felt the different feeling of D-level energy flowing in his body. It is at least 5 times more than my E-class self. If I were to use the 7-star sword formation now, I would probably be able to do it 7 or 8 times. However, this battle took a heavy toll on Yika. The first was the Shadow Sword formation, which took up the majority of Yika's points and cost him 270 points. Secondly, all the common or rare recovery potions were used up. Yika even bought a lot more in the system mall. They all contributed their all to Yika's endurance. A bottle of ordinary recovery potion with 10 points can restore 50% of Yika's energy in the E-level state. A bottle of rare recovery potion with 30 points can restore all the energy consumed by Yiku and still have some left over. In total, this battle cost Yiku 370 points. After Yiku counted the points, he found out that he still had 730 points left. It's quite a lot, at least that's what Yiku thinks now. Yiku noticed that the body of the obsidian scorpion had not disappeared, and realized that it could provide him with elite-level mineral-type exotic beast blood. So I tried over and spent 3 points to buy a few special blood bottles to store its blood. I couldn't wait to complete the 3rd growth task, and this time the reward was not much, only 300 points and another sword formation map. But when Yiku saw growth task 4, which was the condition for reaching level C, he almost dropped his jaw in shock. Growth mission 4. Repeat mission 3 100 times and complete the task of developing 100 swords. 1 out of 100. There are 100 flying swords. Even if they are all blank swords, they will cost 1,000 points. What's more, the swords with special effects are all worth 30 points, so the total is 3,000 points. I currently have 10 flying swords with special effects, plus 10 flying swords without effects. Even if I meet the minimum requirements, I will need at least 800 points. It is true that he could buy enough flying swords by emptying his current family fortune, but he still needed the blood of so many exotic beasts to train them. Not to mention how huge a flying sword would be needed to develop from C level to B level. Looking at his points that had finally broken through the 1,000 mark, Yiku sighed. It seemed that he still had a long way to go on the road of cultivation. Then he sold all the valuable things on the obsidian scorpion to the system. Yika's points were finally locked at 1,277 points. Lights and shadows flickered in front of him, and Yiku returned to the park he had been to before. As the lights came on, the sky of Jinling was swallowed up by the night. Yiku took out his cell phone to check the time. As soon as he opened the screen, he was shocked by the messages filling the screen. All the messages came from Zhu Qingyi, urging Yiku to bring lunch. The last message was half an hour ago. Yiku thought, oh no, it's already 8 o'clock. Is old Zhu starving to death? So he quickly brought back a portion of salted duck to save the soldier Zhu Qingyi. Chapter 30 Unexpected Encounter. I'm sorry, Lao Zhu. Sitting in the school cafeteria, Yiku was speaking to Zhu Qingyi, who was wolfing down his breakfast. Well, since you treated me to breakfast, I'll forgive you. Zhu Qingyi swallowed the steamed buns in his mouth, touched his full stomach, and said happily. When Yiku returned to the dormitory last night, it was almost 9 o'clock. Zhu Qingyi, who had been waiting for his salted duck, was so hungry that he was seeing stars. When Yiku came back, he saw Zhu Qingyi sitting on a chair, his head resting on his arms on the table, staring blankly at the gate. Hence the current compensation. Looking at the advertisement posted in the cafeteria, Yiku asked, "Where's Tang Jie?" They went to a meeting with their gang. Have you forgotten? Because of your arrival, the students of Jinling campus have a chance to go to Shanghai campus. And this opportunity is related to this midterm exam. Zhu Qingyi rubbed his stomach with his hands to digest the food while chatting with Yiku. Oh! Yiku retracted his attention from the cafeteria poster and said, Tang Yaowei is really an absolute celebrity in this school. There are even posters of her in the cafeteria. Hey, that's right. The school's bulletin board's external promotional videos. You can basically see your figure in any place that employs people. Zhu Qingyi also took a look at the poster that he had already become familiar with, and complained in his heart, how could such a beautiful girl have to deal with a gorilla-like brother like Tang Jie, who is obsessed with his sister? This must have broken the hearts of many young boys. Of course, Zhu Qingyi was talking about physical sadness. It's the weekend. Did you go home? Yika asked about Zhu Qingyi's itinerary. No. Zhu Qingyi waved his hand. Although his home was in Jinling, it would be troublesome to go back. I have to go back to my bed in the dormitory to catch up on some sleep. I stayed up late reading novels last night, which drained my energy. All right. Yika said that he felt helpless about Zhu Qingyi's reversal of day and night. Do you want to go out for a walk? The snack street near the school is pretty good, especially on weekends. Maybe you can meet a tofu beauty. Zhu Qingyi recommended it to Yika. Tofu Vishi. Yika had a question mark above his head. Yes, she is a young lady who pushes a cart to sell tofu and appears from time to time near the Jinling campus. She got her name because she is pretty and her specialty tofu is also unique. Zhu Qingyi spoke as if he knew everything by heart. Okay, then I'll try my luck. After Yi Ke finished speaking, he stood up and left, waving goodbye to Zhu Qingyi. Zhu Qingyi stretched, waved at him, and then returned to the dormitory to see Zhou Gong. Walking out of the school gate and coming to the surrounding snack street, Yi Ke's school uniform was not conspicuous because he was surrounded by students wearing the same school uniform as Yi Ke. Huh? Why are there so many people lining up in front? After walking a few steps, Yi Ke spotted a long dragon team, which was heading towards Yi Ke. Could it be that I really met that tofu beauty? Yi Ke guessed something in his mind, so he stood at the back of the line and asked the classmate in front of him why they were queuing. The result was just as Yi Ke expected. With his great luck, he really met the tofu beauty who set up the stall from time to time. Admiring his good luck in his heart, Yi Ke also lined up with great anticipation. Yi Ke was not the last one. A few minutes later, a girl wearing a bowler hat, a pair of black sunglasses, a mask, a white dress with black edges, and a pair of casual loafers lined up behind him. Behind her, many people who heard the news joined the queue, making it even longer. The queuing process was obviously boring. Some people were eating snacks bought from other places with relish, while others were watching videos or playing games on their mobile phones. Yi Ke was also browsing his phone out of boredom. Most of the information accurately pushed to Yi Ke by big data was related to Haidu and Jinling. The former is mostly current affairs news, while the latter is lifestyle videos about snacks and travel. Yi Ke saw how many Haida people lived in Jinling. He felt good to see his compatriots integrating into the new life and walking out of the haze. Hey, there's me. Yi Ke saw a video of himself, which was about the time when he helped hold up a sign at the station. I'm mourned in my heart for those brothers who held up the sign for me for so long, but didn't even get a shot. This video was unexpectedly popular. When I clicked on the comments, I found that the official Weibo account of the Jinling government praised their behavior, which attracted a wave of traffic. I don't have any idea of becoming an internet celebrity to sell products. My current goal is to practice hard and then not to treat myself badly in life and eat more delicious food. Time passed unknowingly, and the people in front of Yi Ke left one after another. Getting closer, Yi Ke finally saw the small food truck and the tofu beauty. The simple food cart had prices of various tofu snacks written on the side facing the team. Although they were well-known snacks, they were not expensive. However, the age of the tofu beauty was beyond Yi Ke's expectations. She looked to be in her 20s, with her hair braided into a pigtail that wrapped around her swan-like white neck and hung over her left shoulder. Her face is beautiful, with the unique elegance of Jiangnan beauties. Her pair of autumn eyes look at every customer with a smile, and the teardrop mole at the corner of her eye adds to her gentle beauty. Her voice is very soft, but it can easily reach the ears of every customer like magic. What do you want, little brother? When it was Yi Ke's turn, the tofu beauty said with a sweet smile. Some fried tofu and mapo tofu. Yi Ke was well prepared and ordered 2 servings, intending to take them back to his older son, who was sleeping soundly in the dormitory. Okay, the sound is like the sound of a spring, which makes people relax and sweeps away the resentment caused by waiting in line for a long time. Skillful techniques and fragrant seasonings. Soon Yi Ke got his share. After paying the money and taking the tofu, Yi Ke thanked him and left. After walking a few steps, Yi Ke turned around because he found that the team behind him was a little commotion. After walking back a few steps, Yi Ke understood the reason. I am really lucky. These 2 are the last ones I have. I'm sorry, everyone. The tofu beauty said with guilt in her voice. The originally noisy crowd calmed down instantly. The dissatisfied expressions on people's faces were replaced by understanding. And finally, they dispersed and went their separate ways. Seeing this scene, even though Yi Ke was slow-witted, he knew that this tofu-selling girl had the ability to influence other people's emotions with her voice. He exchanged a glance with the young lady who was packing up her stall. It seemed as if she saw through his thoughts. She smiled slyly, but was still pure and beautiful. Student Yiku, I know this is difficult, but can you give me one? I can pay twice or 3 times, as long as you can give me one. Hmm? At this time, the girl in white who was standing behind him asked himself. Without waiting for Yiku to respond, she took off her sunglasses and mask. His eyes widened. How could Yiku not know about this? Isn't this the school beauty Tang Yaoi, who had apologized to him on behalf of Tang Jie and was a frequent guest on school posters? We were still discussing her this morning, and didn't expect to meet her unexpectedly now. Chapter 31 Bluebird. It's really as delicious as the rumors say. Thanks to you, Mr. Yi. Tang Yaoi smiled happily and gave a thumbs up to Yiku, who was also enjoying a plate of fried tofu beside her. On a leisure bench in the commercial street near the school, Yiku and Tang Yaoi sat on the same chair at a certain distance. She, who almost missed the last portion of tofu, offered to buy the 2 portions of tofu in Yiku's hand. Yiku did not refuse her. Since he did not like spicy food, he gave the mapo tofu to Tang Yaoi, which led to the current situation. You're welcome. Yiku picked up a piece of tofu with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. The golden outer layer is fresh and crispy. The tofu inside is soft, and it is not greasy when paired with green onions. The same happy smile is on the face. This is the power of food. He stuffed a few more pieces into his mouth, puffing up his cheeks, and the feeling of satisfaction filled his heart and mind. Compared to Yiku's eating habits, Tang Yaoi on the side is even worse, which is completely opposite to her school beauty persona and the image in promotional videos or posters, but this may also be the real her. The spoon kept scooping the tofu in the bowl and putting it into her small mouthful after mouthful. Perhaps it was a little spicy because she ate too fast, so Tang Yaoi's right hand holding the spoon took on another role, occasionally fanning the girl to relieve the spiciness on her red lips. After finishing her own portion quickly like a whirlwind, Tang Yaoi looked at Yiku's fried tofu and licked her lips. Yiku, with fried tofu still stuffed in his mouth, was unable to speak, so he simply handed the fried tofu over. This is not good. Tang Yaoi turned her head away, stretched out her index fingers, and pointed at her chest again and again, but her eyes never left Yiku's fried tofu. Faced with the other party's dishonesty, Yiku responded to her with actions. He picked up a piece of tofu and wanted to put it into the other person's bowl. Hey, no need. I'll do it myself. The girl did not accept the piece that Yiku brought her. She took the disposable chopsticks that were given to her and picked up a piece herself and left. Well, it's delicious too. Tang Yaoi was very excited to eat the fried tofu, but she was too embarrassed to ask Yiku for another piece. After a while, Yiku finished his own portion, then took Tang Yaoi's empty bowl and threw them both into the trash can. What are your plans for today, Mr. Yi? Tang Yaoi stood up from the bench, looked at Yiku, who was about to leave, and asked. I don't know. Yiku pinched his chin and thought about where he should go. Has anyone ever taken you around Jinling before? Tang Yaoi held the brim of her bowler hat with both hands and placed it behind her. The hem of her white dress fluttered in the breeze. Yiku could see the other person's face more clearly than before when he was queuing. He turned his head away and said in a vague voice, Yes, Chui Chitong took me there before. I see. That's right, Chui is a local. I saw her taking care of you in the school clinic before. I guess you have a good relationship. Hey, excuse me, are you a couple? Tang Yaoi had an expression on her face, as if she wanted to eat some melon. Oh no, we're just friends. Yiku waved his hand to deny it. Okay, I understand. Tang Yaoi put on a serious look on her face, made an okay gesture, and then put on a mysterious smile and said, Then I guess she won't take you to that place. Huh? Where? The world of adults. Just like that, Yiku, with a confused look on his face, was taken to a place by the taxi that Tang Yaoi had called. As soon as he got off the bus and saw the sign of that place, the expression on Yiku's face changed to subway, old people, mobile phone. The Bluebird Bar, what a name. Not only was Yiku curious about why Tang Yaoi brought him here, he also wanted to check the mental state of the bar owner and how he came up with such a name. Walk. With an unprecedented serious expression on her face, Tang Yaoi also put on a top hat and sunglasses. Yiku, who was following behind her, looked like a bodyguard. The two of them looked like a gangster lady going out for a walk with her bodyguards and turning into a bar. Because it was daytime, the bar was quite deserted. The interior is dark in color, with orange and yellow light bands decorating most of the edges. The interior space is large and can be seen at a glance. There is no obstruction like the bars Yiku had seen before, so it looks quite generous. Although it is called a bar, it looks more like a high-end restaurant during the day, and the only thing that can indicate its identity is probably the stage in the center. Bodyguard Yi Ku was still looking around the bar, while Miss Tang Yaoi ran to the bar alone. Yi Ku glanced at the bar and couldn't look away. The bartender standing inside was wearing a blue bird head mask and was communicating with Tang Yaoi. Wanting to observe them more closely, Yi Ku unconsciously moved closer to the two of them and heard their conversation. "Miss, we don't serve minors. Please leave immediately." A calm female voice came from under the bird's head. "Underage? Ho ho ho. Open your eyes and watch carefully." Tang Yaoi slapped his ID card on the bar in a very imposing manner and showed a handsome smile, looking very majestic. There was no change in the bird's expression. The other party stopped wiping the cup and then turned the cocktail spoon while handing him a list of drinks. Picking up the wine list and scanning it from top to bottom, Tang Yaoi's face was full of indecision. "Let's take this plum wine. It should be more suitable for you." After listening to the conversation between the two, Yi Ku walked up to Tang Yaoi and helped her make a choice. "Okay, this is it." Tang Yaoi turned the wine list to the bird-faced bartender and pointed at the green plum wine. The bird-faced bartender did not react to Tang Yaoi's behavior. Then he looked at Yi Ku, as if asking if he needed anything. After eating fried tofu, Yi Ku felt a little dry in the mouth, so he ordered a cup. "Just kvass." "Ah, the name sounds impressive." Tang Yaoi looked at Yi Ku with stars in her eyes. This?" Yi Ku scratched the back of his head, while the bartender opposite him tilted his head back and seemed to roll his eyes. Then she threw a bottle of wahazi kvass from the ice bucket to Yi Ku. "Hey, don't you need to see his ID?" Tang Yaoi asked with her hands on her hips. The other party ignored her, took out a bottle of plum wine, placed it on the bar, and asked Tang Yaoi to get it herself. "Huh, what's your attitude? Be careful, or I'll complain to you." Being looked down upon by the other party all the time, the girl was obviously very angry, and her chest kept heaving. The other party obviously still wanted to irritate her, and pointed to the badge on the left breast of her uniform. "I'm the boss." These four big characters written on it sound very arrogant. Tang Yaoi's breath was completely blocked by these four words. Tang Yaoi picked up the wine and walked to a booth without looking back. "This girl." Yi Ku picked up the ID card that the other party had left on the bar, thanked the bartender, and went to find Tang Yaoi. "Ha, what an interesting pair of kids, Xiaolan." A woman wearing the same uniform came out of the staff locker room and said to the bird-faced bartender, "Really? It's your turn to work." The bird-faced bartender took off his bird-faced mask and handed it over, revealing the delicate face hidden underneath. She has short hair with bangs, a strand of blue dye on the side, and a little eye makeup at the corners of her eyes. Who would have thought that beneath the bird's face was a mature, intellectual, and beautiful older sister? "Woo-woo, Lon, can you not wear this during the day?" The young lady who walked out of the locker room was in tears. Without replying to the other party, the bartender known as Lon turned around and left, leaving only her back to the other party. "Ah, still so aloof. I had no choice but to take the bird noodles and start today's work." Chapter 32, Under the Moon. "Hey, your son is so young, and you let him drink. When I was little, it was a small wine glass, but in the future it will become a big wine barrel like you." As I recall, my mother pulled my father's ears and scolded him. The young Yi Ku was holding a bottle of wahazi kvass in his arms and smiling foolishly. The memory is obviously so old, but the picture still appears clearly in my mind. Why do you become dazed after taking a sip of wine? In front of him was Tang Yaoi, waving her hands, and Yi Ku's thoughts were brought back to the present. "No, I just remembered some things from the past." Wine and tea, they are both drinks that can bring back memories. And the wine you recommended is not bad. I am very satisfied." Tang Yaoi raised the small wine glass in front of her and clinked it with Yi Ku's glass. "Today I have finally met a different campus beauty from Tang University." After drinking some wine, Yi Ku let go of some of his burdens and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Oh, what was I like in your mind before?" Tang Yaoi asked with interest, drawing circles on the rim of the wine glass with her slender fingers. "Well, me, or you, in everyone's eyes. A fairy named Gusha who was elegant in every move, top in both academics and supernatural talents, and calm and peaceful in character." Having said this, Yi Ku couldn't continue because the person opposite him was already laughing so hard that his body was shaking. "Huh, so, is this the image I have in your minds?" Tang Yaoi's face was flushed like a peach blossom, not sure if it was because of the plum wine or some other reason. At this moment, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh secretly. "What's the matter? Not allowed? Well, I can say that he is not exactly the same as me, but he is completely opposite. Tang Yue put on a serious expression and spoke seriously, but with her cute look at the moment, it was hard to seem serious. So, what am I like now? Tang Yue asked impatiently, her eyes sparkling with the brilliance of exploring new things. Well, if I must say, it's the difference between a fairy and a pretty girl next door, right? Yiku expressed his own opinion after speculation. After all, it was only his temporary contact today. Yeah, I should feel just like you do. After getting the certification from the person himself, Yiku breathed a sigh of relief. I can actually guess that most people see me that way. I usually help the school shoot promotional videos to make some pocket money. Tang Yue said as she sipped the plum wine in front of her. My interpersonal relationships are very simple. Apart from a few female friends who I get along well with, I don't have any male friends at all. Facing Yiku's puzzled look, Tang Yue raised her fair arms in an impressive manner and showed off her biceps. Needless to say, this action is a metaphor for her brother. I don't blame my brother for interfering in my relationships. On the contrary, I am very happy living this relaxed life. I don't have to get involved in intrigues or worry about being harassed. I have more time to spend on myself and do what I want to do. Tang Yue stopped here, took a sip of plum wine, and continued her story. So I can have time to develop some other life skills. Don't underestimate me. I can be said to be a god of war in the vegetable market in our community. Patting her chest proudly, Tang Yue said these words with great pride. The two chatted a lot more afterwards, the main topic being Yiku's life in Haidu, with Tang Yue's various interjections on the subject. A few hours later, hiss. It's a bit tricky. Yika held a mobile phone in his hand, on which was a conversation interface with Chui Chidong, in which Yika asked her to help bring Tang Yue back to the dormitory. But the other parties seemed to be busy at the moment and could not get away. So Yika couldn't help but feel embarrassed. I tried to wake Tang Yue up, but she just hummed and fell asleep again with her head covered. It seems that it is impossible to ask the other party's friends to pick her up. Yiku also planned to look for Tang Jie, but stopped at a blank dialogue box. If the other party knew that I took her sister out for a drink, I could predict what would happen to me. Having been knocked unconscious by the opponent with a stick before, Yiku could guess that his physical strength was probably enhanced by the B-level supernatural power, so it was obviously difficult for him to defeat the opponent. But you can't just leave her here alone, right? Sighed helplessly. Yiku put the other person's arm around his neck and put it on his shoulder, helped him up, and the two of them walked out of the bar. The sky was already dim, and in the distance the red sunset was sinking into the horizon. The two people's footsteps sounded in perfect sync. But after walking for a while, Yiku felt that there was something wrong with the sound he heard. When I looked down, I saw that the shoe on the other person's left foot was missing, and one of the small white socks was covered with dust. When I turned around, I saw that the lost shoe was right behind him. After letting out his second sigh of the day, Yiku put on the shoe for the other person. After thinking it over, he finally decided to carry the other person back on his back. He just hoped that Tang Yue could get up earlier. Holding each other's hats, the two walked back to school along the sparsely populated street. I have been carrying girls on my back quite a lot recently, and my movements have become more skilled. While walking, Yiku did not forget to appreciate the scenery of Jinling along the way. Passing by the door of a tea house with ancient decoration, Yiku was attracted by it at first sight because the decoration style of this shop was very different from other modern shops. Under the moon. Moonlight Tea House is its name, but it is not open for business now, so you can't see the furnishings inside. A flying mirror under the moon, clouds forming a sea tower. The name of this tea house is taken from this poem. Huh? When did you wake up? Putting the girl down from his back, Yiku looked at her and asked puzzledly. Just. The girl's eyes wandered on the sign of the tea house as she answered Yiku's question. What a bad timing. The tea here is great. Tang Yue sighed regretfully, took the top hat from Yiku's hand and put it on her head, put her hands behind her back, let her white dress sway in the evening breeze, and walked in front of Yiku. The autumn evening breeze was already cool, and Yiku's already slight drunkenness had dissipated a little. One person walked in front, and the other followed behind, and they didn't say a word along the way. Do you miss home after coming to Jinling? The dress changed as the girl turned around, as if a white lotus bloomed in front of Yiku in an instant. Tang Yue suddenly turned around and asked Yiku. Yes, I have. Are you missing your hometown? After hearing Yiku's answer, Tang Yue looked at Yiku seriously. It seems that Miss Chung, whom you have never met, is really important to you. Why are you? As for Xiao Qidong, we knew each other before, and she's one of my few good girlfriends. She mentioned you when she chatted with me before you entered school. So, I knew you before my brother and Lao Zhu. Yiku understood and said, you are right and wrong. Qingnua is very important to me, but I also remember my other family and friends. But you still miss her the most, right? Tang Yao stretched out one finger and drew a heart, and another finger seemed to shoot into Yiku's arms. Well, that's it. Ah, alas, he is identified as a pure boy. I was teased all the way to school. Tang Yao lowered the brim of her hat, put on a mask, and waved goodbye to Yiku. And Yiku also ended his game of the world today. Take out your phone to check if there are any messages you missed today. I couldn't help but twitch my lips when I saw someone's message. The 10,086th emperor of the Ming dynasty. Note, Zhu Qingyi brother a portion of salted duck manhwa. The message came from 2 hours ago. Yiku held his forehead helplessly. Chapter 33 School Beauty Guard. Brother Zhu, you have been staring at me for a long time. I really didn't mean to ignore your message. Zhu Qingyi, who was eating dinner in front of him, looked at Yiku with resentment, making the latter feel ashamed. After listening to Yiku's constant explanation, Zhu Qingyi said nothing, but he also stopped staring at Yiku. The two of them got along peacefully until they went to bed. While lying in bed, Yiku seemed to hear the sound of the unlocked door of the dormitory being opened. Maybe it was Tang Jie who came back? Then I heard the sound of a lock being locked, so I was sure it was him. The next morning, the sun climbed above the treetops and students set out on their way to school. Yiku was awakened by his biological clock. He turned sideways and tried to get up, but was startled when he opened his eyes. F***ck Lao Zhu. Why are you standing next to my bed? The sleepiness was instantly gone, and Yiku sat up from the bed. I'm notifying you that today's classes are all in the lecture hall. This is your first time here, and I'm afraid you won't know the way. Good brothers don't hold grudges overnight. Zhu Qingyi got over his resentment from yesterday after a good night's sleep, and today he even gave Yiku a special reminder. Okay, but why do you have to stand by my bed? Why don't you speak? Can you tell me what time it is? Oh my god, it's 7:16, only 9 minutes left before class. Yiku instantly got out of bed, washed up quickly, put on his school uniform jacket, and rushed out. The Jinling campus is very spacious, and there is a long distance from the dormitory building to the teaching building, so Yiku was so nervous. Running beside him were many students who also got up late, including Zhu Qingyi, who was waiting for him. Where's Tang Jie? Yiku asked as he ran. Go to the lecture hall to reserve a seat. Zhu Qingyi said slowly. In the end, the two of them did not arrive late. They stepped on the bell for class and became the protagonists who went to school with BGM. Recognizing Tang Jie, who had saved a seat for them, Yiku and his companions walked over. There are 3 groups of tiered classrooms, 10 rows, and 4 seats in each row. At this time, Tang Jie was sitting in a group near the window in the back row. Next to him was his sister Tang Yao, who was sitting at the innermost wall with the window next to her. After saying hello to the two of them and sitting down, a morning class began. However, during the morning class, Yiku vaguely felt that there were several aggressive gazes looking at him, but he didn't know why. It seems that because the teacher was still teaching diligently at the podium, the owners of those eyes have not come to trouble Yiku. But as soon as the get out of class was over, they came over restlessly. Before they could start to attack, Zhu Qingyi beside Yiku spoke first. Jean Kale, you want to cause trouble, right? Go out and tell me. There were 3 people in total, and the one leading the group was obviously Jean Kale mentioned by Zhu Qingyi. The other party did not move when he heard Zhu Qingyi's words. He raised a contemptuous smile and said, Who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you? His tone was arrogant, and he did not show mercy. He grabbed Zhu Qingyi by the collar with one hand, and the younger brother beside him also put his hand on the shoulder of Yiku, who was sitting next to him. The lecture hall, which was originally noisy during the break, was attracted by the tense conversation here. The eyes of the whole classroom were focused on it, and everyone looked at the few people with curiosity. Noticing the gazes around him, Jean Kale seemed to have thought of something. He let go of Zhu Qingyi's collar, left a word, and walked out of the classroom. And that sentence agreed with Zhu Qingyi's previous proposal. The 2 who came with him seemed to be Jean Kale's younger brothers. When they saw their boss leaving, they followed him. Feeling that the other party's reaction had changed a lot, Yiku asked Zhu Qingyi, who was adjusting his collar, the reason. Zhu Qingyi took Yiku a few steps and explained the reason when they were near the door. That Jean Kale is one of the suitors of Tang Yao, who is sitting there, but, in fact, he is no different from a dog licker. If he was just a suitor, it would be fine, but this guy also formed a small group calling themselves the School Beauty Guard. Any boy who got close to Tang Yaowei, except Tang Jie, who they boasted was her brother-in-law, would be threatened and bullied by them. They probably came to cause trouble because they saw us sitting next to Tang Yaowei. In the past, this seat was usually occupied by Tang Yaowei and her friends, but it seems something happened between them, so those two seats have been vacant for a long time. As for me, I've been annoyed with them for a long time. Now that they're taking the initiative to cause trouble, I can't be a coward. After learning this, Yiku roughly understood why Zhang Kale suddenly agreed to talk outside. He probably didn't want to disturb Tang Yaowei, who was taking a nap on the inside of the chair. When they arrived at the door, Zhang Kale and the other two had already set up their positions and surrounded Yiku and the other two from 3 directions. You're new here, so it's fine if you don't know the rules, but next time, don't get close to Tang Yaowei, okay? And Zhu Qingyi, are you provoking us? As soon as Zhang Kale opened his mouth, his aggressive aura was unleashed. Coupled with the 2 ruffians beside him, a normal student would have probably been scared. However, one of these 2 people is the troublemaker Zhu Qingyi, and the other is Yiku, who has just escaped from a disaster and has grown a lot. After hearing these words, the 2 of them did not change their emotions at all. At least it can be seen from the fact that they kept the same expression. What? You're not convinced? Zhu Qingyi deliberately spoke in a strange tone, but the other party was not very cunning, and his face immediately showed anger. Okay. You are so brave. Do you think you can beat me? What if I'm included? A cold voice reached the ears of everyone present. Yiku turned his head and saw a tall and slightly thin boy walking out of the classroom. Who was I thinking? Even if it was you guys, I don't think it's okay. Zhang Kale put his hands in his pockets and spoke in a somewhat ruffian tone, emphasizing the word you guys. Zhu Qingyi explained to Yiku, who was a little confused. This man is Yu Qingdong, and he is another suitor of Tang Yaowei. However, he is different from Zhang Kale and the others. At least he is a little more normal. He had been forbearing before because of the huge gap in strength between him and Zhang Kale, but now that I am leading the charge, he can step forward to fight. Yiku thought to himself, wow, how much influence does Tang Yaowei have in this school? I can run into several of them just by taking a few steps, which means the base is really large. The 2 sides were incompatible and fierce. There was a faint glow of supernatural power on his body, but just then a voice interrupted their confrontation. You want to fight in the arena? But here? Do you still have any respect for the authority of this school? The speaker was a teacher who had come early to prepare for class. He was holding a thermos cup filled with hot water and wolfberries. His bright forehead was physically eye-catching. Fortunately, the people present were not crazy enough to challenge the school's prestige head-on. Zhang Kale and his 2 companions, together with Yiku, Zhu Qingyi, and Yu Qingdong, who were tacitly grouped together, decided on a time and place and returned to the classroom. Yiku sighed. He didn't expect that they would start a fight over a position after only a few days of school. My eyes inevitably turned to Tang Yaowei, who had sat up and seemed to be listening to the class attentively. From the side, the girl's beautiful face and the blue sky and white clouds outside the window made her look even more youthful and energetic. Noticing Yiku's gaze, Tang Yaowei tilted her head slightly and winked at him. Yiku twitched the corner of his mouth, turned his head to suppress his thoughts, and focused his attention back on the classroom. Chapter 34 Brother, believe me. Sitting in the cafeteria, Yiku was looking at someone with a bad look because he was inexplicably dragged into a fight. Being stared at by Yiku with an unfriendly gaze, Tang Yaowei put her hands together, made an apologetic gesture, and then focused all her attention on eating. Yiku sighed helplessly and decided not to continue being angry with the other party. Hey Lao Yi, what's your level? It's your realm. Still in the primary level. Oh, I was hoping that there would be an intermediate among us. Then it would be easy to deal with Zhang Kale and his group of beginners. Zhu Qingyi said regretfully, but he didn't hold out much hope. The time when each person awakens their special abilities is different, and the length of time spent practicing is naturally different, but most people reach the peak of their lifelong practice between the ages of 18 and 40. Therefore, considering the age of Yiku and others, even if they have been practicing since childhood, it would be difficult for them to reach the intermediate level. The difference from beginner to intermediate may seem to be just from level 1 to level 2, but in fact the effort required is even slightly less than that from advanced to super. The world is awakening, and so many people have awakened so many superpowers, but those who can break through to the intermediate level actually only account for 1/10 of the total population. Since the advent of Mishcha, the Earth seems to have awakened. The environmental carrying capacity has increased several times. The global population has reached 12 billion, and newborns are born all over the world every minute and every second, and this data will continue to grow. Intermediate level means that the user is in perfect harmony with his or her own superpowers, with superpower characteristics appearing, truly possessing the ticket to control this power. That's why Zhu Qingyi hoped that there would be a mid-level psychic among the three, so that he could just lie back and relax. Ye Ke pursed his lips, wondering if the other party would faint if he told him that he was actually just a D-level mutant. After all, both parties had to register in advance to make an appointment for the arena, and it could not be changed once the participants were confirmed. But before he could open his mouth, a figure came over in a hurry and told him the truth impatiently. Cui Qitong's face was filled with anxiety, and he said to Ye Ke, "How did you get into trouble with Zhang Kale and the others? Your ability is only E-level, but they are considered the elites of the Jinling campus, and each of them has a B-level ability. What should you do now?" When the words E-level fell into the ears of several people, everyone's expression changed. Ye Ke looked helplessly at the outspoken Cui Qitong. After being told so suddenly, the other two would inevitably be overwhelmed for a while. The duck leg in Zhu Qingyi's mouth fell onto the plate. His neck turned mechanically to face Ye Ke, with doubts overflowing from his eyes. "No way. Old Yu Qingdong, who was sitting at the next table, also heard what was said and looked over with disbelief. Tang Yaowei, who had been eating carefree just now, frowned and realized that things were getting serious. Tang Jia was the calmest one. After all, he and Ye Ke knew each other because of that fight. As someone who often fights, he is almost familiar with the physical enhancements brought by different supernatural talents. The supernatural level of Ye Ke, who could be knocked down by himself with a stick, must not be too high, at least lower than his own B level. Brother, trust me. Ye Ke did not give too much explanation, nor could he give any explanation. After all, it was a fact that his ability level was low, and at this time the difference between level E and level D was not that big. So he did not make any excuses, but looked at Zhu Qingyi with sincere eyes. The latter has a complicated heart. As friends, mutual trust is the foundation, but in this situation, it is inevitable that there will be some hesitation. Zhu Qingyi regretted that he should have asked each other about the level of their supernatural talents before signing up, but now he couldn't even change it. So he comforted himself by saying that Ye Ke had survived the height of disaster after all, and should have good survival and combat abilities. The thousands of words he wanted to say turned into a sigh. Zhu Qingyi patted Ye Ke on the shoulder and said heavily, "I believe you. In order to live up to this trust, Ye Ke must win this game." So as soon as he returned to the dormitory, Ye Ke began to think about how to quickly improve his strength. The first is to strengthen with existing resources. The poisonous runestone obtained from the previous breakthrough mission can be used to empower flying swords without special effects. Drinking poison, a highly toxic effect that causes the opponent to become poisoned and their attributes to decline. A very effective flying sword that strengthens Ye Ke's control and ability to fight for a long time. The next step is to strengthen it with the blood of elite mineral-type beasts. I have to say that the obsidian scorpion was really fat. The blood it provided was enough to cultivate all of Ye Ke's existing special effect flying swords, and there was even one bottle left. Growth Mission 4. Repeat Mission 3 100 times and complete the task of developing 100 swords. 11 out of 100. Then Ye Ke's consciousness sank into the system space and entered the system mall. He still had 1,277 points available, with which he could buy many useful equipment. The minimum price of a runestone is 20 points. The minimum price of an invalid flying sword is 10 points, and the minimum price of a valid flying sword is 30 points. After walking around, Ye Ke smacked his lips. It seemed that the system didn't want to let him take any advantage. So he bought 9 runestones to strengthen the remaining 9 ineffective flying swords, totaling 180 points. The runestones can be dismantled through the mall and sold back to the mall at 70% of the original price, which is very cost-effective. Therefore, Ye Ke didn't feel bad about buying them, and only bought the ones with good special effects. In addition, there is also the sword formation. The last breakthrough mission made Ye Ke taste the sweetness. So this time he planned to spend most of the points in the purchase mission on the sword formation that suits him. Ding, the total consumption is 500 points. Welcome to visit next time. A familiar electronic synthesized sound rang out, and Ye Ke's lips curled up into a smile. He couldn't let go of the drawings of the 2 sword formations in his hands. The 2 drawings of the sword formations turned into 2 streams of light that entered Ye Ke's brain from between his eyebrows, and the prototypes of the 2 sword formations appeared in Ye Ke's mind. I have bought everything I need, and the rest. Standing in his own spiritual space, Yiku looked at the sword tomb floating in the sky and covered by clouds. That was also the reward given to me for the last breakthrough mission, but I have never opened it. Now it is obviously time to explore it. This time Yiku learned his lesson. After exiting the spiritual space, he informed his two roommates in advance that he was going to go into seclusion, so as to avoid the same kind of accidents that happened to Zhu Qingyi a few times before. After all, it was hard to say how long he would stay there this time. Because today is Friday, Yiku does not need to report to the school, but to be on the safe side, he still told Zhu Qingyi to ask for leave for him if he does not return on Monday. Everything was ready, and Yiku arrived at the school's meditation room, intending to enter the sword tomb there. The function of the meditation room is to isolate the outside world from interference so that the people inside can practice with peace of mind. Sitting cross-legged on the wooden floor of the meditation room, Yiku returned to the spiritual space, entered the sword tomb, and began to explore this unknown space. Chapter 35, Sword Tomb and King's Sword. As the consciousness sank into the spiritual world, the secret realm of the sword tomb floated just above the spiritual world. Yiku's consciousness floated up, gradually approaching the secret sword tomb shrouded in white mist. After peeling off layers of fog, Yiku finally saw its true appearance. The entire secret place is shrouded in layers of fog, and inside is a huge canyon. Yiku appeared at the bottom of the canyon, and when he looked up he saw a sliver of sky at the top of the canyon. As he continued to go deeper into the canyon, the valley walls on both sides gradually separated, and the space gradually became larger. The end of the road was shockingly revealed in front of Yiku the moment he stepped out of the narrow passage. As if split by a sharp sword, a huge crack appeared on the earth. The cracks were filled with swords, and many of them were sparkling with silver light under the sunlight above, showing their extraordinary nature. The swords were arranged in a central circle, with the sword in the middle sitting right at the center of the circle, towering over the other swords like a king. Yiku walked down along the edge of the crack, and when he reached the outermost circle of this wonder, he clearly felt the hairs on his body standing up, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Not only that, the brain also seemed to be pricked by several silver needles, which was extremely uncomfortable. Yiku couldn't help but cover his head and slightly bend over, and his hand unconsciously fell on the sword closest to him. It seemed that the sword was not firmly inserted. Yiku knocked it over with this push. The sword body hit the ground and broke into pieces instantly, like a piece of waste soil falling to the ground. Yiku was stunned, and then he felt the pressure seemed to be less, so he attacked the other swords around him, trying to pull them out. After trying for a while, Yiku gradually figured out the pattern. The difficulty of drawing the sword is closely related to the position of the sword. The closer the sword is to the center, the more difficult it is to draw, and vice versa. At the same time, there is a strong test of mental pressure that increases towards the center, which can be relieved by drawing the sword. Yiku pulled in a circle and easily pulled out the outermost circle of swords. Hundreds of swords were just like the first sword and would disintegrate with just the slightest touch. After completing one circle, Yiku clearly felt that his mental pressure was relieved a lot. At least he didn't feel the needle-like pain when he was not approaching the second circle of swords. However, Yiku came here to practice, and in the process of drawing the sword just now, Yiku clearly realized that his cultivation had become much more solid. The energy brought by the D-level talent is not much, but Yiku has just entered the realm and is still a little unfamiliar with it. However, the sword drawing just now made him gradually master this power. Seeing so many swords, an idea came to Yiku's mind. A flying sword appeared beside Yiku. As Yiku pointed his sword, it leaped up lightly like a bird and began to attack the sword stuck in the ground. As expected, under the impact of the flying sword, the attacked sword broke and then disintegrated like the first circle of swords. Yiku immediately and efficiently controlled the remaining flying swords to attack the swords in the second circle. During this time, he took the time to observe the overall situation here while standing on the flying swords. There were 7 rows of swords in total, and the king's sword, which was like a king held high by everyone, occupied one row alone. Yiku struggled for a long time and cleaned up the second and third circles. By the 4th round, Yiku discovered that even if multiple flying swords attacked one sword at the same time, they could not shake it, so he began to use the sword formation. Several flying swords were circling around him, and in front of Yiku was the Pijuan sword. The sword formation he was currently performing was the one he had just bought from the system mall. Yuli formation is a star version of the sword formation. One flying sword is the main one, and multiple flying swords are auxiliary. The effect of the main sword can be added to all the auxiliary swords, and the form is like a school of fish swimming. At this moment, the flying swords in the sword formation all had the penetrating effect of Pujuan, and the sword bodies were covered with a layer of shining silver light, making them appear even sharper. Yiku pointed his sword, and all the flying swords came out with a domineering momentum. The fourth round of swords was quickly resolved, followed by the fifth round, which was a little more difficult but still manageable. Except for the necessary rest and meals, Yiku spent almost the entire day in the Sword Tomb secret realm. His cultivation became more and more advanced, and it seemed that he had touched a barrier at some point, but Yiku did not feel it again afterwards and did not pursue it any further. L. Hoo. Gasping for breath, Yiku smashed all the swords in the fifth circle, and fatigue swept through his body like a tide. That's all for this year. Yiku murmured, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to recover his strength and energy. Easy to have an accurate grasp of time in the spiritual world. In order not to miss the battle, Yiku calculated the time in his mind and went out to check from time to time. Since Yiku first entered the Sword Tomb on Monday night, it has unknowingly become Wednesday night. The competition with Jean Kale and others is scheduled for Friday, so Yiku must hurry up to break the remaining swords. After a quick meal, Yiku returned to the meditation room and began to draw his sword. The last one came the sixth circle and the king's sword in the center. Just as Yiku thought of the sword formation, a circle of ripples spread out on the king's sword in the center. Like snowflakes meeting hot oil, the flying swords around Yiku instantly disappeared and retracted into his body. Yiku looked at the king's sword in amazement and tried several more times without success. Could it be that it felt dangerous? So it started to protect itself and not let itself set up a sword formation? But soon Yiku no longer felt so. Yiku now held the hilt of a sword in the sixth circle with both hands, his cheeks flushed red, and he used all his energy to try to pull out the sword. The mental pain was several times stronger than before, coupled with the sword that seemed to be motionless. Yiku's inner defenses were constantly being attacked. The needle-like pain was magnified to the point where it felt like a hammer hitting your head. Classmate Chow Chow, are you also suffering from such a painful headache? This was the first time that Yiku understood Chao Zhe so well, and not in any other aspect. Yiku began to have the thought of giving up, but at the same time, he kept suppressing it with persistence. The ball of light in his body, symbolizing 20 flying swords, began to rotate around Yiku's heart. They are not spinning meaninglessly, but constantly providing Yiku with more energy. The sword that seemed unshakable finally began to be pulled out little by little until it was completely pulled out. The moment he drew out the sword, Yiku fell backwards uncontrollably, and the sword fell to the ground, but it did not dissolve like before. Yiku sat on the ground, gasping for breath. His head was already dizzy, and he was exhausted. Sitting was still tiring, so he simply crawled a few steps to get out of the range where he could be affected by the swords, and lay down on the ground to recover his energy. There is no object in the Sword Tomb that can represent the passage of time, and the sun in the sky seems to never set. Yiku squinted his eyes and looked at the fireball burning in the sky. Finally, he fell asleep due to exhaustion. Chapter 36, Sword Samurai Soul. When I woke up, I still saw the sun burning brightly above my head. Supporting his upper body with his hands, Yiku rubbed his forehead, which was still a little dizzy, and his eyes inadvertently fell on the sword of the sixth circle, which he had pulled out. Yiku stood up, walked to it, picked it up, and was surprised to see that it did not disappear. I used the system's identification function to check the information of this sword. Nameless sword, a high-quality sword that houses a soul. Special effect, summon a sword soul to fight. The sword soul's strength is about 70 of your own. Wow! Seeing this special effect, Yiku's eyes lit up. He turned to the other sword still stuck in the ground with a look full of curiosity and anticipation. After getting the new special effect, Yiku tried it out. He injected energy into the sword, which shook and made a buzzing sound. Then a blue spirit appeared. Its body and face shape were similar to Yiku's, but it had no facial features, which made it a little creepy. At this time, it appeared in front of Yiku, took the sword from Yiku's hand, and then followed Yiku like a servant. Yiku walked around it curiously. This was the first time he saw a spiritual creature. In addition to the basic classification of exotic beasts into minerals, beasts, and plants, there is also a more detailed classification based on body composition. For example, soul-type beasts that are born with a small chance after the death of a beast, or spirit-type beasts that live on props, are all classified as soul-type beasts. There are also cave-dwelling, sea-dwelling, air-dwelling. There are many classifications like this, which are the results of mankind's continuous research in supernatural sciences and zoomorphology over the past 30 years. If the sword's servant soul at this time is to be subdivided, it should belong to the beast-type spiritual system. The other party showed no reaction when Yika looked at it, which made Yika doubt whether it really had the combat capability. Let's put this matter aside for now. After Yika woke up, he took some time out and found that it was already Thursday afternoon. Time is running out. Yika needs to speed up. After gaining experience, Yika was pleasantly surprised to find that the sword's servant soul would not disappear due to the influence of the king's sword. Now he had an extra helper in drawing the sword. Just when Yika was about to draw out the second sword, something strange happened. The sword closest to Yika suddenly hummed, the sword body trembled, and then a spirit rose from the ground. However, although it was also a spirit, the one generated by the sword had a hunched body, and its exposed limbs were like dead branches. Its face, which also had no facial features, had hideous lines on it, and it was completely lacking in the fullness of the spirit next to Yiko. Then another sword gave birth to a spirit, exactly the same as the previous one. As soon as they appeared, they easily picked up the sword that Yiko had pulled out with great effort. This really shocked Yiko. After all, he really knew how difficult it was to pull out a sword. Yiko frowned and got into a fighting stance. At this time, the king's sword was still in use, and he summoned all the other flying swords to cooperate with him in the battle. The only help he had was the sword's servant spirit beside him. It was still unknown as to who would be better against these two spirits whose specific strengths were unknown. But there was also good news. After the two swords were drawn out, the pressure on Yiko was less. Not only could he summon a flying sword to defend himself, he also naturally discovered the changes in himself. The speed and strength have increased a lot, much stronger than when he just entered level D. Looking at the enemy in front of them, Yiko and the sword's servant soul beside him flew out at the same time, each facing one. The spirit raised its withered arm and confronted Yika head-on with the sword in his hand. The spirit's arms looked fragile, but in reality their strength was no less than Yika's. The sound of fine iron colliding was heard several times, and it was the first time that Yiku and the withered spirit came into contact. Yika pulled away and began to accumulate strength, and the withered spirit did the same. Yika had already noticed that the sword's servant soul on the other side was no match for the withered spirit. It seems that the power of the sword's servant soul is only about 70% of his own strength, and perhaps it will be able to improve later. But now it can only help Yiku to hold back one as much as possible, so as to prevent Yiku from being trapped in the middle. There was another series of confrontations. Yiku and the withered spirit each brandished the long sword in their hands, stabbing or stabbing, and the sword fight continued. Before the awakening system, Yiku's special ability was his mastery of swordsmanship, so his attainments in swordsmanship were not low. Even after he gained the ability to control flying swords, Yiku did not give up studying swordsmanship. Now it seems that this is undoubtedly a correct decision. If Yiku had completely relied on the power of the flying sword and gave up practicing swordsmanship, he might not be able to compete with the withered spirit at this time. The balls of light that symbolized the flying swords in the body began to revolve around Yiku's heart again. Although they could not come out to fight, they were also helping Yiku fight in their own way. Thanks to their efforts, after several rounds of fighting, Yiku did not have a single wound on his body, while the withered spirit on the opposite side had an arm broken and had many sword wounds on his body. In his last attack, Yiku aimed directly at its vital point and slashed it with his sword. As the sword flashed, a head flew up, the spirit dissipated, and the sword fell to the ground, but it also did not disappear. The second sword done, picking up the sword directly, Yiku forcefully inserted himself into the battle with the sword's servant soul and defeated the opponent together with it. It was beyond Yiku's expectation, but also within reason. After Yiku checked, he found that the special effects of these two swords were also sword servant souls. Prepare without stopping to deal with the next sword. Then 3 withered spirits stood up, but they were also easily dealt with by Yiku with the help of 3 sword servant spirits. The strength of these withered spirits is at the pawn level, which is still within the range that Yiku can deal with. Just as Yiku adjusted his state and prepared to deal with the remaining swords, something unexpected happened. The royal sword began to emit a dazzling light at this time, and the sword energy continued to spread out as if it was about to be unsheathed. Then a spirit appeared. Unlike the previous spirit, it was not as withered as before. Instead, it stood beside the sword like a living person. The figure with ape arms and slim waist was even taller than Yiku's. The flying long hair of the spirit covered his facial features, but the sharpness revealed in his eyes still reached Yiku's heart. There were 3 withered spirits like the previous ones beside him, standing respectfully on the side like servants. The previous withered spirit was at the pawn level, but I think this King Sword Soul should have reached the elite level, or even the mid-elite level in terms of combat power. The Demon Fist Werewolf was at this level before, and the Obsidian Scorpion was slightly lower than them, being just a lower-level elite who had just entered the elite level. Calming his nervously beating heart, Yiku's eyes revealed determination, just like when he faced the Demon Fist Werewolf, who was much stronger than himself. At this time, the suppression on him had completely disappeared since the appearance of the King Sword Soul, which meant that he could summon flying swords to fight. With the support of a few sword formations, a mid-level elite might not be invincible. At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew up in the canyon without any source. This was caused by the surging energy of many individuals in the canyon. There were also 6 sword servant souls standing beside Yiku at this time, and behind him were 19 flying swords floating in the air, with the tips of the swords pointed at the King Sword Soul and the 3 withered spirits. As long as Yiku gave an order, they would attack immediately and help Yiku eliminate the enemies. In his hand, he holds the flying sword Yin Yang that is specially designed to deal with spirits, and uses the effect of the Yuli formation to attach it to all flying swords. Yiku pointed his sword at the soul of the King's Sword, and his fighting spirit reached its peak. The figure shot out, and it was the King's Sword Soul side that moved first. Yiku also came from behind, and the 2 sides started fighting head-on. The surging valley wind and the crisp sounds of swords indicate that an unknown fierce battle has begun in this canyon. Chapter 37, Sword Heart. Tick. Blood dripped from the tip of the sword. This was naturally Yiku's blood. After all, the person on the other side was a spirit, and there was no such thing as bleeding. In several confrontations, Yiku was at a disadvantage and could not gain any advantage over the King's Sword Soul. There were several cuts on his body caused by the sword energy, and blood was constantly oozing out of the wounds. Yiku looked at Wang Jianzhen with a stern gaze, and his hand holding the Yin Yang sword tightened a little. Yiku has thoroughly experienced the opponent's superb swordsmanship, which is a level that Yiku cannot reach now. Every move is so natural, and there is no trace of routine at all. Moreover, the other party did not feel any pain at all. It was not that I did not hurt it, but its face remained calm. At least it can be confirmed that the opponent is by no means invincible. But can you really defeat it? The sword servant souls around him had defeated the withered sword spirits on the opposite side with their numerical advantage, and all those swords came under Yiku's command. At this time, the 9 sword servant souls and Yiku surrounded the King's Sword Soul. Even if he danced with the swords in his hands, he could not defeat the opponent. Instead, Yiku's energy was consumed rapidly because he had to maintain the 9 sword servant souls. After pondering for a moment, Yiku took back the sword servant soul and only left the flying sword to assist in combat. This was the best method he could think of at the moment. The number is insignificant to the opponent. Facing the enemy with a hexagonal panel, Yiku's idea is to break through the surface with a point and destroy it with the strongest attack. The whistling sound of sword energy breaking through the wind that continued to roll up in the canyon subsided for a moment as Yiku and the King's Sword spirit confronted each other. But this is undoubtedly the calm before the storm. The soul of the King Sword now adopted an unprecedented stance. His right hand held the hilt of the sword flat in front of his chest, and his left hand made a sword finger that lightly brushed the sword body. Wherever the sword finger passed, an ice blue light flickered on the sword body. Yiku would naturally not sit still and wait for death. He tried to overlap all the current attack sword formations and release them together. This attempt is undoubtedly crazy. Yiku has 3 attack sword formations in his hands, namely the 7-star formation, the shadow sweeping formation, and the fish beauty formation. Holding the Yin Yang sword, it serves as the core of the Yuli formation and the 7-star formation. The 9 shadows transformed by the shadow sweeping array are now all gathered together as one. This is the fusion effect of the Return to Heart Sword. Although this fusion cannot bring any bonus, each of the 9 shadows holds a sword in their hands. The 9 shadow sword still has the power of the 9 shadows and the special effects of 9 flying swords. The remaining flying swords in the 7-star formation are added with the Yin Yang sword special effects by the Yuli formation effect plus the 9 shadow sword. This is Yiku's strongest attack at present. The consumption of maintaining 3 sword formations was undoubtedly huge, and Yiku's energy was quickly released like a punctured balloon. Strike first. When Yiku's momentum reached its peak, he made a decisive move. The yin-yang sword thrust forward, and then the flying swords in the sword formation turned into meteors and rushed straight to the King's Sword Soul on the opposite side. The King's Sword Soul also made a corresponding move, taking a step forward with his left foot, spreading his feet apart in a bow stance, extending his left hand forward in a claw shape, bending his right hand to hold the sword and gathering strength backwards, then suddenly thrusting forward. Blade Storm. These 4 words suddenly popped into Yi Ke's mind, making him excited. The sword thrust out by the King's Sword Soul carried the ice blue sword light, which turned into a ball of light that continuously emitted sword energy and shot towards Yi Ke. Not long after, the two forces suddenly met. In an instant, the loose soil on the entire canyon rock wall was shaken off, and a large number of irregular and extremely deep sword marks appeared on the ground. The two powerful forces collided head-on, and the light ball of the sword blade storm exploded, followed by hundreds of sword blades dancing 360 degrees to attack. These sword blades were extremely powerful. After a while, Yi Ke's flying sword became much dimmer and had potholes on its surface. As expected, if he continued to fight head-on, it would break directly. But when two brave men meet in a narrow road, the brave one wins. Yi Ke has no way to retreat now. This has revealed all his cards. If he can't even win like this, Yi Ke will be completely at his wit's end. Yi Ke could naturally go out and hide until his strength matured before coming back to challenge. But at this moment his heart, which had been oppressed for a long time, completely exploded. From being looked down upon by others to the recent displacement, all of these were caused by his own lack of strength. If Yi Ke was the kind of person who would run away when faced with difficulties, he would give up this path when he awakened his E-level supernatural powers and would not insist on completing the prerequisite tasks for system awakening. Refusing to admit defeat, Yi Ke clenched his teeth. The knuckles of his right hand holding the hilt of the sword were pale, and there were some wounds on his face and body caused by the opponent's sword energy storm. What kept him from falling was the violently beating heart in his chest. From the moment he drew the sword, Yi Ke's heart underwent strange changes under the influence of the flying sword. It beat more violently, and its surface was dyed golden by the light ball transformed by the flying sword. It seemed that every beat could provide the flying sword with more energy to defeat the opponent. Like Yi Ke, it didn't want to escape anymore, and it also wanted to fight. The gold color that wrapped around the heart gradually faded, revealing the crystal-clear core inside. When the gold completely faded, a crystal-like sword heart appeared in Yi Ke's chest. A circle of silver ripples spread out, and changes appeared on Yi Ke's body. The neat black short hair became long and fluttered in the wind, like an ancient swordsman. The short sleeves on his body were replaced by a white long gown with a green shirt underneath. The white shirt is more beautiful than snow, and the green shirt is more beautiful than water. In an instant, Yi Ke transformed from a modern swordsman into an ancient swordsman. Not only did his temperament and clothing change, the energy in Yi Ke's body also surged, and he gradually began to gain the upper hand in comparison with the blade storm of the King's Sword Soul. Yi Ke was just having doubts, and the system explained it to him. Ding! The host has completed the comprehension of the sword heart and has broken through to the intermediate level. All flying swords will be upgraded to the corresponding level. The system all will be updated, the growth tasks will be updated, and the rewards will be issued soon. Ding! Points X 1000. Moon version sword array of your choice. Choose 1 from 8. Growth task selection branch generation. Regardless of the system's notifications, the contest between Yi Ke and Wang Jianzhen has reached a white-hot stage. As Yi Ke broke through to the intermediate level, the power of the sword formation was exerted more fully, and the sword blade storm that was originally advancing terrifyingly was pushed back. Huh! Yi Ke shouted loudly, using all his strength to make a final effort. He was betting that the other party was also at the end of his strength. Although there was no change in Wang Jianzhen's expression, his figure was obviously getting dimmer. With a loud bang, the result came out. The King's Sword Soul was completely torn apart by the sword blade storm and Yi Ke's flying sword that were pushed back. The sword that carried it also fell to the ground, as if it had completely lost its spirituality. But Yi Ke seemed to see an inexplicable smile on the other party's face just before Wang Jian's soul disappeared, and it seemed that 2 words were faintly floating in the void. Goodbye. Who is saying goodbye to me? Is it you? Yi Ke walked in front of Wang Jian and stared at it, which was completely silent at this moment. Yi Ke also subdued it as a flying sword. After checking, he found that the soul of the King's sword had disappeared, and was replaced by another sword servant soul. Yi Ku sighed, thinking that if he could subdue the soul of Wang Jian, he would be able to dominate the student circle of the Academy of Supernatural Powers. After all, even those who have the ability to contract alien beasts or summon alien beasts may not be able to own a mid-elite level alien beast. Yi Ku smiled helplessly, feeling that he was a little greedy. At this time, the fog in the Sword Tomb's secret realm had completely dissipated, and the energy in it also enriched Yi Ku's spiritual world, which he thought could nourish his own mental strength. As a user with special powers, the energy that drives combat and the mental power used to control special powers complement each other. After exiting the spiritual world and looking at the outside world, Yi Ku was dumbfounded. Holy shit, how come the game is about to start with only 9 minutes left? There was no time to think about it. After paying the fee for the meditation room, Yi Ku immediately summoned his flying sword and rode it to the battlefield. Chapter 38, Talent Competition. As a person with A-level superpowers and super strength, Shuexiu hasn't felt the feeling of being oppressed by power for a long time, especially since she is currently the chairman of the Jinling campus. But now, the square-faced man sitting in front of her as steady as a rock and sipping tea was a rare person who was 1 level higher than her in rank. Sitting on the reception sofa in her office, Shuexiu held the still steaming cup of fragrant tea in both hands, frowned and said, "Teacher Xiao, these students have been carefully cultivated by our Jinling campus for a long time. Isn't it a bit unfair for you to do this?" "Huh? How could that be, Chairman Shui? Good students should naturally go to better places and receive better guidance, right? The country is in need of talent right now, and I think Chairman Shui will understand our good intentions." Don't hit a smiling person. Even though the smile on the square face of the person in front of him was so infuriating, Shuexiu you could only hold back and not get angry. The hand holding the teacup tightened a little. Shuexiu had come into contact with Xiao Hanmin, who was from the admissions office of the Magic City Advanced Supernatural Academy, more than once or twice, but each time was not a pleasant experience. In theory, the Jinling campus and the Shanghai campus belong to the same company, but in reality, there is an obvious competitive relationship between the two campuses. This kind of relationship is not uncommon, and the reason behind it needs to be explained in detail. In the early days of the alien beast invasion, China used up almost all the remaining resources that were not invested in the frontal battlefield at that time to establish the earliest superpower academies in the 4 cities of the imperial capital: the demon capital, the monster capital, and the ancient capital as a transit station for training war superpowers. As time goes by, the 4 supernatural academies have branched out and established branch campuses in the surrounding cities. In fact, they have established new academies in various places. Their original intention was to expand the scope of enrollment. However, the resources allocated by the state each year are limited, and the college's continuous expansion requires far more resources than the state can supply. Therefore, the college began to divide itself into local campuses and the main campus, and then used the competition in teaching quality and teaching achievements as the standard for allocating resources. However, the main campus obviously still holds a dominant position, and it is not uncommon for potential students from branch campuses to be lured to the main campus through various means. However, the teacher should have a legitimate reason, and the main campus cannot be seized by force with a thick face. So various excuses were brought up to cover it up. This time, Xiao Hanmin used the final selection of students from Haidu as a way to show fairness to them, but in reality, it was a division of talents from the Jinling campus. Otherwise, they could just designate those students from Haidu to undergo specific assessments without having to involve all the students from the Jinling campus in the first semester. From the outside, it seems that this is not only an opportunity for the unlucky students from Haidu, but also an opportunity for the original students from Jinling campus who do not have a favorable location to be promoted to the Modi campus. But for the top leaders of the two campuses, this is a naked war for talent. The campus with more talent means more resources in the future. But that's not what you said, Mr. Xiao. The country now advocates that branch campuses share the training pressure of the main campus. The Jinling campus can still afford to support these students. The education they will receive in the future will not necessarily be much less than that of the Magic City campus. In fact, more education will be provided to them. If they go to the Shanghai campus, with your teaching mechanism, these students may not be able to rank at the top in the competition. As the saying goes, it is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Shuexiu spoke calmly, her words filled with dissatisfaction with the Magic City campus's intention to transfer outstanding students for this final exam. It is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Chairman Shui must also know that people go to higher places and water flows to lower places. Your school does not need to belittle itself. Your students can stand out naturally because they have the corresponding strength, and people with strength can naturally be fully squeezed out of their potential in competition. So by doing this, we can actually help your school save resources and take care of more students. Xiao Hanmin said righteously, his face full of justice. However, not everyone has supernatural talents, and at the current stage of supernatural teaching, it is very unrealistic to distribute resources equally to everyone. While every student has the most basic resources for training, the most appropriate method at present is to allocate more resources based on competition to more talented students. Everyone knows this very well. Xiao Hanmin knows it, and Shui Xiaoyu knows it too. But as soon as the average resources are exported, the justice they contain for the majority of people will affect people's judgment, making them more inclined to what Xiao Hanmin said. The two of them had a lukewarm discussion in the office, and neither of them was willing to give in. The fragrant tea in the cup had been finished, but Xiao Hanmin was still sitting on the guest sofa with his usual friendly smile on his face. Shui Xiaoyu stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in the office, looking out with her beautiful eyes, trying to calm her restless mood. The chairman's office is located in the core area of the Jinling campus, in the middle of all functional areas. From here you can see several of the largest competition venues in the Jinling campus. The Jinling campus is full of bellicosity, and at this moment there are people both on and off the courts in several competition arenas. Just as he was about to continue reading, Shui Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly turned cold. Who dares to fly so fast next to the office building of Jinling campus? Don't they know that there is a no-fly rule on campus? At this time, Yi Ku, who was flying on a sword, really didn't know this rule. He kept looking at the time on his mobile phone and speeded up to reach the corresponding location of the competition venue. Shui Xiaoyu looked at him coldly. It was really unfortunate that this kid came when she was in a bad mood. It seemed that he had to go to the competition now. If he won, it would be fine. If he lost, Yika had no idea what Shui Xiaoyu was thinking. How could he know that he was flying on a sword in the campus and had offended the big boss of this campus, Chairman Shui Xiaoyu, before he even offended the Academic Affairs Office? At this time, the camera came to Zhu Qingyi. His brows were twisted into a shape of a Chuan character, and Yu Qingdong beside him also had a frown on his face. Zhang Kale on the opposite side had a more and more sarcastic smile on his face, and the same was true for the two teammates beside him. There is 1 minute left. If student Yiku has not arrived yet, Zhang Kale's team will be declared the winner. The referee standing in the center of the competition stage spoke loudly, checking the watch in his hand. Xiao Wei, why didn't Yiku come yet? With his personality, he would never flee from a battle even if he knew his opponent was strong. Chui Qidong said anxiously, pulling Tang Yaowei's arm. Tang Yaowei was feeling complicated at this moment. This matter was all caused by her, and it was an unexpected disaster for Yiku. The last 10 seconds, 10, 9, 8, 7. Yeri Kome. Yiku fell from midair, landed on the ground with his feet, and landed heavily on the competition stage. After confirming that Yiku was indeed the Yiku that everyone had been waiting for a long time, the referee announced that both sides should adjust and prepare for the competition. Coming to his two teammates, without even bothering to say hello, Yiku turned around to face Zhang Kale and assumed a fighting stance. The momentum of both sides gradually increased. They repelled each other, and the situation was on the verge of breaking out. Old Yi, what have you gained from your recent training? Zhu Qingyi asked anxiously. After all, Yiku's ability was only at level E, making him the weakest link in the team. According to the shortboard effect, he might be the biggest breakthrough point in the team. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on it. Yiku smiled confidently. A golden light flashed on his chest, and his supernatural characteristics began to emerge. Chapter 39, Is This E-Level? There was a colorful light like glass on Yiku's left chest, and his clothes moved without wind. A mist of fairy air spread from his chest to his whole body, and then a white gown was draped over him. In the eyes of the people around him, Yiku's already upright figure now looked like a sword unsheathed. Both the momentum and the fighting spirit were fully exposed to everyone. Oh my god, this is a supernatural feature. Old Yi, you have broken through to the intermediate level. Zhu Qingyi, who was in a fighting stance beside him, was completely attracted by the changes in Yiku. This was the first time he saw the supernatural characteristics of someone of his age. Not only Zhu Qingyi's eyes were filled with surprise, but Yu Qingdong and even Zhang Kale and his three companions were also either surprised or fearful. Well, this is what I have gained from my recent training. Yiku was standing at the front of the three people on his side at this time. So he turned around and gave Zhu Qingyi and the other two a confident smile. Cui Qitong and Tang Yaowei, who were sitting next to the competition stage in the seats originally used as substitutes for the team competition, also noticed the changes in him. Great! Yiku has broken through to the intermediate level. This is going to be different. Cui Qitong still kept his hands in the posture of praying for Yiku, which made the little girl feel much more at ease. Tang Yaowei, who was right beside her, saw a young man in white clothes with a martial arts style, eyes like bright stars, and long sword-like eyebrows, with a strange light appearing in his beautiful eyes. There was a white mist like fairy air lingering on the stage. Shui Xiuyu, who was standing in front of the French window in the chairman's office, saw the changes in Yiku, frowned slightly, and clasped his hands in front of his chest, waiting for Yiku's performance. Good boy. You are really good. Regardless of the fact that the competition was still going on, Zhu Qingyi put his arm around Yiku's shoulders and laughed heartily. Envy flashed across Yu Qingdong's usually stern face, but he still maintained a fighting stance in preparation for a sudden attack from Zhang Kale and the other two. Bah! So what if it's intermediate level? It's not even an E-level talent. Zhang Kale's face showed a gloomy look, and he had already picked up his exclusive weapon, a standard long sword. Well, we still have to deal with them. Yiku patted Zhu Qingyi's arm that was around his shoulders, smiling and looking very relaxed. You're right. We need to teach these three brats a lesson. Everyone returned to the formation they had practiced before the game. After a small episode, the real competition now officially begins. Yiku summoned the golden scale sword, which had a clustering effect. The more swords he controlled, the stronger the sword became. 29 flying swords also emerged into the air behind him, swimming like fish in the air. This scene once again caused exclamations from the audience, and was particularly inspiring to the passionate young people. So handsome. Isn't this the image of a sword immortal reflected in reality? There was an extra bullet in Zhu Qingyi's hand, which was his weapon. His special ability is B-level displacement, a rare spatial special ability, which is similar in function to telekinesis, but actually different. For example, Zhu Qingyi's most commonly used method of attack is to set the displacement endpoint on the opponent, and then the projectile in his hand will chase the enemy like a tracking missile. Zhu Qingyi has not yet fully developed this ability, but anyone with a discerning eye can see how powerful this ability is. On the other side, Yu Qingdong put on a pair of brass knuckles, and then a blue-green gas wrapped around his fists. This is Yu Qingdong's special ability, B-level on foam. The air in his hand looks light, but in fact there are thousands of air currents flowing at high speed. When compressed into his fist, one punch can tear a stone wall apart. Yiku took the lead. As he moved, for flying swords tightly protected his side. The star-level defensive sword formation that had not been used before, the Xinyu formation, was activated. Yiku's defense suddenly improved a lot, and at this time he also met Zhang Kale, who was also rushing towards him. So, what if you're at the intermediate level? It still doesn't change the fact that your abilities are rubbish. Zhang Kale's standard long sword chopped down on his head, and it was attached with Zhang Kale's supernatural power, B-level electric light, which could increase its sharpness and come with a paralysis effect. The two men engaged in swordplay, but Zhang Kale's expected result of Yiku being paralyzed did not occur. Instead, he was directly repelled by Yiku, who had already accumulated a wave of strength in the charge. Yiku was not completely immune to the paralysis effects, but he resisted most of them through the special effects of the Xinyu formation. The special effect that comes in handy here is to provide corresponding resistance based on the special effects of the flying swords around you. Yiku's Sword of Stopping has a paralysis effect, so he can gain resistance to the paralysis effect through the Xinyu formation. Zhang Kale felt depressed as the tried and tested paralysis effect didn't come in handy. The abilities of primary psychics are not highly developed, and they often do not have many means of combat. There is a high probability that they are only one-sided in combat. Once they are restrained, it often means defeat. But he still has a chance, and that is the guy who is protected by him and another person behind him and is planning a big move. As long as the two of them can hold Yiku and his two companions back for 3 minutes, no matter whether Yiku is an intermediate level or not, victory will definitely belong to them in the end. Having made up his mind, Zhang Kale entangled Yiku to prevent him from breaking through and disturbing his teammates who were preparing inside. If this can hold me back, then my intermediate level is really nothing special. Yiku spoke indifferently. Zhang Kale frowned. Could it be that he had some other means to break through? He had just broken through to the intermediate level, so he shouldn't. With his eyes wide open, Zhang Kale saw in disbelief that 10 souls appeared around Yiku. The Sword Servant Souls, the abilities that Yi Ke has just acquired, each have 70% of Yi Ke's strength and have no other abilities. However, if they're given a special effect Flying Sword each, they will definitely be a group of tough opponents. 10 Sword Servant Spirits, 10 special effect Flying Swords, and 4 Flying Swords as part of the Shinyu formation by Yi Ke's side. This is one of the means that Yi Ke has developed to deal with the enemy. Yi Ke is also happy to use Zhang Kale to test the feasibility of this combat method. But he had other tasks to do and couldn't just stand there and watch. The special ability of the person guarding in the middle is also very troublesome for himself. The man skill is B-level Pang Ying, which can draw out and disrupt a person's memory, causing the opponent to fall into memory confusion, and can even add non-existent memories into it. Such a powerful ability should not be B-level, but it has 2 fatal weaknesses. The first is the long period of silent preparation before performing the skill, without any interruption. The second is that a person can only be affected by Pang Ying once in his life, and will never be affected again. Although these 2 points are fatal, no one dares to see the impact that Pang Ying had on themselves that time, so Pang Ying also gained the reputation of being one of the strongest superpowers below Class A. Don't even think about going over there. The man who was entangled with Zhu Qingyi and Yu Qingdong at the same time came to meet Yi Ke, and his special ability, B-level slowness, also affected Yi Ke. Zhu Qingyi's projectiles were lingering in the air and approaching at a snail's pace, while Yu Qingdong was like a warrior who had used a big move but was hit short-handed. "You are not enough." Yi Ke uttered these words softly. "Huh? Look at your situation clearly. Why are you so proud?" The slow-witted person's eyes suddenly widened before he could finish his words. In front of him, the 4 flying swords that rose in front of Yi Ke were arranged in a formation, forming a Yu Li formation with a special effect Xiao Lian sword as the main force. Then the sword force formed by the 4 swords suddenly climbed to a higher level, and the slowness imposed on them could no longer suppress them. Is the information fake? Didn't they say his special ability was just a simple sword-controlling ability? What's with these skills? It is good at defense and has offensive means. Is this an E-level ability? The slow mutant cursed the intelligence dealer's ancestors in his heart, but he couldn't back down. Yi Ke's strength had obviously exceeded their expectations. If they wanted to win, they could only rely on Pang Ying to defeat the enemy with one move. Yi Ke did not dare to delay. The 4 flying swords in Yu Li's formation came out at the same time. Although their speed was slow, they all aimed directly at the Pang Ying mutant who was preparing. To attack the enemy, you must rescue him, and the ability of the slow ability user must act on 3 people for flying swords and a projectile. The opponent's energy is being consumed rapidly, and our side is determined to win. The balance of victory in this battle has already tilted towards Yi Ke's side. The audience was deeply attracted by Yi Ke's methods, and at this moment they were also closely attracted by the tense situation on the field. So the war was introduced into the climax stage at this time, and everyone was looking forward to how exciting the next scene would be. Chapter 40, Overwhelmingly Powerful? The battle on the competition field was unexpected but intense, and the audience in the stands were also discussing the current situation enthusiastically. What the hell? Who would have thought that an E-level ability that breaks through to the intermediate level could almost beat Zhang Kale, the pretentious boss? Not really, but he is indeed unexpectedly strong. He has many skills in attack, defense, group, and even single combat. He is simply a Trisolaran. What can I say? When I first started gambling, several people tried to persuade me earnestly, but now why are they all silent? Isn't it still unclear who will win? The villain is getting ahead. Whispering. Humph, keep talking tough. The 2 pairs of beautiful eyes were always fixed on the competition stage, and the tension in their eyes gradually faded. They looked at each other suddenly and saw surprise in each other's eyes. I didn't expect Yi Ke to be so capable. When he comes back, I will definitely teach him how to become stronger. There were stars in Shui Qidong's eyes, and he was very curious about Yi Ke. Is he really only E-level? I wouldn't be surprised if the same ability appeared in a B-level Esper. Tang Yaowei couldn't hide her curiosity, and her eyes unconsciously stayed on the white dress on the competition stage for a long time. If that boy had been more stubborn and really fought with me, would I have been his opponent at that time? Tang Jie asked himself. But unfortunately, as a reckless man whose muscles seriously squeezed the living space of his brain, he could not come up with any reason no matter how hard he thought. There was a little more appreciation in Shui Xiaoyu's eyes, which softened a little. In her opinion, this little guy, Yi Ke, brought her quite a surprise. I wonder if Chairman Shue's thought about the final result? Time is limited, and I still need to go back to the Magic City campus to report to the principal. Xiao Hanmin's annoying voice came from behind, but Yiku's performance just relieved a lot of Shui Xiuyu's inner depression. Her thoughts suddenly became clear, and an idea came to her mind. It's like this, Teacher Xiao. I do have an idea. It's like this. Xiao Hanmin was a little surprised when he saw Shui Xiuyu turning around with a smile on her face. After listening to Shui Xiuyu's suggestion slowly, the smile that had been on his face since the beginning of the conversation disappeared and was replaced by a look of deep thought. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hanmin said, "Isn't it a bit unreasonable for the Magic City campus to take part in your school's exams? How could that be? This is also a way to help your school eliminate poor students, right? I believe your school can understand that as the chairman of the board, I don't want this school with only 2 or 3 birds to become more and more desolate, right? Well, I'll agree to it for now. I'll discuss the specifics with other teachers in the academy after I return, and I'll give you a reply as soon as possible." "Ah, thank you very much. Take care. I won't see you off." Under Shui Xiuyu's gaze, Xiao Hanmin walked out of the chairman's office. At the last moment before walking out the door, Xiao Hanmin subconsciously looked back, trying to read something from Shui Xiuyu's facial expression. From the beginning of the conversation, Xiao Hanmin began to grasp the rhythm of the conversation from Shui Xiuyu's expression. Although Shui Xiuyu also holds a high position, he is still far behind old foxes like Xiao Hanmin in terms of experience. But just now Shui Xiuyu was able to suddenly seize the initiative in this negotiation. Did something happen during that period of time? When he looked back, he found that Shui Xiuyu was not looking in his direction at all. His back was facing him, and his eyes were looking out the floor-to-ceiling window. The camera cuts back to the competition stage. The slow-witted psychic, who was the last line of defense, already had beads of sweat on his head. Less than 2 minutes had passed, and he was almost out of energy. Right in front of him, Yiku, with a determined gaze, had been taking firm steps towards himself after being slowed down at the beginning. Now, there were only 4 or 5 steps left. Once he gets close to me, he will definitely use his flying sword to eliminate me. By then, Peng Ying, who is not yet prepared, will be interrupted, and I will definitely lose. "Boss, help me." It seems that the prayer has worked. Under the siege of 10 sword servant spirits, Zhang Kale, who was constantly moving around, saw the critical situation here and used his only long-range means at this stage regardless of being injured by the sword servant spirits. The standard long sword thrust forward, and a beam of electric light shot out from the tip of the sword, flashing across the competition stage. Feeling the danger approaching rapidly from behind, Yiku reacted immediately. First, because of the slowness, there was no time to turn around. So Yiku asked the nearest sword servant soul to sacrifice himself to block it. By sensing the injured part of the sword servant soul, Yiku predicted the direction of this straight-line attack. Then he used the flying sword to block or deflect the attack so that it could not hurt the 3 of them. Everything happened in a flash. The lightning beam arrived in an instant, and Yiku's action did not fail. The electric beam passed by Yiku's thigh, instantly burning the pants beside his thigh to a crisp, and the same happened to the flesh inside, causing his body to tremble. If it was hit directly, the thigh would probably be pierced directly, right? The paralysis effect would also be so great that it would be impossible to resist. Damn it, he got away with it. Zhang Kale gritted his teeth and said viciously. He was also feeling uncomfortable at the moment. There were 2 sword wounds on his left arm and right leg. At this moment, there was a burning sensation and a tingling sensation that kept sweeping through his body like a tide. They come from the feigned sword with a burning effect and the poisoned sword with a poisonous effect. After failing in his first attack, Yiku is now on guard, and it will be difficult for him to succeed again. People in the audience could see from afar the regret written all over Zhang Kale's face. But was it also the case in his heart? Yiku and the other 2 had already reached the farthest distance they could attack. A punch, a sword, and a bullet came one after another, but at this moment, something strange happened on the field. The dazzling purple light instantly engulfed the figures of Yiku and the other 2. B-level supernatural power Panjing is activated. How could that be? Doesn't Panjing need at least 10 minutes to prepare? There was also a commotion in the audience. The purple mist that enveloped Yiku and the other 2 was a sign of Panjing's attack. The sword servant soul beside Zhang Kale has stopped his actions, and a sly smile of success appeared on his face. These guys haven't done enough preparation. No, in my plan, they have no chance of winning, ha ha ha. Peng Ying's activation can be accelerated by special equipment. In order to win, Jean Cale spent a lot of money to buy an equipment that can accelerate the release of supernatural powers. This is one of the conditions. The second is distance. Pang Ying needs to read the memory to activate it. And what is not well known is that the speed of reading the memory is related to the distance between the psychic and the opponent. As Yi Ku and his companions continued to approach the slow psychic and the huge shadow psychic, the distance between them continued to shrink, and the speed of memory reading became faster and faster. The third factor is the amount of memory to be read. Yi Ku and the other two are still relatively young, and their total memory is not too much, so the reading speed will be faster. These 3 points ultimately led to the conditions for Pang Ying to launch the attack in about 10 minutes. After Pang Ying performed his ability, the psychic collapsed on the ground. His head was dizzy. After all, the memories of the 3 people had just passed through his mind, and his mind was filled with a large number of memories at the moment. People forget in order to protect themselves. The memories that Pang Ying has seen will be cleared away by the brain of the person who cast the spell as foreign objects. If one wants to remember them, he must force his brain to recall them over and over again. Looking at the 3 people they had controlled, Yi Ku and Yu Qingdong knelt on one knee, covering their heads with one hand and subconsciously supporting their bodies with the other hand. Zhu Qingyi fell straight to the ground, face up. Pang Ying, the psychic, couldn't help but worry that Zhu Qingyi might have damaged his brain. Jean Cale asked him to come because he heard someone bullying his goddess Tang Yaowei, and he agreed on impulse. But seeing the goddess' performance before the game, it didn't seem like that. However, he had to fulfill his promise to others, so he still had to take the competition seriously. I did not implant other memories in them, but rather triggered the memories that they were most afraid of. Basically, it was just a nightmare and would not hurt their spirits. Not good. They're going to lose. Tang Jie frowned and spoke in a heavy tone. The 2 girls also started to worry again. Yika closed his eyes tightly. He was back to a familiar place. It was at that time that he fell into an endless bloody road because of a glance with the Silver Wolf King. Experiencing the exhaustion and despair again, Yika felt as if his heart was in shackles. Now he could only keep moving forward. I don't know if this time, the road ahead can be completely traveled. Chapter 41, The Blood Sword arrives. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Walking on this seemingly endless bloody road, Yi Ku felt as if his legs were being continuously poured into lead water. His eyes were already bloodshot, and his steps were becoming heavier and heavier. The effect of Pang Ying is like having an extremely real dream. The people in it will be thrown into a scene that they have personally experienced. Pang Ying manipulates the dream to block perception, making it impossible for those who are affected to escape from this false memory. Everything around him was extremely real. The burning blood stimulated Yi Ku's feet. The surrounding red rock walls were also burning fiercely, with billowing white smoke constantly coming out. All of this was so similar to the bloody suffering brought about by that unforgettable eye contact. But this time, there was no external stimulation. Even though the ability gap between the casters was huge, the fear aroused in Yi Ku's heart was no less. All the circumstances from the previous time were still vivid in his mind. The ferocious power of the Silver Wolf King seemed to strangle Yi Ku's heart once again, staining the heart, which had been as dazzling as glass since he broke through the intermediate level, with a deep gray layer of deathly aura. The same situation also happened to the other 2 people around Yi Ku. The audience could only see the solemn expressions of the 3 people, and no one knew what kind of torture they were suffering. After seeing the situation of Yi Ku and the other 2, the referee determined that they had lost their ability to fight. In fact, this was also done so that they could get rid of Pang Ying's torture as quickly as possible. Don't worry, teacher. They haven't lost their fighting power yet. Jean Cale put his hands in his pockets and spoke sinisterly at this moment. The referee frowned and said unkindly, "The competition can be concluded here. Even if Pang Ying is cast by a junior psychic, it is not something that students can resist." Jean Cale shook his head and then slashed at Yi Ku with a knife. Just as the referee was about to make a move, he saw the flying sword floating beside. Yi Ku automatically protect its master and block this simple attack. "Look, teacher, this student Yi Ku can still react, which means he can still fight. So please take a rest aside. You don't want to ruin the fairness of this competition, right?" Jean Cale retracted the knife and said with a smile. The referee frowned. The fairness of the ruling is highly valued in the Jinling campus, where martial arts is prevalent. Moreover, Jean Cale comes from a distinguished background and has the support of a school director. His current behavior will obviously be put under a magnifying glass, and his future prospects will undoubtedly be affected. The smile became more and more intense. The standard long sword in Jean Cale's hand was already armed with electric light, with electric snakes moving around and thunder suddenly rising. Brother Zhang, we are all classmates. There is no need to... The student who was performing Panging advised, but was glared at viciously by Jean Cale and had to shut up. The slow mutant also frowned, but he was more afraid of offending Jean Cale, the local tyrant, than offending the three people on the ground. So, one of them had a look of pity in his eyes, while the other folded his hands over his chest with an indifferent attitude, and neither of them tried to stop Jean Cale. Haha, now you know who is the boss of this campus. He then raised his standard long sword, and the electric light extended along the blade, turning the entire sword into a whip, and he lashed fiercely at Yi Ku, who was closest to him and had offended him the most. The 10 sword servant souls moved, and those blocking Yi Ku were blown away. The flying swords that automatically formed the Xinyu formation to protect Yi Ku were also opened. The blow, whose power and lightning had been reduced by half, still landed on Yi Ku's back. In an instant, the white gown tore apart, and blood oozed out along the bloodstains on the back. The audience was completely silent at this moment, and everyone was shocked by the scene before them. The Jinling campus is full of competitive spirit, but most students get along well with each other. Even if a conflict occurs, it is not uncommon for the two to be enemies before going on stage and become friends after leaving the stage. Jean Cale's behavior at this moment could even be described as humiliating. But no one in the audience dared to speak out, because in their eyes Jean Cale was a symbol of strength, power, and violence, and he was someone who could not be offended. Yi Ku and the other two were assumed to be weak, and their behavior was classified as asking for trouble. But just because they succumbed to Jean Cale's violence doesn't mean everyone will succumb. Except for a few who used their mobile phones to inform the outside world of the situation here and wanted to find teachers to solve the problem. At this moment, ripples were already appearing on the protective shield that isolated the competition stage from the outside world. After Cui Qitong discovered Jean Cale's purpose, he began to knock on the barrier hard, trying to rescue Yi Ku and the others. Tang Yaowei stood beside her with an anxious look on her face. She slapped the barrier with her hands, but the recoil made her hands tremble constantly. Even though she knew that such an action was futile, because the barrier could only be lifted by the referee on the competition stage, or by an external force strong enough to destroy it directly. But even though she was usually very smart, she was willing to do the same as Cui Qitong at this moment, foolishly knocking on the barrier, hoping to convey their dissatisfaction inside, so that the referee would open the barrier and rescue Yi Ku. As the only boy among the three, Tang Jian naturally took the lead in the charge, but he was entangled by two of Jean Cale's men who did not go on stage. As one of the few highly talented students on campus, Tang Jie has more say than Tang Yaowei, the school belle. What they want to do now is to act like little ghosts and keep him from going directly to the teacher outside the venue to complain. At least they want to let Jean Cale have enough fun on the stage. Tang Jie was so angry that veins popped out of his forehead, but there was no competition in the competition area that allowed the use of supernatural powers, so he could only use the most primitive method to break the encirclement. But the two little ghosts held one of his legs each and wouldn't let him leave. When Xue Xiu saw Jean Cale's behavior, disgust flashed in her eyes, but she didn't take any action yet, because she discovered a strange phenomenon on Yi Ku, which triggered an extremely shocking guess in her heart. Yi Ku and the other two had all been injured to varying degrees, with blood staining their clothes red, causing many of the timid girls to cover their eyes. At this time, Yi Ku's mind was completely engulfed by blood and pain, and the torture and fear from just now gradually turned into anger. It included the anger of being forced to leave his hometown, and the anger caused by the pain of the scars on his body. Once again, the white whip wrapped in electric light came lashing towards him. Yi Ku didn't even raise his head, but grabbed it with his hands. Jean Cale curled his lips into a sneer. If an ordinary person dared to touch the electric light with his hands, even if his palms were not cut off by the electric light, they would be burnt by the electric light. But the next second he couldn't laugh anymore. Yi Ku saw a ball of deep red liquid wrapping around his palm, and then he grasped the electric light and extinguished it directly. How is that possible? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Jean Cale felt a flash before his eyes, and the red color completely filled the world in front of him, followed by a heart-wrenching pain. Everyone was stunned by Yi Ku's move. Yi Ku, who was being whipped just now, suddenly grasped Jean Cale's electric light, and then he clenched his other hand and condensed a deep red blood sword out of thin air. Yiku simply swung it in the air toward Jean Kale, and Jean Kale was split diagonally from the left shoulder blade to the right waist. A large amount of blood spurted out like a blooming blood flower. Shui Xiaoyu's attention was completely attracted by the blood sword in Yiku's hand. A name quietly emerged in her mind. Just the thought made her body tremble, as she was a superpowered person with A-level superpowers. The power known as the king of A-level powers, Emperor Blood. Chapter 42, Danger Level Number 1. A courtyard house somewhere in the city center of the imperial capital. Brother Su. Uncle Lee, good afternoon. Have you eaten? Different from the ancient and elegant courtyard, there is a very modern security booth at the entrance. At this time, the two young men spoke to the two people in the security booth. Okay, let's get started now. Xiao Wang, you two are here, so Lao Li and I will be off work. The middle-aged man called Brother Su, who was sitting in the security booth, saw the two young men coming. His bored eyes lit up for a moment, and he stood up and began to pack his things to prepare to take over from them. Don't do it like last time. You had an argument with the owner and asked me to mediate. While handing the entry and exit registration forms to the two of them, Brother Su reminded Xiao Wang worriedly. Hey, Uncle Su, to be honest, I feel more and more that the higher-ups are making a big fuss out of nothing. The four of us are all high-level superpowers with A-level superpowers. We can kill people everywhere, but we're just guarding the gate here. Isn't this a waste of talent? Xiao Wang crossed his arms over his chest and said dissatisfiedly. Young people nowadays, isn't the owner of the most dangerous superpower, Emperor Blood, worth your attention? Is this title just exaggerated? The one I fought last time wasn't that powerful. Apart from that strange blood sword that could draw blood from my body, it posed no threat to me at all. Xiao Wang curled his lips, obviously not believing it. You young man, Old Li, why don't you say something to him? Brother Su shook his head and called on Lao Li to join the team in educating young people. Old Li had no intention of paying any attention to the two of them. He picked up the kettle of wolfberries he had brought with him and walked out. TSK, this guy, well, I'm leaving too. As I said before, don't mess with the owner of this house. I know. Xiao Wang waved his hand to signal, and with his other hand he skillfully took out his mobile phone and started browsing. Jinling Campus Competition Area. Everyone's eyes were focused on the blood-red figure on the competition stage. Yiku was standing on the stage holding a deep red blood sword. He looked at Jean Kale, who was almost cut in two by his sword. For some reason, he did not move any further, but stood there motionless. However, this silence did not last long. Soon, Yiku's head turned like an old machine, and then looked at the slow psychic and the huge shadow psychic. Teacher, I surrender, the slow mutant said with a trembling voice, and the moment Yiku turned his head, he met Yiku's scarlet eyes. In an instant, the blood in my body seemed to freeze. I also am. Peng Ying, the psychic, was so frightened that he collapsed on the ground, not daring to breathe for fear of disturbing Yiku. The referee finally came to his senses. He announced Yi Kefang's victory and quickly ran to Jean Kale to help him. The moment he saw Jean Kale, the referee tried hard to suppress a feeling of nausea. At this moment, Jean Kale's whole body was split diagonally, and one could already see the white bones inside, and the crushed internal organs scattered all over the ground. He had never been to the battlefield, and this was the first time he had seen such a bloody scene. He was stunned for a moment and did not try to help. Yiku on the other side was in a state of chaos at this time. His vision was covered with a layer of blood, and the murderous intent filling his mind drove him to further launch an indiscriminate killing. This made him unconsciously move towards the other two opponents. That's enough. You really surprised me this time. A figure instantly appeared in front of Yiku, grabbed his collar, and threw him into the sky. Then her gaze turned to Jean Kale. Shui Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes focused, and the next second she pointed her finger out of thin air and instantly restored Jean Kale to his original state. This moment happened in a flash, and no one present could see clearly what ability the man used to do all this. It seemed that the pain was also restored, and Jean Kale immediately let out a series of screams. Ignoring Jean Kale, Shui Xiaoyu kicked the ground hard and flew into the air to catch up with Yiku, who was thrown away by her. When a person with superpowers reaches a super level, he can control matter through special means and achieve the purpose of flying. Shui Xiaoyu grabbed Yiku in midair and observed him closely for a while. There was a gleam in her beautiful eyes, which were usually calm. He pointed a finger at Yiku's forehead, and the blood and wounds on Yiku's body instantly disappeared, as if he had returned to his original state when he came on stage. In midair, Shueishiyu held the unconscious Yiku in her arms, muttering, I actually got such a big bargain. After returning to the ground and settling Yiku down, Shueishiyu began to deal with the impact caused by Yiku. The first thing is to give an explanation for Yiku's final attack and the blood sword. Shueishiyu, the chairman of the Jinling campus, gave an authoritative answer. B-level superpower, blood and chi revealing form. A superpower that can mobilize the chi and blood in the body and transform it into a weapon. The superpower user can also increase the power by burning blood. It is most appropriate to use it to cover up Yiku's Emperor Blood ability. This answer is not only for everyone present, but also a response to external doubts that will be faced. Secondly, it was really shocking that Yiku possessed two superpowers, and everyone was discussing this matter. Shueishiyu did not forcefully suppress the heated discussion. After all, this matter was nothing compared to the emergence of the Emperor's blood. Shueishiyu planned to use the popularity of this incident to attract attention and prevent more people from investigating what kind of supernatural powers Yiku had displayed. Soon, the news that Yiku possessed two superpowers spread throughout the school as people in the field spread it. It would probably attract national attention in no time. After all, a psychic may have two superpowers, but those only appear in sequence-level strongmen. It is impossible for a low-level psychic to possess two powers unless he has a special power. Yiku obviously does not have any special abilities. He already has the ability to steer a sword, and now he has the ability to manifest his blood energy, which is beyond common sense. However, the campus videos are all in Shueishiyu's hands. As long as they are not made public, she can even destroy them if she wants to, leaving no evidence. In that case, even if someone figures out that Yiku's supernatural power is actually the Emperor's blood, they will have no evidence to raise an army to hold him accountable. All of Yiku's injuries had been healed, so he woke up quickly. He then walked down the competition stage with the help of Zhu Qingyi, who had been released from Pangying. When he passed by Shueishiyu, he couldn't help but glance at her. In his fuzzy mind just now, there seemed to be the figure of this chairman. What did she do to him just now? Yiku was affected by the Emperor's blood and could not remember it. After telling Chui Qitong and the other girl that he was fine, Yiku dragged his tired body back to the dormitory with Zhu Qingyi. Both of them were not injured at all, but they were mentally exhausted and needed to rest and recover. The two of them said nothing, and each went to their own bed and fell asleep. Late at night, the wind knocked against the window, making a faint sound, but Yiku was still sleeping. He didn't know that a slender figure suddenly appeared in front of his bed. The next moment, Yiku was thrown out of the window without any preparation. Chapter 43, Wind-Breaking Wolf. I felt strong wind blowing in through my collar. Yiku gradually opened his heavy eyelids and realized that he was flying in the air at a very fast speed. Ah! Yiku cried out in surprise and realized that he was being carried and flown, so he looked up to see who was carrying him. You're awake now, let's go down. The slender figure holding Yiku saw that Yiku woke up and immediately decided to throw Yiku down. Ah! I asterisked. The next second after the hand holding Yiku loosened, Yiku fell down in free fall. Sword! Yiku shouted loudly, the purpose of which was to wake up his still groggy brain. A flying sword flew out, and Yiku landed on it. Fortunately, he landed safely on the ground. Damn it! Who dares to kidnap students in the Jinling campus in the middle of the night? Where is this place? Yiku frowned, unable to explain the current situation. He seemed to be in the suburbs, surrounded by a lush forest, and he was in a relatively clean area without forest cover. Flutter, flutter, flutter. After Yiku reached the intermediate level, in addition to the strengthening of his supernatural powers, his body was also improved, so at this moment he could clearly hear the subtle sound of stepping on the ground. Looking in the direction of the sound, Yiku widened his eyes to let in more light and improve his night vision. When he saw who was coming, his hair stood on end. Two wolf-like beasts with bulging backs and thick front claws were slowly approaching him. The green wolf eyes stared at Yiku with a greedy look that was really scary. Suddenly, he was taken to the wild by an unknown person and happened to encounter a strange beast. Yiku felt his mind was in a mess, but he immediately patted his cheeks with his hands to focus on dealing with the two strange beasts. The knowledge he had learned flashed through his mind, and he immediately locked onto the relevant information about the strange beast in front of him. As for the wind-breaking wolves, judging by their size, both of them may have reached the elite level, and it is unlikely that they are the middle or upper level. However, wind-breaking wolves are social animals, so it is not impossible that more of them may emerge from the dense forest. Taking a deep breath to calm his restless heartbeat, Yiku waved his hand and let 24 flying swords fly out at the same time. Then the sword heart in his chest beat, bursting out with a glass-like brilliance. When you make a move, you must raise your momentum to the highest level, fight quickly and decisively, then leave this forest and go to the city. While falling, Yiku observed the nearby cities. There was one 5 miles away to the south, and his mission was to run there. The 7-star formation, shadow sweeping formation, and fish beauty formation were deployed together. Yiku targeted the weaker wind-breaking wolf and used the power of the 3 formations on it. The main sword of the Yuli formation is the Pajun sword, which adds a penetration effect to all swords. Combined with the group effect bonus of the Golden Scale sword, the Pafone wolf, which is not good at defense, will definitely suffer heavy damage from this attack. Seeing Yiku coming at them aggressively, the 2 wind-breaking wolves cooperated tacitly. They lined up in a straight line, with the weaker ones at the back and the stronger ones at the front. When Yiku approached, he immediately raised his front paws and slapped him, wanting to smash Yiku to pieces. Yiku's eyes narrowed, but he did not put away his sword. Since it wanted to take it, he would oblige it. Yiku sent out the sword formation and stopped himself in place to avoid falling into the attack range of the wind-breaking wolf. The sword formation flew out and quickly collided head-on with the wind-breaking wolf. In an instant, the wind-breaking wolf, who had tried to withstand Yiku's attack, was pierced through the body by the sword. However, the sword wound was not big, and not much blood flowed out, which was still within its tolerance range. The corner of its mouth showed a smug smile in a human-like manner, mocking Yiku for his lack of strength. Yiku looked at it with cold eyes. The power of this sword formation was not entirely in this frontal attack. The next second, it suddenly let out a long roar towards the sky, and fire and poison exploded on its body, and its body began to become paralyzed. Also mixed in the formation are the burning wind sword and the flowing fire sword with burning and explosive effects, the poison sword with a poisonous effect, and the stop sword with a paralyzing effect. Various debuffs were now being madly inflicted on it, causing it to start wailing on the ground. Yiku was kind-hearted, so he directly used the Xiao Lian sword to activate the killing effect and kill it. The remaining wind-breaking wolf at the back bared its teeth and looked at Yiku, but did not dare to take another step forward. The body of his companion was lying right in front of him, with several swords sticking out of it. The moonlight shining on the snow-white sword blades was particularly scary. Yiku's breathing became heavier. He still hadn't fully recovered. But looking at the remaining wind-breaking wolf, it seems that it doesn't dare to take the initiative to attack. He immediately brought back the body of the killed wind-breaking wolf, quickly dissected it, took out the useful parts, and traded them to the system all. The wind-breaking wolf is not rare, and there are few valuable parts on its body. 2 valuable claws were sold for 20 points, and the rest was only 23 in total. But as a lower-level elite, it is not bad to have so many points. Not wanting to fight any longer, Yiku turned around and flew towards the city on his sword. The wind-breaking wolf behind him was chasing him unwillingly from a distance. Don't you give up? Yiku had no intention of letting it go. While flying on his sword, he was recovering his energy, ready to wait for the wind-breaking wolf to catch up with him impatiently and kill it with one blow when it was completely vulnerable. The man and the beast shuttled through the forest, and soon the 3-mile journey was completed. The wind-breaking wolf keenly sensed that it was getting closer and closer to the human city, and finally took a big step and galloped towards Yiku. I'm waiting for you. Yiku turned around, and a familiar shelf opened. His left hand stretched forward towards the wind-breaking wolf in a claw shape. His right hand held the sword bent, stretched out about a step, and then stabbed suddenly. Blade Storm. That's right. This move came from the soul of the king's sword. This move is not an innate skill, but something that was learned naturally after practicing sword skills. Yiku completely imprinted the movements of King's Sword Soul performing this move in his mind, and tried to imitate it. Unexpectedly, he actually succeeded. This move is even stronger than the attack of King's Sword Soul. The Guaishin sword with fusion effects combines the power of 30 swords into one, concentrating the attack on one point and reaching the pinnacle level. The moment the sword blade storm hit the wind-breaking wolf, it exploded. Thousands of sword blade airflows flew in all directions, shaving off the wind-breaking wolf's fur, and then began to chop into its flesh and bones. A few seconds later, the wind-breaking wolf turned into a bloody wolf, with no flesh left on its body and its white bones exposed. Its body trembled after the sword blade storm, and finally looked at Yiku in pain, and followed the footsteps of its companions. Yiku also recycled its corpse and made a small profit of 40 points, bringing the total points to 1,680 points. While Yiku was fighting the two wind-breaking wolves, unknown to him, there was a person watching him from high in the sky. The actual combat level is quite good, but unfortunately, this is not what I want to see, she murmured, then looked into the depths of the forest with a deep gaze. Chapter 44, Evil Moonbear. After getting rid of the two wind-breaking wolves, Yiku adjusted himself and flew off on his sword. He stepped lightly on the flying sword, and the scenery around him receded. Yiku drove very fast and rushed towards the city at full speed. In a trance, it seemed as if a black meteor passed over his head, followed by a loud bang. Yiku immediately braked and looked ahead with a vigilant look. The black meteor fell to the ground with a loud bang and also raised a huge amount of dust. When the dust settled, Yiku finally saw the true face of the thing. It is covered in black hair, has a short, thick tail, sturdy limbs like tree trunks, and a torso as big as a double-door refrigerator. It was injured at this time, perhaps because of the damage to its internal organs caused by the fall from a high altitude, or perhaps due to other reasons. There was bright red blood flowing from the corner of its mouth, which was particularly prominent among its black hair. Its pair of black eyes full of ferocious aura looked around, and then locked onto Yiku. Its mouth opened into a grin, revealing its sharp teeth stained with blood, which made people feel cold under the dim moonlight. Yiku swallowed his saliva subconsciously, and the hairs on his body stood up. This scene was too sudden and too dangerous. The size of this strange beast was much larger than the previous wind-breaking wolf. It was obviously a strange beast that could reach the upper elite level. The top elites are second only to the commander-level monsters. It seems that Yiku is absolutely invincible at this stage. A top-class elite evil moon bear, with the ability to strengthen its body, but no special abilities. Boy, kill it and you can go back. Yiku turned around suddenly, and a slender figure walked out of the dense forest behind him. The person's face was still hidden in the shadow under the canopy of leaves and could not be seen clearly, but her voice was neither too loud nor too soft and just reached Yiku's ears. Yiku leaned sideways, holding a flying sword in one hand, pointing at the evil moon bear in front of him and the one that appeared behind him. Who are you? Why? Yiku spoke coldly. The situation was not optimistic at the moment. If the other party really wanted to kill him, facing such a situation with a bear in front and a tiger behind, he would probably be in great danger this time. But just as he was about to test the man interrupted him. Don't be so careless. Your real opponent is rushing towards you. Yiku subconsciously turned his attention to the evil moon bear. It turned out that while Yiku was trying to test the enemy, the other party had already launched a charge towards him. After some inner struggle, Yiku focused his attention entirely on dealing with the evil moon bear. The other party was able to bring himself out of the dormitory of Jinling campus so easily. Either he is an employee of Jinling campus, or he has strong ability to sneak into Jinling campus. The latter is unlikely. After all, there is nothing worth studying on my body. It is impossible that a system hidden in my body has been discovered, right? If it is the former, it is also very doubtful. But thinking about the fact that I seem to have used something to slash Jean Kale before I became completely unconscious, could it be that his family members came to seek revenge? Assuming that he had no power to resist the opponent, Yiku relaxed his guard behind him and focused on dealing with the evil moon bear. After all, even if they are all tough guys, there are hard and harder ones. I didn't dare to think about it anymore, because the evil moon bear was only 20 steps away from me. Yiku flew directly on his sword and floated in the air. It was obvious that the opponent had no long-range means and could not fly, so he could easily kite it in the sky. Perhaps it is impossible to kill it with the current means, but making it flee in fear is also a strategy. Flying swords in midair, the swords behind Yiku swam in the galaxy like a school of fish and flew in a circular orbit with Yiku as the center. Yiku pointed his sword in the air at the evil moon bear from a distance. The flying swords that formed a sword formation burst out like a rainbow, piercing the sun, with their sharp edges pointing directly at the evil moon bear. When they collided head-on, the flying sword pierced its body, making a sound similar to the collision of fine iron on its fur, which showed how tough its fur was, and it looked like there was no damage at all after one strike of the sword. Yiku took a deep breath, sweat already appearing on his forehead. This meant that the 3-in-1 attack of the sword formation could no longer hurt the opponent, so Blade Storm. Yiku decisively took out his newly acquired Blade Storm to fight the enemy, but in return the opponent just stood there proudly, motionless, relying on his impressive defense to take it all. A full blade storm still couldn't break its defense. Yiku was now in a desperate situation. Even if the opponent couldn't attack him, if his attack couldn't even break the opponent's defense, how could he achieve a quick victory when he couldn't defeat the enemy? If you keep grinding, you might not be able to hold on any longer. No, I still have a chance. Thinking of choosing one of the 8 moon version sword formations he had obtained before, Yiku's heart that was about to sink completely came back to life. While the opponent was still adjusting and planning to attack him with a wave of charges, Yiku quickly selected one of the 8 moon version sword formations in the system to use. With a quick scan, you can instantly find the sword formation that suits you to learn. At the same time, the evil moon bear roared, and the black fur on its body glowed like black gems in the moonlight. It activated its body strengthening ability. It seemed that it also wanted a quick victory. The evil moon bear suddenly jumped up, and its body, which was estimated to weigh several tons, flew off the ground like a black cannon. But how could Yiku let it get close to him so easily? 20 flying swords began to form a moon sword formation, and each sword began to shine with light. Moon version sword formation, Qiantian Liuyu, is used. According to the description, this moon version sword formation is based on 20 flying swords. When it is performed, the 20 flying swords will gather the energy of the sky and then bring down killing. Yiku had no idea what the heavenly chi was. Maybe he could investigate it later, but he had to survive tonight. The flying sword that fell from the sky, shining with golden light, collided head-on with the strengthened evil moon bear and exploded at the first touch. The force generated by the violent collision almost made Yiku drop the flying sword. Steadying his body in the air, Yiku's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly. This attack at least made the evil moon bear bleed. It fell to the ground and roared towards the sky. The bloody wounds left by the sword blades on its body made it look like it had just come out of a meat grinder. But Yiku's condition was also very bad. The energy consumed by the moon version sword formation is far more than the previous 3-in-1. This blow cost at least 1/3 of the energy in Yiku's body, but it was still a bit of a stretch to defeat the evil moon bear like this. What's even more frightening is that the sword wounds on evil moon bear have begun to heal. This terrifying recovery ability makes it impossible for Yiku to have any rest time to recover energy. This requires Yiku to constantly use the flying sword to make up for the damage, and then use Qiantian Liu to break through the evil moon bear's defense. Time passed minute by minute, but the balance of victory remained frozen in the middle, even slightly tilting towards the evil moon bear with amazing recovery ability. Is it really impossible to defeat it? Yiku thought about this problem seriously. As his energy was rapidly reduced due to consumption, his mood gradually fell into a low point. Chapter 45 Return to Origin. The long-term tug-of-war makes the situation for both humans and animals not optimistic. The heavy breathing sounds of Yiku and evil moon bear echoed in the quiet forest. During the battle between Yiku and the evil moon bear, the guy who hid his figure under the shade of the tree was watching everything quietly. Yiku also relaxed his vigilance against her after the battle became intense. He had no choice about this. After all, the beast on the other side would not reason with him, but the guy who had been hiding might be okay. The silver light from the moon fell on Yiku and Xieyuxiong. The clothes on Yiku's body had been shattered or torn by the sharp claws and palm wind of the evil moon bear, forcing his skin underneath to be exposed. The colorful light that had been shining on his chest since the start of the battle had gradually dimmed. The evil moon bear on the other side was not feeling well either. It was like a hedgehog now, with Yiku's flying sword stuck on its back, neck, arms, and other parts. Counting the flying swords on its body, there were already 20 of them. This is not just about letting it bleed. The negative effects mixed in are also constantly taking effect on the flying sword. The scarlet eyes of the evil moon bear also showed fatigue from this prolonged torture. Both sides are at the end of their strength, and it depends on who can kill the other completely in the final explosion. Being dragged into this situation was completely within Yiku's expectations, and it was even one of the best-case scenarios. Yiku did not expect that the evil moon bear's original injuries were so serious. Otherwise, it would be a top-grade elite beast, and it would be far beyond the ability of him alone to drag it out until this time. The reason why Yiku dared to drag it out was because of Mu Xinjian's treatment. Otherwise, even without the evil moon bear dealing him a full blow head-on, the densely packed small wounds caused by fighting from the side would have been enough to take his life, not to mention that the delaying tactics could be effective. Just hold on a little longer, hold on a little longer. I can win, Yiku thought. Why? Why hasn't he appeared yet? Shuexiu, who had brought Yiku out and was hiding under the shade of a tree, was almost out of patience. Her purpose was to verify and test the strength of Yiku's Emperor's blood. Although Yiku's sword-controlling ability was stronger than she expected, it was still far from the fame of Emperor's blood. Doesn't he actually know that he has such a special power? This thought popped into Shuexiu's mind. The fact that Yiku possesses Emperor blood is itself very strange. After all, since the second impact, all holders of Emperor blood abilities have been strictly controlled in the Imperial capital, and his holders should not appear in Jinling, more than 1,000 kilometers away. It is precisely because of this that Shuexiu's statement is effective. This is a fact that almost everyone in the upper class subconsciously believes. Since you don't know how to perform it, I'll give you a push. Her beautiful eyes fixed on the evil moon bear, and Shuexiu's supernatural power was activated. In an instant, Yiku's expression, who was facing the evil moon bear, changed from seriousness to shock and disbelief, and finally to despair. This would be the case for everyone, because the evil moon bear in front of Yiku had actually fully recovered. It was like when you and the opponent were fighting with each other, both of you were at low health, and your mana was completely depleted, and the opponent suddenly recovered his health and mana. This scene can be called cheating in reality, and the source of this is Shuexiu's special ability, Return to the Origin. One thought returns to the origin and returns to the original appearance. Just like nature can restore itself to its original state through self-regulation after trauma. Shuexiu's ability is like a rewind function, which can allow people or objects to return to a certain moment. Just now, before beating the evil moon bear to pieces and sending it flying in front of Yiku, Shuexiu had already set up the nodes of his supernatural powers. At this time, the evil moon bear had returned to its original peak state. This ability is also A-level, but with the bug-level function of rolling back. Without considering head-on combat, it crushes all A-level abilities and sits firmly in the 5th place in the A-level ability sequence, second only to Emperor Blood and 3 other equally bug-like abilities. This includes supernatural powers such as item repair, status restoration, rejuvenation, and so on. This allowed Shuexiu to secure the position of chairman of the Jinling campus and have a superior position in the upper-class society. But it also made her curious about the other 4 superpowers before Return to the Origin. What kind of existence can surpass Return to the Origin? Now, the first 4 superpowers that she had been looking forward to day and night, including the strongest Imperial blood, appeared in front of her under the supervision of many parties. How could she let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Years of admiration have made her devote a lot of energy to investigation, so she knows a thing or two about the tricks of passively stimulating the Emperor's blood. Unbeatable, like a fierce dragon crossing the river. This was the feeling that the evil moon bear, which had already begun to charge towards Yiku, gave him, and he himself was the mantis trying to stop the chariot. The flying sword that was inserted into the evil moon bear's body had been forcibly squeezed out of the body because the opponent's muscles had recovered and suddenly contracted. All the flying swords formed the Xinyu formation, and Yiku's defense reached its peak, but this was far from enough. The evil moon bear broke through the defense with a head-on collision, then stretched out its claws to have a physical fight with Yiku. There was no way to avoid it. Yiku's abdomen was torn open by the sharp claws, and his skin and muscles were torn. If he had not dodged in time, his intestines would have been lying on the ground by now. The pain of having one's stomach ripped open is unbearable for ordinary people, but Xiaoyu Xiong even wanted to give Yiku a side dish called disembowelment. Watching all this indifferently, relying on her own return to original place, save data, Shuexiu didn't care how much damage Yiku was suffering now. After all, she could save him even if he died. The heavy bleeding in his abdomen caused Yiku's consciousness to begin to blur, and he was no longer able to deal with the evil moon bear that was approaching him step by step. His legs went limp, and Yiku fell on his back, staring at the starry sky. He wanted to regard this beautiful scene as the curtain falling at the end of his life. I managed to get out of Haidu alive, but I never expected that I would die in this forest for unknown reasons. Familiar scenes flashed before my eyes, some with family and some with friends. So many people have made appointments with me to see them again, but I am no longer able to keep them. The huge figure of the evil moon bear enveloped Yiku, and its scarlet eyes were like 2 fireballs, filled with violence. And now there was also a hint of mockery. The owner of those scarlet eyes wanted to take his life, but he was powerless to resist. The blurred consciousness seemed to be gently placed in a red space. Yiku was very familiar with this place. It was the seemingly endless bloody road. I found myself back here again without realizing it, but this time it seems a little different. Yika squeezed out the last bit of clarity, looked around clearly, and then smiled miserably. He had walked out without realizing it, and now he was at the end of the road. It was empty there, with only a throne, a bloody sword, and a gem left. Yika walked closer to the throne and sat down, tiredly leaning against the hard back of the chair. His left hand rested on the orb, and his right hand fell on the hilt of the blood sword. His knuckles were slightly bent, and he was no longer able to hold it. Outside, just before the evil moon bear's sharp teeth were about to fall, Yika suddenly opened his eyes, and his black pupils were covered with a hint of blood red. He clenched his right hand into the air, and a blood sword appeared in his hand, which he swung towards the evil moon bear. The huge blood-red crescent sword energy pushed the evil moon bear backwards, and Yika took this opportunity to stand up and looked at it coldly. That's right. Shueshiyu raised the corners of her mouth and put on a smile. She snapped her fingers with her bare hands, and instantly, Yiku returned to the state he was in when he first came to the forest. Although this is not yet his true peak period, but just looking at the frightened look of Xie Xiong standing opposite Yiku is enough to show how terrifying Yiku is now. What is about to unfold is an absolute massacre. Chapter 46. Recruiting a Disciple. Yiku stared blankly at the blood sword in his right hand with bloodshot eyes. He was so absorbed in it for a moment that he forgot he was still in the battle. This was the first time that Yiku used this ability in a relatively sober state, and he was particularly confused about where this ability came from. He took a deep breath of cool air and exhaled slowly. While Yiku was stunned, the evil moon bear on the opposite side also cooperated and did not launch an attack. Are they being vigilant, or have they lost confidence in the fight? Yiku raised his head again and looked at the evil moon bear in front of him. He raised the blood sword in his hand and uttered four words slowly. Blade Storm. The sound was deep and powerful, like throwing a huge rock into an ancient well, instantly reigniting the forest that had just been quiet for a moment. Yiku didn't understand the function of this blood sword, so he used the sword skills he had learned on it, and it actually worked. The blood-colored sword energy intertwined into a net, and then gradually wrapped into a ball. The surrounding air was also stirred up and became restless by the spreading red blood energy. The blood sword was thrust out, and a storm of bloody blades attacked directly against the evil moon bear. The evil moon bear growled, and its fur gleamed like obsidian in the silver moonlight, obviously using its body to strengthen its own defense. The blade storm group hit the evil moon bear head-on, but did not explode immediately. Instead, it continued to spiral in a ball shape, like a blender, trying to drill through the evil moon bear's skin. This is the characteristic of the blade storm launched by Yiku with the blood sword. Because Yiku now has perfect control over the blade storm, he can easily maintain the blade storm in a ball shape, which is more conducive to breaking the defense of the evil moon bear. And Yiku was further adjusting the shape of the sword blade storm group into the shape of a drill. The change in shape enhanced the blade storm's defense-breaking ability. The fur on the evil moon bear's chest was gradually dyed red by the spiral cutting of the blade storm, and pain began to mix in with its roar. Yika's idea was very simple, which was to let the blade storm explode inside the evil moon bear's body after breaking through its defense. No matter how strong the evil moon bear's body defense is, it cannot withstand such a restless sword storm being released in its body. When Yiku was competing with the evil moon bear, he also found that the energy used to release the blade storm was much less now. But the price seemed to be the increased consumption of chi and blood at the physical level, and the result of this situation was simply that the body would become weak. In the final competition, Yiku gradually gained the upper hand, and the evil moon bear also roared in pain as the sword blade storm pierced its body. And the blood-red sword storm was even more powerful than the original sword storm. The evil moon bear's internal organs were crushed, but the toughness of its body prevented the sword energy in its body from bursting out, and it continued to wreak havoc inside. This caused its body to continue to swell like a balloon, and finally, when the sword storm completely dissipated, the evil moon bear fell to the ground with a bang. However, its body lying on the ground was shriveled because its internal organs and bones were almost crushed by the sword energy. Yiku was stunned for a moment again, somewhat shocked at how powerful this move was. But in the next second, Yiku covered his forehead, knelt on one knee in pain, the blood sword in his hand disappeared, and Yiku took out a flying sword to support his body. Ever since Yiku summoned the blood sword, the blood energy surrounding him was sucked back into his body, which made Yiku's condition improve. Yiku stood up with his hand covering his forehead. After all, there had been someone beside him since the battle with the evil moon bear. It seemed that the evil moon bear and the strangeness on his body were closely related to this person, but Yiku was a little confused as to whether this person was an enemy or a friend. He barely gathered his attention and turned his gaze towards the figure under the shade of the tree, revealing his true appearance under the moonlight. Yiku was stunned. The true face revealed in the moonlight gave him a sense of déjà vu, but for a moment his weak body could not support his thinking, so he could not remember it. Yiku tried hard to think, but his brain went dizzy and he fell forward. But before that, a pair of hands lifted up Yiku's body, preventing him from having close contact with the ground. This was the last thing Yiku felt. When he woke up again, Yiku struggled to open his eyelids. As he turned his head, his eyes immediately looked at the beautiful figure who was silently waiting for him beside him. Chairman, Yiku made a sound with his dry throat. The battle just now had exhausted him in all aspects. Although he somehow recovered most of his energy when he used the blood blade storm at the end, the state he entered in the end, which required consuming chi and blood to replenish his strength, consumed a lot of energy. Now Yiku felt dehydrated and weak. Oh, you're awake. Let's get straight to the point. I want to take you in as my student. Shueshio Yu folded her arms across her chest, leaning against a tree. There was a sense of intimidation in her voice that instantly sobered Yiku up a bit. Yiku thought about it for a while. The other party had a very high status and position. Being her student would definitely be a great help in terms of resources and fame. But the other party brought him out in the middle of the night in a way that was similar to kidnapping and forced him to fight the evil moon bear. In the end, when he was almost half dead, he stimulated the unknown power in his body. Yiku was certain that the other party definitely had the power to save himself. His ability to instantly recover to near-peak condition during a battle was quite terrifying. But what if the other party is a bad guy who is simply attracted to this unknown power in me and now wants to trap me under the pretext of accepting him as a disciple? What should I do? Finally, just when Yiku was about to open his mouth to refuse, the other party spoke again. I think you are still doubting the purpose of my doing this. I might as well tell you that you actually have no choice. Ah! Yiku was completely stunned. Just when he was about to ask why, the other party explained. The power in you is the Emperor's blood, which has the strongest A-level superpower, and it also has a little-known name called man-made superpower. In the second impact, 20 years ago, the Beast Tide was undoubtedly the one that caused the greatest loss to humanity. But if we have to cite a second one, the Emperor's blood would definitely be one of them. You will understand the reason behind it later. After the second impact, all the Emperor blood mutants were strictly controlled. Once it is discovered that an Emperor-blooded person has escaped control, he or she will be jointly suppressed by the country and the entire international community. Your second ability is the Emperor's blood. I don't know how your family helped you conceal it and escape from the Imperial Capital's supervision zone. But if those old guys in the Imperial Capital knew that there was an Emperor's blood ability person who escaped from supervision, then you and your family would never have a peaceful life again. Yiku's Adam's apple rolled, and he swallowed his saliva to calm down. How could he have guessed that his second ability would be such a hot potato? But he still felt some doubts, so he said frankly, if that's the case, then why are you still helping me? Shueshio Yu and Yiku looked at each other at this moment. Yiku could clearly see a look of reminiscence flash across the other's eyes, and then he slowly spoke. Because I know what will happen to you if you do that, and I don't want to see the tragedy that happened to me happen to you again. Yiku was a little stunned. The other party's expression and eyes seemed to reveal that the other party was extremely serious and sincere. But wasn't the other party being too kind? After all, he had shed his identity as a student of the Jinling campus and was a complete stranger to her. This empathy came quite suddenly, and for a moment Yiku couldn't fully distinguish whether it was true or false. Is that all? Yiku asked weakly. This was the conclusion Yiku came to after thinking about it just now. He helplessly discovered that he actually had no bargaining power with the other party. Whether in terms of strength or background, the opponent completely crushed him. He was now completely a fish on the chopping board, and Shueshio Yu was the knife. But out of curiosity, Yiku still asked a little more. Of course, more than that. Shueshio Yu paused for a long time while speaking, and Yiku almost sprained his waist. I have a plan that I came up with after seeing you. Do you want to hear it? Well, it's troublesome. It's like this in this midterm exam. Yiku was listening to Shueshio Yu's long speech in the forest, and gradually discovered that this chairman was actually a man of temperament. Especially when talking about the Shanghai campus, that gnashing of teeth look was definitely from the heart. That's it. Now, tell me what you think in the end. After Shueshio Yu finished speaking, she asked Yiku to make a choice again. This time Yiku agreed without hesitation. He had considered everything, and the current choice was not bad. Well, in that case, you are my disciple. Tell me what gift you would like to be my disciple. Ah, no. There is such a benefit? Yika couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Isn't it usually the apprentice who thinks about what gift to give to the master? But in Shui Shiyu's case, he actually received a gift in return. If Yika refused such a benefit, he would probably slap himself twice. Then I want a flying sword with special effects. Yika said, and made a 3 gesture. 30 handfuls? You have quite an appetite. No, it's 300. Shui Shiyu gnu. No. Chapter 47 Experience. Confess, and you will be treated leniently. Resist, and you will be treated severely. Tell me honestly where you have been these past few days? And what's with the bruises on your face? Are you cosplaying as the National Treasure Panda? It was several days later when Yiku returned to the Jinling campus. During this period, Zhu Qingyi, Tang Yaowei, and others contacted him several times on their mobile phones. Yiku responded one by one, but he was very secretive about where he was and hesitantly said nothing. So when Yiku returned to school today, Zhu Qingyi couldn't wait to come over and criticize Yiku for being unrighteous. I didn't skip classes. Didn't I ask for leave? The reason was what I told you on the phone, that my family came to see me. As for the bruises on my face, they were caused by an accidental fall. Really? Zhu Qingyi still didn't quite believe it. Really? Yiku blinked, making his eyes look more innocent and sincere. Of course it was true that I didn't skip classes. After all, the leave was approved by Shui Shiyu, the chairman of the board. I trained with her for a few days. Are you sure? Zhu Qingyi still crossed his arms doubtfully, frowning slightly. I'm sure. Yika's tone became heavier, and he seemed more serious. Of course I can be sure that the bruise on me was caused by that old witch's punch. Old, which was the respectful name Yika gave to Shui Shiyu. The bruises on his face were caused by his 300 special effect, flying swords. However, even though she was punched, Shui Shiyu did not refuse. Yika later thought that it was worth it. In fact, these past few days, Yika has been following Shui Shiyu to do various special training and learn some knowledge that Yika cannot access at this stage. The special training mainly focused on prohibiting Yiku from using special effect flying swords, and instead relying on the blood sword generated by the Emperor's blood to perform sword formations and sword skills. According to the old witch, this has 2 advantages. Firstly, his second supernatural power that he had made public was the ability to reveal his blood form. Condensing a blood sword was one of his basic abilities, so he did not have to worry about exposing the truth that he was actually an Emperor of blood. Secondly, the special effects flying sword used by Yiku in the battle was ultimately dependent on external objects, and he neglected the cultivation of the diversity of his own strength. If you encounter targeted superpowers in the future, it will be like a mouse meeting a cat or a cockroach meeting slippers, and the end will be obvious. Yiku also had a deep understanding of this. It was just like that in the sword tomb. He was unable to use the special effects flying sword, so his own fighting power was somewhat touching. As for knowledge, Yiku was fascinated by what he heard. Shui Shiyu has a wealth of knowledge. I think he must have traveled around the world and visited various countries and continents in his early years. Moreover, as a person with superpowers, her insights into the cultivation of superpowers are a rare treasure for Yiku. For example, sequence ability is the latest term Yiku has learned. The word sequence was originally used to refer to those people with superpowers above the super level. Later, it was used to refer to the superpowers they relied on for survival after cultivating to that level. So there is a sequence of superpowers that ranks the strength of superpowers according to the strength of sequence-level superpowers. But this sequence of superpowers actually only includes a small part of the A-level superpowers. The reason is very simple. There are only 36 publicly known sequence-level psychics in the world, and there are only 36 sequence abilities. Perhaps in some deep mountain or old forest in the world, there are some superpowers powerful enough to be ranked. Or perhaps some people with powerful superpowers are lacking in practice, and therefore fail to break through to the sequence level. But almost no one in the world would question the strength of those listed superpowers. After all, behind each of them, there is a sequence-level strongman endorsing them. In fact, after the emergence of sequence abilities, many non-governmental organizations have also planned to rank the remaining abilities. But it always seems to cause controversy and social instability, and eventually nothing is done about it. Currently, the most authoritative ranking comes from the World United Psychic Organization, which includes all A-level superpowers and the top 100 B-level superpowers. Perhaps the World United Psychic Organization has some deeper considerations. But the biggest role of this ranking is actually to serve as a Ming law for electronic cricket fighting in the internet public opinion fields of various countries. Forget it. Let's just put this matter behind us. Since you're not here these few days, I'll just do the homework. Zhu Qingyi originally wanted to personally help Yi Ku with his studies, but when he thought about his own cultural oasis that had been eaten by locusts, he gave up. Let me ask Chui Qidong and the others for help. Yi Ku patted Zhu Qingyi on the shoulder to express his gratitude. Oh, one more thing. Zhu Qingyi spoke in an old tone. Question mark. Yi Ku raised his eyebrows. What's the matter? Experience. Real combat experience. Zhu Qingyi said. Actual combat experience. Yi Ku wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He felt a little PTSD when hearing these words. After all, Yi Ku encountered the red alert during his actual combat experience. In fact, all the supernatural academies across the country have stopped practical training for a long time because of your Haidu incident. It seems that the upper echelons have not yet developed a preventive method for the portal's secondary dimensional upgrade. So our class is different from the past. Zhu Qingyi paused for a moment, and then said seriously for no reason. For a long time, many strange beasts have emerged from the portals that appeared in the suburbs and border areas. After several years, or even decades of breeding, they have actually merged with our nature. In the past, students practiced combat in controlled portals in the city, but now we have to go out into the wild and practice combat with wilder beasts. When Yi Ku heard the news, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up to this brave decision. Students from the Academy of Supernatural Powers have always been considered to be extremely vulnerable when they first step into the battle between supernatural beasts and humans. Because although the strange beasts they deal with are all wild, they have all been artificially selected and are suitable for living in the portals within the city. In terms of wildness and aggressiveness, they are actually not as wild and aggressive as the strange beasts that really survive in the wild. Now the top management has brought this process forward, which is obviously a huge effort to allow the students of the Academy of Supernatural Powers to adapt in advance. But this will actually increase the number of casualties and undermine the students' confidence, causing fewer people to embark on the path of fighting against alien beasts in the future. But in the end, those who can persist after going through such hardships will become true and good warriors. The teacher said that if you don't want to participate, you don't have to. Zhu Qingyi rested his head on his folded arm and spoke leisurely. Is this true or false? Yi Ku asked doubtfully. Really? But the actual combat experience does count as credits. If you don't have enough credits, well, you won't get your diploma. Zhu Qingyi smiled and murmured calmly. The corners of Yi Ku's mouth twitched. What is a diploma? Differentiate between those with psychic powers who have gone to school and those who have not. To be more precise, it is a certificate that a psychic has received a certain level of psychic education, and he can enjoy a lot of social benefits. You can also use your supernatural powers in areas where humans live, which is something that ordinary awakened people cannot do. But when war breaks out, those with certificates will be the first to step forward. Because the welfare is not low, the social status is relatively high, and there are certain privileges in the deep waters of society. Therefore, in the context of global awakening, many places are extremely chasing after this small certificate. Many people would rather attend the more expensive specialties academy than attend ordinary professional colleges that have been established for 100 years. I managed to graduate and get a diploma, but instead of going to the front lines where humans were fighting against alien beasts, I just lived a lazy life in the big city. Therefore, not being able to obtain a diploma can be regarded as a trump card that the college holds against the vast majority of students. Yi Ku calmed down at this time. To be honest, the eyes in the gap were still fresh in his mind, and it was also a thorn in his heart. This made him nervous and unable to calm down when fighting against the strange beasts. But now, Yi Ku still wants to climb higher in this world, so he can't stay here. Yi Ku raised his head, looked at Zhu Qingyi, and said with a firm look, "Thank you, Mr. Zhu. Please explain it in more detail so that I can prepare myself." Okay. Zhu Qingyi patted Yi Ku's shoulder with a smile on his face, like an elder who is happy to see the younger generation grow up. Yi Ku knew that he was genuinely happy for himself, but this look still made him want to punch this guy in the face. So, the two of them had a discussion about the actual combat training that would start tomorrow. Chapter 48, Before the Tide Season. As soon as the sky gets light, people in Jinling City get up early and rush about for their day's livelihood. The Jinling port in the morning also attracted hardworking fishermen. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Huzi, open the door. You drank too much again last night, didn't you? Don't let the factory manager see you, or you'll be in big trouble, haha. Qian Shihu's head, which was buried in his fat arms, finally lifted up amid the constant knocking sounds from outside the security booth window and the slightly teasing, urging voices. Tisk Lao Chui, it's so early today. Qian Shihu pressed the access control button at hand, and the electric retractable door creaked open. He was still yawning. Well, the tide season is coming soon. I have to make some extra money during this time. The middle-aged man called Lao Chui by Qian Shihu walked in with a smile. His face was dark and his back was a little hunched, but his arms were unexpectedly strong, giving people a full sense of security. Behind him followed a group of fishermen, who were about the same age as him. They ranged in age from 50 to 30, and all worked at the Howley Fish Factory in Jinling Port. The tidal season that Lao Chui mentioned is a period of surging tides that occurs in most coastal areas of the world after the advent of Mishcha causes great changes in the world. During this period, the coastline will shrink significantly inland. This usually happens in July and August of the lunar calendar, when the tide along the coast reaches an unprecedented height. The cause is due to both natural climate change and the involvement of strange beasts. The natural climate component involves changes in coastal ocean currents, stronger summer monsoons, and other factors that scientists haven't figured out yet. As for the exotic beasts, it is because July and August are generally the prime time for marine beasts to leave their nests and hunt. Some of them have the ability to change the tides, and they use this ability to pull the tides and drive prey into narrow openings in shallow seas for easier capture. This will not only increase the degree of erosion of the coastline, but will also cause a large amount of seawater to be retained in places that are difficult to drain, causing the coastline to shrink over time. Therefore, the ocean will be very dangerous during this period, and fishermen must earn enough money to live before the high tide season. Qian Chi, who walked out of the security booth, put his fat hands on his waist, loosened the belt that was tied on his stomach, and looked at the group of fishermen gradually walking towards the sea with his eyes, which were squeezed into two shrimp-sized ones by the fat on his face, with a thoughtful look. "Driver, please drive to Jinling Port, thank you." Yi Ku and Zhu Qingyi got on a dirt bus, closed the door, and told the driver where they were going. The end of this trip was the destination of their actual combat mission. Jinling Port, okay. Do you have any family members working there? The driver started chatting with Yi Ku and the other person quite enthusiastically, and Yi Ku had Zhu Qingyi, a social expert, by his side to deal with him, so Yi Ku didn't have to make awkward conversation. I see. Now the students of the School of Supernatural Powers have moved their practical training outdoors. The driver steered the wheel, looked ahead, and suddenly said with emotion, "Times have changed. When I was a kid, Jinling Harbor was also big, but not as big as it is now. The tides have been fierce in recent years, and the sea level has been rising. Jinling Harbor has become bigger and bigger. Well, I used to be from Shanghai. The Shanghai port at that time was much bigger than the Jinling port. Even the current Jinling port cannot compare to it. It's hard to imagine, but in fact, the Demon City had already fallen during the second attack. The Demon City you see by Li Shui was built later." Yi Ku and Zhu Qingyi looked at each other. They had learned this in history class about what happened to humans after the advent of Mishcha. It felt quite different to hear it from someone who had experienced it firsthand. The global sea level has risen by almost 5 meters since the awakening of the global superpowers. This has caused many coastal cities in China to be submerged, and it has become normal for them to choose to build new cities in other places. However, these newly built cities still have to face the harassment of marine monsters and make preparations for the arrival of the tide season. The mission of Yi Ku and the others this time is to wipe out a relatively weak stronghold of marine monsters and contribute to protecting the safety of Jinling City. The driver sent Yi Ku and the others to their destination. In the end, he happily refused the money that Yi Ku handed over and told Yi Ku and the others to protect the city and not let anyone be forced to leave their homes. Yi Ku suddenly thought of his hometown Haidu and couldn't help feeling dazed and depressed. Zhu Qingyi patted his shoulder and said, "Okay, I know you want to go back, but Jinling is also your home now. Protecting this place and protecting your Haidu are not in conflict at all. Turn your regrets into motivation, young man." "Well, I didn't expect you to be so good at persuading people." Yi Ku put aside his heavy mood and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Really? Huh?" Zhu Qingyi didn't notice the sarcasm in Yi Ku's words, but laughed triumphantly, with the corners of his mouth seeming to reach the back of his head. "Go meet your employer. I remember it was the person in charge of the Li Hao Fish Factory, named Wang Donghua. Let's go and ask him about the mission details so that we can start," Yi Ku suggested, and Zhu Qingyi nodded in agreement. The two walked for a while and arrived at the gate of Li Hao Fish Factory. They reported to Qian Shihu, who was taking a nap in the security booth, and then, under his guidance, walked into Lihao Fish Factory to find Wang Donghua. Brother Wang, the students from the Jinling campus have arrived. I brought them to you. Qian Qihu took the two to the factory where Wang Donghua was and left. Wang Donghua, who was concentrating on writing something inside, raised his head and looked at Yi Ku and the others. He gave them a kind smile with his face, which was tanned and full of wrinkles. Then he slowly stood up and then quickly walked to Yi Ku and the others and said, I've finally waited for you. Your school has agreed to my request to exterminate the sea monsters, which really helps a small factory manager like me a lot. The siren that Wang Donghua mentioned is the folk name for strange marine beasts, and what he said is actually true. The authorities have invested heavily in eradicating sirens along the coast, but there is still a big gap. At this time, private forces will step in to fill these holes, but the price will be higher. There have even been rumors that it costs a factory to kill a sea monster. The Jinling campus now uses its students to work for free, which helps the managers of these small factories save a lot of money. Then I'd like to trouble Director Wang to give us more detailed information about the mission. Yika said in a calm tone. Whatever the trouble, I'll tell you everything I know. The sirens that you have to eliminate in your actual combat mission are on the beach mountain northeast of the factory. They are a group of tough fishermen soldiers without weapons. I don't know you. When saying this, Wang Donghua patted his chest confidently to assure others with the first sentence, but with the second sentence he doubted the strength of Yi Ku and the other man. Uncle, just leave it to us. Zhu Qingyi confidently put his hand on Wang Donghua's shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. I believe it. It's true that heroes emerge from youth. I, Wang, would like to thank you in advance. After Director Wang finished speaking, he actually bowed to Yi Ku and the others. Yi Ku and the other two were not so shameless as to accept such a great gift for nothing before the task was completed. After learning some other information, the two headed towards the northeast beach and began their first actual combat experience outside the portal. Chapter 49 Murloc. Oh. On the beach in the distance, a group of fishmen were standing in a row, hand in hand carrying large pieces of stone to the seashore, trying to build a shallow dam for hunting. How to fight? Zhu Qingyi nudged Yi Kun next to him with his elbow. At this time, the two of them were lying on a high ground, hiding their bodies. Yi Kun stretched out his finger and counted. There were 20 Murlocs in total. All of them were pawn-level Murloc soldiers. However, these Murloc soldiers are obviously organized, and living in groups is one of the habits of Murlocs. I think they should have a leader who is at least elite level. However, Yika looked around the beach and did not find any trace of the higher-level merman. It seemed that the higher-level merman was in the ocean farther away. Quick victory. Yika changed his prone position to a half-kneeling position, with the sword heart on his chest shining brightly, a white robe draped over his body, and the sound of flying swords ringing behind him. Go! Yika pointed his right hand like a sword, and 10 sword servant souls shot towards the fishman. Then he also put his hands on the rock wall next to him, turned over, came out of the hiding place, and followed on the flying sword. Zhu Qingyi did not have as many fancy tricks as Yi Ku. When he climbed out of his hiding place, he could only run to catch up with Yi Ku, who was leading the charge. This group of fishmen were working there happily when they were suddenly attacked by Yi Ku and his companions. They immediately made angry cuckoo sounds at Yi Ku and his companions, and grabbed any tools around them to fight back. As he got closer, Yi Ku could see the appearance of this group of fishmen more clearly. The fishman's body has begun to take on a human form, with a fish tail behind him, and his head still retains the characteristics of a fish, such as gills. Not only that, because the merman is between semi-terrestrial and fully terrestrial, its eyes cannot be closed. Longer hours of land labor expose their eyes to the sun for long periods of time, causing the eyesight of these fishmen to deteriorate. This caused some fishmen to rush towards the woods behind Yi Ku and the others and attack the trees frantically. This is the consequence of incomplete evolution. Yi Ku couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he saw the stupidity of these fishmen, but he didn't stop his hands. The sword servant soul was already fighting one-on-one with the Murloc, and Zhu Qingyi's bullets had already entered the pile of Murlocs before him. There were 20 flying swords surrounding Yi Ku, and he was holding a blood sword in his hand. After training with Xue Xiuyu on how to manipulate the Emperor's blood in the past few days, he has now become proficient in using this most basic blood-transforming sword technique. A fierce battle broke out on the beach, and after more than 10 minutes, the situation changed. With a sword, Yi Ku cut off a fishman that was noisily rushing towards him. He then focused his eyes on the fish fins that suddenly emerged from the water. It seems that reinforcements for this group of fishmen have arrived. However, the reinforcements arrived a little late, and there was no fishman left standing on Yi Ke's side. Roar! A shark head broke through the water, its silver teeth flashing white light. It also had 2 strong arms and a thick shark tail. Yerikome, take my ball! Zhu Qingyi pointed his finger, and the projectile with displacement made a bang and hit the head of the shark-shaped fishman who had just been showing off his power. The shark-shaped fishman was hit by the bullet, and his head fell back into the water. When he came out again, there was a swelling as big as a sandbag on his shark head, which was originally quite cool. WOC, elite level. I'm leaving. Lao Yi, you take over. Zhu Qingyi hid behind Yi Ke quite prudently, then raised his middle finger towards the shark-shaped fishman who was looking at him menacingly. Roar! 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 Roars louder and louder came from the shark-shaped fishman's huge mouth. It was obvious that it was completely enraged by Zhu Qingyi's behavior. Yi Ke rolled his eyes at Zhu Qingyi, who was causing trouble behind him, and then seriously faced the shark-shaped fishman who had already come ashore. The difference between shark-shaped murlocs and ordinary murloc soldiers can be seen more intuitively than in the water. In terms of size, it is already larger than at least 4 or 5 murlocs. Its streamlined skin is covered with hard scales, and its arms are as thick as tree trunks. The shark's tail swung, stirring up a cloud of yellow sand. Yi Ke thought if it hit the 2 of them, their bones would be broken in an instant. It seems that he is a mid-level elite of the same level as the Magic Fist werewolf, and even his attack routines may be similar. Yi Ke tentatively threw out a sword, which only left a thin mark on the scales of the shark-shaped fishman. My sword spirit will help you to deal with the remaining murloc soldiers, and I will deal with this shark-shaped murloc by myself. Is that okay? Yi Ke said to Zhu Qingyi, and at the same time his blood sword was aimed at the shark-shaped fishman, eager to try. Yes, I am best at cleaning up these small fish. Zhu Qingyi gave Yi Ke a thumbs up and smiled confidently. Good. Yi Ke left these words on the spot, and his figure flashed in front of the shark-shaped fishman. Dodging the first grab of the shark-shaped fishman's big hand, Yi Ke stabbed a sword from its side, and with the sound of the sword, he attacked its armpit where there was no scales. The sword was successful, and Yi Ke did not hesitate to use the sword. He twisted his body and flashed on the beach like a light sparrow, leaving the attack range of the shark-shaped fishman. This is also one of the things Yi Ke has been training for recently. As he is already proficient in swordsmanship, he is quite adept at mastering these body movements. Look here, guys. Yi Ke suddenly called out to the shark-shaped fishman, and it looked over at him honestly, only to be greeted by the flashing Yawang sword. Although it has reached elite level, it has not yet grown eyelids, so the blinding effect is successfully triggered. The shark-shaped fishman covered his eyes and rubbed the area around his eyes vigorously to try to relieve the pain. To kill it while it's weak, Yi Ke decisively drew his sword left and right. The left one was Fen Feng, the right one was Ning Shua, one was cold and the other was hot. One was burning and the other was icy. Instantly, the shark-shaped fish man experienced the thrill of ice and fire. The 2 swords still stabbed into the shark-shaped fishman's scaleless armpits. After completing these 2 sword strikes, Yi Ke was forced back by the shark-shaped fishman's randomly waving fists. He let go of his hands, the 2 flying swords flew out of his hands, and the Pejuan sword came into his hand. Yi Ke activated the 7-star formation, increasing his defense-breaking ability to the extreme, and with one sword he cut through the defense on the shark-shaped fishman's chest. Then he waved his hand, and the heart-eating sword, the poison-drinking sword, and the flowing fire sword simultaneously stabbed into the wound that had just been opened by the Pejuan sword. The bleeding, poison, and explosive flames poured into the wounds, making the shark-shaped fishman's injuries even worse. The blind shark-shaped fishman roared in pain. It could locate Yi Ke through its sense of smell, so it rushed towards Yi Ke with a roar. But how could Yi Ke let it catch him so easily? He was flying on a sword, and most strange beasts could not catch up with him, let alone this shark-shaped fishman who had not yet fully adapted to the land. Yi Ke was pulling the shark-shaped fishman kite in front. If that was all it had, Yi Ke could easily drag it to death without any effort. But it is an elite beast after all, and it has many methods. While chasing Yi Ke, it suddenly gave up and dived back into the water. Yi Ke was thrown off balance by its action, frowning, curious to see what it would do next. The shark-shaped fishman dived into the water, and suddenly raised his shark tail in the water and slammed it on the water surface. The next moment, Yi Ke saw a huge wave coming towards him. Yi Ke threw out a sword, which hit the big wave and instantly froze a part of the wave. Yi Ke quickly approached that part of the wave and avoided the attack of the remaining waves. Yika stepped out of the frozen waves and hooked his finger at the shark-shaped fishman provocatively. The shark-shaped fishman returned to the sea at this time. His eyes had lost the blinding effect, and the 3 flying swords stuck in his body were also thrown away by him. However, looking at the different colors on his skin, it was obvious that he had suffered from an abnormal condition. "Is it okay, old Yi?" At this time, Zhu Qingyi's mean voice sounded. It was extremely easy for him to face ordinary fishmen soldiers with the help of the sword servant soul. "Okay, it's your turn." Yiku pointed at the huge wave that was created by the shark-shaped fishman. "I should focus my energy on places where I'm more needed." Zhu Qingyi embodies the ability to bend and stretch to the fullest. Yiku was now a little annoyed by this retreating shark-shaped fishman. The enemy was obviously much stronger in the water than on land, and he also lacked the means for naval warfare. So the situation came to a stalemate at this time. Yiku provoked the shark-shaped fishman and lured him ashore. The shark-shaped fishman created huge waves in the sea, but could not hurt Yiku at all. The two sides were in an awkward standoff, both looking for a breakthrough. Chapter 50 Before the Storm. Yiku looked into the distance, and the place where the sky and the sea met seemed to be painted with light ink. But as time went by, it became thicker and thicker. From light gray to dark gray, it seems that a storm is brewing in the distant sea. Yiku cast his gaze towards the sea water, which was already beginning to violently surge beneath his feet. The turbulent sea water was not only caused by the storm in the distance, but also because right below Yiku, where he was flying on the sword, the shark-shaped fishman kept rushing out of the water, trying to bite Yiku. Yiku stomped his feet, and the flying sword under his feet carried him higher. His playful eyes and that smart raised brow stimulated the shark-shaped fishman to jump out of the water and attack more frantically. "Old Yi, quick victory. We have to go back before the storm dash." Zhu Qingyi, who had eliminated all the fishman soldiers on the beach in the distance, was making a trumpet shape with his hands to remind Yiku. "That's about it. This stupid fish probably doesn't have much energy left." Yiku is now an experienced fisherman, and it is time for him to draw in the nets. With a thrust of the sword, the sea water below surged even more violently. In an instant, several flying swords rushed out of the water, with a rope tied to their hilts, and the rope was connected to the net. Before the shark-shaped fishman had time to react, he was trapped by Yiku's big net and was pulled into the air. When it reacted, it wanted to crush the fishing net that trapped it with its teeth. How could Yiku let it go? He had been waiting for this moment for a while. Blade Storm, holding the blood sword and thrusting downwards, the spherical bloody sword storm group quickly approached the shark-shaped murloc. "It's not over yet. Qintian Liuyu." The 20 flying swords beside, Yiku formed a moon sword array and flowed into the sky. Golden light filled the sword bodies of these flying swords. For a moment, the sword energy that looked down on the world had already swayed in circles on the sea. The blood-colored sword blade storm group collided with the shark-shaped fishman, and Yiku took the initiative to detonate it. In an instant, countless sword energy slashed at the shark-shaped fishman's skin, taking away pieces of fish scales and its flesh. Qian Liu was the killer move and last-minute blow behind the killing move. 20 flying swords pierced through the shark-shaped fishman, leaving 20 sword openings that were transparent to the front and back on its body. This is the method Yiku planned to kill fish during this period. Using itself as bait, it constantly induces the shark-shaped fishman to consume its physical strength in the air to attack itself. Then out of the blue, he used a fine iron fishing net bought from the system all to trap it. Then the bloody sword storm broke through the defense. Qian Liu killed it and captured the fish. Yiku caught this shark-shaped murloc in the air. Although it was dead, it was much more valuable than those murloc soldiers that barely exploded with any gold coins. When they returned to the beach, the tide had already flooded most of it, and the beach where they had been standing before was almost completely submerged. Zhu Qingyi and Yiku then went to the location they had just investigated, dissected the shark-shaped fishman's body into a suitable shape, and threw away its worthless parts. Zhu Qingyi righteously refused Yiku's offer to share the spoils with him. After all, Yiku had killed the beast alone. He just needs to trade some of the drops from the murloc minions. Yiku also accepted it decisively. With a flash of light in his hand, the remains of the shark-shaped fishman disappeared. Yiku explained to Zhu Qingyi that he had received the storage space, and as he spoke, he showed his wrist the storage bracelet that Qian Heng had given him. But the fact is, Yiku directly sold the shark-shaped fishman to the system mall in exchange for points. The storage bracelet is just an excuse for Yiku. In fact, Yiku rarely uses it. After reaching the intermediate level, Yika's flying swords can be stored in his sword heart, and other props can be placed in the system backpack. The storage bracelet became a pure decoration and was forgotten by Yiku until now. If he had remembered earlier, Yiku would have put it on the system mall for sale, and it would not be able to help Yiku with the explanation function now. After this battle, Yiku not only earned points from the shark-shaped merman loot, but also received combat mission rewards issued by the system. After the final statistics, Yiku's points reached 1880, which is equivalent to 62.66. Special effect, flying swords. Even if there were number 300 special effect, flying swords as promised by Shui Xiuyu, the sea-level breakthrough task of 100 flying swords would be fulfilled. Speaking of which, when Yiku checked the system panel just now, he found that a growth task selection branch was still unselected. Only then did Yiku remember that this was a project that appeared after he broke through to the intermediate level. Click to enter the details page. The content inside is the same as the original development direction chosen, but there are some differences. From specializing in swordsmanship or sword controlling, it became specializing in one sword or practicing thousands of swords. Specializing in one sword will melt all of Yiku's flying swords into one, and all swords obtained thereafter will be devoured by this sword for further strengthening. The sword trained with this method can break all attacks with one sword. If it is combined with superb swordsmanship, the destructive power will definitely be considerable. And cultivating 10,000 swords is the path that Yiku is taking now, and this is also the one he chose in the end. In Yiku's opinion, having one more flying sword is equivalent to having one more idea and one more change. As for power, Yiku can also make up for it through sword formations. If there's only one sword, then there will be fewer sword formations that can be performed. Moreover, Yiku also possesses the blood sword provided by the Emperor's blood, which is a weapon that can be continuously strengthened by absorbing Yiku's blood and energy. This is equivalent to option 1 having been realized in Yiku. The two of them spoke nothing along the way and returned to the Li Hao fish factory before the storm came. By this time, the wind had already started to blow. The wind is also mixed with the unique salty and fishy smell of fish. I think if you don't live with such a smell for a long time, it would be difficult to adapt to it immediately. Hey, old Yi, does that person over there look familiar to you? And why are there so many people gathered at the door? Zhu Qingyi pointed to the gate of Li Hao fish factory. Yiku followed the direction of his finger and indeed saw a large group of people gathered at the gate, bustling about and talking about something. They were about to leave through the main gate anyway, so they just leaned over to listen. Brothers, please don't make things difficult for a small security guard like me. I have informed the factory director, but he has not replied to me yet. I can't open the door for you without his order. Qian Shihu hid in the security booth, looking at the people outside. His fat body curled up into a ball, and he spoke tremblingly. Qian Shihu, what time is it? My father has been missing for such a long time, and you are still following this broken rule. Wang Donghua is also a bastard. It's already this late, and he still wants my father to go out to sea. This is simply murder for money. Outside the automatic retractable door, a young man with wheat-colored skin and washed-out clothes was banging on the window of the security booth, cursing nonstop in an unusually loud voice. At this time, Yiku also saw the familiar person that Zhu Qingyi mentioned. He took Zhu Qingyi around the main gate and climbed out from the side wall of Li Hao Fish Factory. Yiku came to Cui Qidong, who was also standing in front of the gate with an anxious look on her face, and patted her on the shoulder. Cui Qidong was startled by the sudden appearance of two people, but quickly returned to his worried expression. Yiku asked her about the situation. It turned out that a fishing boat went out to sea this morning and lost contact at noon. By the time the Li Hao Fish Factory discovered the incident a few hours ago and informed the Jinling Maritime Bureau, the family members who had learned the news had already arrived at the gate of the Li Hao Fish Factory to demand accountability. Fish factories have now developed functions similar to those of a control tower. While they are necessary bases for the fishing boats to return home, they also need to keep in touch with the fishing boats at all times. And it is the responsibility of a fish factory to issue warnings when a fishing vessel deviates from the normal catching point. In this way, if a fishing boat disappears, it is the fault of the fish factory responsible. Moreover, the Li Hao Fish Factory's failure to contact the Maritime Administration in a timely manner for sea search and rescue was a dereliction of duty. No wonder the family members were so angry. Yiku was a little surprised after hearing this, because Wang Donghua left a good impression on him at the beginning, and it was hard to imagine that such a serious safety accident would occur under his command. Yiku was still thinking when the commotion at the door suddenly became more intense. Yiku looked and instantly understood what was going on. The long-awaited director, Wang, finally came out. Chapter 51 Search. As soon as Director Wong came out and saw the noisy crowd at the door, he realized that the fishermen's families had already learned about the fishing boat's loss of contact. Faced with this group of aggressive family members, Director Wong showed a trace of panic, but he still asked Qian Chihu to open the door as soon as he arrived. Qian Chihu swallowed his saliva as he looked at the ferocious family members outside. He pressed the button to open the door, but found that the telescopic door did not respond at all. It turned out that the crowd pressing at the door had deformed it and could not be opened normally. Qian Chihu discovered this problem and immediately reported it loudly to Director Wong. When the person outside the door heard this difficult problem, he was kind enough to help him solve the problem. The main reason they didn't do so just now was that they were afraid of being held accountable for breaking into a private enterprise without permission, but now their actions are entirely out of kindness. The crowd that came in immediately loudly rebuked Director Wong and demanded an explanation from him. Director Wong kept apologizing and bowing to make his apology seem more sincere. Yiku and the other two watched quietly from the side. Yiku thought to himself, I heard before that Li Hao Fish Factory had cooperated with Japanese companies. It seems that Director Wong has learned the essence of this. When something goes wrong, he will keep bowing and apologizing, and the only actual action he has taken is to contact the Maritime Safety Administration, which almost shows that he does not want to take responsibility. If Yiku's guess is correct, the next step for Director Wong is to start shirking responsibility. Sure enough, after Director Wong's apology had some effect, he began to say that he had actually warned the fishermen going out to see that the ocean was not peaceful today, but they did not listen. This behavior is intended to push the final responsibility onto the fishermen, while the boss himself plays the role of a conscientious boss who said good things but was wrongly troubled. Then why didn't the fish factory, as the control tower for the fishing boat, notify the Maritime Administration as soon as the fishing boat lost contact? Yiku crossed his arms and calmly pointed out the fish factory's responsibility in the incident, which once again aroused the crowd. Director Wong in the crowd had a gleam of viciousness in his eyes, but then he quickly put it away. He found an excuse that the fuse had burned out due to aging of the equipment, and he had to go out to buy new parts. But this was obviously not enough to convince the family members. Even Yiku, who was thinking, felt that this was more like a lie. It's outrageous that a professional fish factory doesn't have spare parts for its equipment. And how many hours can you spend buying something? Although the fish factory is a certain distance from the city, if you run a fish factory, shouldn't you have a dedicated equipment supplier? This is outrageous to Yiku. However, a group of people appeared outside the fish factory. Their presence saved Director Wong, who was about to be torn into pieces by his family members. We are from the Maritime Administration. We have received a notification that a fishing boat has lost contact, and we are here to investigate. What are you doing? And who is Wang Donghua? He was the one who reported the case. The leading Maritime Administration officer, who was wearing a uniform, shouted in the direction of the crowd. After hearing his words, the crowd gradually made way, revealing Wang Donghua and Qian Chihu, who had been gently taught a lesson. Wang Donghua's face was covered with fist marks and scratches from fingernails, and his neat clothes were torn into a mess. Qian Chihu was also among those being beaten. The main reason was that this fat boy was loyal to Director Wong and actually squeezed in to rescue Director Wong, so he enjoyed the same preferential treatment. The crowd dispersed, allowing Wang Donghua to see the Maritime Administration. Now when he saw the Maritime Administration, he approached it with more enthusiasm than when he saw his own father. After listening to Director Wong's story, the Maritime Administration said it needed some information, such as the fishing spots they often went to, so as to narrow the search and rescue scope. So Director Wong led the Maritime Administration to look up information, and thus escaped the fate of being beaten up. Yiku was just watching from the side. He thought Wang Donghua's words were quite objective, so he didn't say anything. After all, the top priority now was to complete the search and rescue mission for the missing fishing boat. Director Wong's suspicious matter will be temporarily relegated to second place. Once the task is completed, I will remind the comrades in the Maritime Administration. However, Yiku and Zhu Qingyi did not leave just like that because their friend, Cui Qidong's father, was also on the lost fishing boat, so they stayed behind out of justice, hoping to help her do what they could. Let's also look for clues. If we all work together, maybe we can really help. Zhu Qingyi proposed to the two of them. Yi and Cui nodded in agreement, and the three of them went to the Maritime Administration and the office where Wang Donghua was currently located, stated their purpose and identities, but in the end they still had to get Director Wong's consent before they could come in. After all, some of the information here may involve commercial secrets, which may cause huge losses to the operators. The other party was able to let the three of us in so calmly. Could it be that what he said was true? Or was he so confident that he thought we couldn't find out at all? Yiku did not investigate it in detail on the spot. He just picked up a document that he had already read and scanned it. The report in Yiku's hand contains information about the types of fish caught, their locations, quantities, and sales amounts for a single day/month/quarter. However, the people from the Maritime Administration thought it was of little value, so they just glanced at it and passed it over. Yiku also didn't spend much time on the first one, but after looking at a few more, he found something strange, but he couldn't put his finger on it for the time being. However, after he finished reading the report, he suddenly slammed the table, attracting the attention of everyone around him, especially Wang Donghua, whom Yiku was observing with his peripheral vision. After the other party saw clearly what he was showing, a barely perceptible unnatural look appeared on his face, which was caught by himself. Is there really a problem? But I'll let you jump around for a while. I know where the fishing boats are more likely to appear. Yiku said to everyone, shaking the report in his hand. Little brother, what are you talking about? How can we infer the location where the fishing boat lost contact based on this report alone? Wang Donghua said this with a teasing look on his face, and then pointed out another point. Look, doesn't your report also show that their fishing spots are sometimes far away and sometimes near, and even when they're near the coast, they are not fixed? When others heard what Wang Donghua said, they also felt that Yiku's words were a bit unreliable. No, the types and quantity of fish caught can tell us a lot. A smile appeared on Yiku's lips. It was just a simple smile, but in Wang Donggua's eyes, this smile was somewhat intriguing. The arrival of the tide season does not happen overnight, and both climate and sirens play an important role in it. First of all, it's the climate. In the months before the tidal season, rainfall begins to rise regularly, which causes the sea level to rise, and the offshore waters become larger and deeper from shallow seas. This not only expands the range of activities of shallow sea beasts and brings them closer to land, but also allows marine beasts living farther and deeper to blend into the shallow sea layers where they originally did not live. This is related to the second point about sirens. Large or powerful sirens usually occupy wider and deeper sea layers. But during the high tide season, they will float to shallower sea layers to hunt, which forces the sirens that originally lived there to leave their homes and flee to live in shallower waters. Yiku pointed to the location where the fish were caught in the report and explained. This explains why the overall location of fish catches in this report has shifted toward offshore. Based on this, I can also infer that this fishing boat should be out to sea near the coast. Based on the increase or decrease in the number of fish caught, we can know the number of fish remaining to be caught in the local area. Fishermen often want to maximize their catch in a single trip, so we can eliminate the places they go to most on the map and instead target locations that are less fished and safer. The head of the Maritime Administration's eyes lit up, patted Yiku on the shoulder to show his agreement, and asked his men to investigate according to Yiku's statement. In the end, they indeed locked down a more precise range. However, there are various interference factors in the ocean currents, sirens are among them. The range of such locking is still too large. By the time we and others really find the missing fishing boat, they will probably have died long ago. Yiku turned his gaze to the map hanging on the wall, and then his eyes lit up. He turned around and told everyone that he had a rough idea of the location. Everyone looked confused. Seeing Yiku coming up with a brilliant conclusion after just glancing at the report, they obviously couldn't understand how he could come up with that idea after just glancing at the map. So under everyone's inquiring gaze, Yiku slowly began to explain. Chapter 52, Going to Sea. South side of Chilbong Island? Are you sure, little comrade? The head of the Maritime Administration said. Yiku nodded and explained the reason. The ocean current in the Yellow Sea is a cold current flowing southward along the coast. In the U-shaped trench between Chibong Island and the seabed continental shelf, a large amount of nutrients from the bottom of the sea will be stirred up. In addition, the northward warm current from the south competes with the cold current here, neither of which gives in, making it easier for nutrients to accumulate here. It is no surprise that there are more fish here. The reason why a fishing ground was formed there is actually similar to that of the fishing ground at the mouth of the Yangtze River. The south of Chifeng Island was a place that no fishing boat had reached before, so Yiku made this judgment. After listening to Yiku's explanation, everyone looked at the map of China on the wall. This map was revised after the sea level rose, and it was slightly different from the original Chinese map. Yiku could say so many things by looking at this map, but why didn't I think of Yiku's aspect when I saw the same map? I think it makes sense. The head of the Maritime Administration coughed twice and agreed with an awkward smile. Me too. Me too. The other teammates followed the eldest brother's footsteps and responded. Then we can go out to sea now. The head of the Maritime Safety Administration put away his smile and said to Director Wang, "We want to borrow someone from Director Wang." Who? Wang Dongwa looked puzzled. Who could borrow money from him? Borrow someone who can sail a boat. Ah! Not only Director Wang, but also Yi Ku and the other two were stunned by his words. You guys are from the Maritime Administration, but you can't even drive a boat? How do you usually patrol? Ahem, recently the pressure on the northern coastal defense has suddenly increased a lot. The country is short of manpower, and many colleagues from the Maritime Administration have been transferred away. We can't say that the rest of us don't know how to sail a ship at all, but with that skill, we can only choose one between sailing and fighting at sea. As we have no foothold on the sea, we can only fight the siren on the ship. If the ship lacks maneuverability during the battle and is destroyed by the siren, we will. You don't have to tell me. It's quite easy to find a seaman. There are quite a few among the family members. Let's go ask them now. Time is running out. Saving lives is the most important thing. Wang Dongwa interrupted the speech of the leader of the Maritime Administration and said righteously, then turned around and went out to find someone with driving skills. Let's go, we'll follow. Yi Ku and his two companions, as well as a group of Maritime Administration members, followed them out to the open space outside. At this time, the group of family members who had gathered outside for a long time fell silent after hearing what Wang Dongwa said. They looked at each other and were speechless for a while. Now the wind mixed with rain was hitting everyone's faces, and the sound of the surging waves outside could faintly be heard by everyone. The ocean today is like a mermaid's giant mouth opening towards people. So how could anyone be so foolish as to go out and die? After all, although they have good boat driving skills, they have no special powers and are doomed to die against the sea monsters. The people at the Maritime Administration are also in a difficult situation, but the current situation can only be said to be that they have no luck in terms of timing, location, or people. I lived on a boat with my dad when I was a kid, so I'm familiar with boats and how to sail them. So, just let me go. When they heard someone volunteered, the people from the Maritime Administration's eyes sparkled. But when they saw the self-recommender, there was an unspeakable guilt in their eyes. Yi Ku and Zhu Qingyi also frowned, their eyes fixed on the figure that stepped forward. Cui Qidong's sudden volunteering really surprised them both. Originally, Yi Ku planned that since he had already done a great favor for the Maritime Administration, he had done his best and earned a lot of merit. He was preparing to escape unscathed with his two companions, but this incident happened. Zhu Qingyi covered his face, thinking that this girl was really brave. With her strength, she was just going to see now, right? She just needed to go back and wait for the notice. Yi Ku knew Cui Qidong's anxious mood at the moment and could understand her better. Because that feeling was the same as when he was worried about his father and Chun-Shi when he encountered the invasion of the Demon Lord in Haidu. When the family members around heard that Cui Qidong took the initiative to take on this responsibility, some were secretly happy, some felt ashamed, but all their emotions were condensed into one word: silence. 7 tigers. Wang Dongwa looked at Cui Qidong without any emotion change in his eyes and suddenly called out this name. "Director, you called me. Can it be? I don't want to go." Qian Shihu was at the edge of the crowd at this time. When his name was called, everyone turned their eyes to him. "Chihu, I know your boat skills are top-notch. Now your Uncle Chui and his men are in trouble, and you have always received a lot of help from them. Now that Xiao Qidong has come forward, why are you a man, just holding back and not daring to fart?" Director Wang's words became more and more serious. Although he was talking about moral blackmail, it seemed to be of no use to Qian Shihu, who did not look very moral. But I didn't expect that in the end the other party would actually stand up and be forced to actively take on the responsibility. For a moment, Yi Ku seemed to have been educated by the saying, "Don't judge a book by its cover." Director Wang looked at Qian Shihu with satisfaction and patted his broad shoulders, and the fat on his face trembled twice. Everyone also praised Qian Shihu for stepping forward. Unlike the fragrant praise they had just given him at the door, they were probably praising him sincerely now. So, Qian Shihu took over Cui Qidong's role as the naval officer and led the Maritime Safety Administration to search for the missing ship in the ocean. Yi Ku looked at the group of people in front of him. His eyelids drooped slightly, and he looked listless. Seeing this group of people showing the ugly side of human nature so vividly, Yi Ku, who is also a human being, didn't know what to think. But since this is the case, I have done something that I shouldn't have done, and now I can back off. After all, it wasn't his own family that lost contact, so he had no obligation to wait. However, he was careful and secretly inserted a flying sword with special effects into the ship they were sailing on. I hope it won't be of any use. Pinching his chin, Yika took a last look at the small boat that was gradually disappearing in the surging seawater. Then he withdrew his gaze and began to think about the strange thing that he had just found. Before I knew it, I was back in the office. Zhu Qingyi and the other man saw Yiku's strange behavior and followed him. But seeing that Yiku was thinking, they did not disturb him. Yiku grabbed the report he had just read and read it again word by word, until he saw the last few pages of sales and transportation data. When he compared it with the previous fish catch figures, all his doubts were cleared up. Chapter 53 Unveiling. Yika took out his mobile phone and took a picture of the problem he had discovered, and attached a watermark to prevent it from being mistaken for a Photoshop picture. Yika divided the report into two parts. The first part is more authentic and is the original data of the catch, which is almost impossible to falsify. Since the invasion of alien beasts, human living space has become increasingly narrow, and the requirements for the rational use of resources have increased a lot. Even the amount of fish caught has a maximum catch that is given after scientific investigation by dedicated personnel. Fish factories can only fish within this limit, and will have to pay a fine if they exceed the limit. This standard is publicly available. Overfishing in a certain period of time can easily lead to unstable fish catches and cause investigations. So, basically everyone will fish according to the rules, not too much or too little, to ensure that their own profits are maximized. Then after the raw product of fish is obtained, it needs to be processed and transported. The added value of the product is also reflected in the table, so we also have the unit price of the processed product. Combined with the previous quantity, the total sales volume can be calculated. As for transportation, the sales market of Lihao Fish Factory is in several coastal cities, so all the products are transported by trucks with fixed routes. The problem lies in total sales and transportation. First of all, there is the total sales volume, which is a data that does not have to be made public. So after Yi Ku finished the statistics himself, he found that the total amount presented in the report was far lower than the actual amount. The reason for the lower figure is that the amount of products sold to the market has decreased a lot. There are two simple reasons for the low circulation of products. First, the quality of the products is too poor to be sold when they reach the market. Second, the market conditions for the products are poor and they cannot be circulated at all, so they are piled up in warehouses and rot. If it is the first point, then it can be explained by damage during transportation, but the data in Yiku's hand now is far from being explained by natural damage. Or is it that the market conditions are not good every month, which leads to such losses? If this product is really hard to sell, shouldn't we replace it with something else? If the above reasons are not convincing and no more reasonable explanation can be found, it can only be that the Lihao Fish Factory actually embezzled part of the products. However, there is also a public financial data submitted to investors which is quite reasonable. This data is generally considered to be the total sales of the product. It is based on more realistic data and is almost the same as the result calculated by Yiku. So, there is a sum of money that goes missing between the two total sales. The actual sales amount is lower than the public sales amount. Who got the missing part? Yiku thinks it is very likely that Wang Donghua embezzled it himself. After all, the actual sales total is less, which is good for the fish factory's income, but it does not mean that Wang Donghua, the factory director, has less income. As for the fact that the disclosed total sales volume is still authentic, it is probably because Wang Donghua changed the sales channel of those products and made more money, so he paid for it out of his own pocket in order to keep things normal on the surface. But there is still a problem with the transportation equipment. The number of trucks rented by Lihao Fish Factory remains the original number, and they can pass the weighing check based on the total weight generated by the original data. This means that these vehicles are not loaded with the original products, but are also loaded with other goods to ensure that the weight meets the standards. In summary, Wang Donghua committed the crime in defiance of the law. While maintaining the original size of the truck and avoiding detection of the mismatch in weight, he embezzled part of the fish catch and made huge profits. Thinking of this, Yiku couldn't help but feel sad for those fishermen. They worked so hard to go out to sea to fish and took huge risks, but in the end, part of their results were stolen by Wang Donghua for his own personal gain. No wonder the equipment at Lihao Fish Factory is so outdated. It turns out it has been being drained of blood. Thinking of this, Yiku had the idea of getting involved in this matter. The fishing boat lost contact because of equipment problems. If Wang Donghua had not been corrupt, the equipment would have had a chance to be updated, and this accident probably would not have happened. So Yiku wanted him to pay the price he deserved. Yiku thought about it and decided to tell the other two people about it. Zhu Qingyi and Cui Qitong were both shocked when they heard Yiku's conclusion. Cui Qitong said angrily, The fish factory's income is originally that after the fish is sold, the factory director takes a portion, and the rest belongs to the fisherman. I don't know how much money he has embezzled by doing this. After listening to this, Zhu Qingyi lowered his head slightly, as if thinking about something, and then asked Yi Ku, "What are your plans?" Yi Ku was thinking about submitting the evidence to the relevant departments. After all, this kind of behavior might also involve smuggling and money laundering. Investigation would surely reveal some illegal activities, and it would definitely be enough to punish Wang Donghua. Zhu Qingyi smiled bitterly and said, "If this is the case, I'm afraid this matter will be completely forgotten. Not to mention that the higher-ups are still worried about how to defend the 20,000-kilometer coastline, so they may not have the time to investigate this matter. Furthermore, Wang Donghua must have been running this business for quite some time, and he may have developed quite a few upstream and downstream people. If we can't find a suitable person to report this to, it might alert the enemy, and we won't have a chance to catch Wang Donghua." Yi Ku is good at reasoning, but when it comes to politics, he is just a casual reader of the news. After all, he was just a small citizen in Haidu at the beginning, with no power, no influence, and no money, and he just lived a muddled life. I have a relative who works in this field. He is trustworthy. The position should be suitable. I can recommend him. Then I'll trouble you. Yi Ku said happily, and Chui Chitong, a family member of the victim, also expressed his gratitude. Suddenly, Yi Ku covered his chest with his hands, his brows furrowed, as if he was feeling something. When the two people around him saw Yi Ku suddenly become like this, they immediately surrounded him and checked on his condition. "I'm fine, but those comrades from the Maritime Administration who are out at sea are in danger," Yi Ku said in a low voice. At this moment, he opened his eyes, which were full of worry. "How do you know that?" Zhu Qingyi said in surprise. "One of my flying swords has the ability to perceive, so I left it on their fishing boat, hoping it could give them an early warning. Just now my flying sword sensed that a group of sea monsters were approaching them, so I have to warn them now. How to remind me?" The other two raised the question in unison. After all, those people had been out to sea for some time now, and it was probably difficult to judge their location now. Even if Yi Ku flew out on his sword to chase them, he would not be able to catch up. A smile appeared on Yi Ku's lips, and with a flash of his hand, a flying sword appeared in his hand in an instant. "Use this. Use this." The two of them looked completely confused. "Please help me take a look at this flying sword." Oh. After saying this, Yi Ku disappeared from the spot in an instant. As a veteran otaku, Zhu Qingyi saw this scene, and a name flashed through his mind, and he blurted out, "Wow, Flying Thunder God? So handsome." Chapter 54, Save or Be Saved. Looking at the flying sword on the ground, Zhu Qingyi and Chui Chitong were so surprised that their mouths could not close. After all, no matter how you looked at it, this looked like the ability of instant teleportation. This ability is incredible. WC. I'm so envious. Seeing how Yi Ku had shown off his great abilities, Zhu Qingyi almost cried with envy. It seemed that he was extremely envious of Yi Ku's ability. However, he did not forget what Yi Ku entrusted him with. After making a casual phone call to explain everything, he put the phone back into his trouser pocket and kept his hand in it without taking it out. It was obvious that he also wanted to show off in front of others. But the person in front of him now is Chui Chitong. How could a simple girl like her see Zhu Qingyi's little thoughts? However, she knew the simple principle of repaying kindness and knew that Zhu Qingyi was helping her, so she thanked him sincerely. This made Zhu Qingyi feel a little embarrassed, so he pulled his hand out and stopped pretending. In fact, it was because Yi Ku was not in front of him now. What he really wanted to pretend was in front of Yi Ku, but unfortunately he had no chance. The two waited for a while, but Yi Ku didn't come back, so they simply found a stool and sat down. Zhu Qingyi became a little anxious when he saw that Yi Ku had not returned after a few minutes. He seemed to have some ideological struggle and made another phone call. But this time, he was particularly respectful to the person on the other end of the phone, even a little humble. Chui Chitong was curious about why he made the call, but since the other party was on the phone, it would be impolite for him to interrupt. After listening for a while, she finally understood. It turned out that Zhu Qingyi was also looking for someone to help with the search and rescue. During the call, he told the other party about Yi Ku's method of finding someone, and it seemed that he got a good feedback from the other party, and he looked happy. Then he asked the other party to help Yi Ku in the search and rescue. Zhu Qingyi didn't talk for long and soon hung up. The moment he finished the call, Chui Chitong caught a glimpse of a relaxed look on his face. Then Zhu Qingyi was not as nervous as before and took out his mobile phone to start browsing. Chui Chitong did not ask him who he had called, what kind of person the other party was, and whether he could help the people who had lost contact and Yiku who was out at sea. These were questions that she was very concerned about. After all, these may involve the other party's privacy. Given Zhu Qingyi's attitude towards the other party, it would be bad if he made the other party unhappy. Cui Qidong felt a little depressed thinking that there was nothing he could do to help everyone. She slowly stood up, walked to the office window, and looked at the dark clouds that had covered the sky. I could hear the sound of raindrops dancing on the window panes and the whistling wind blowing past. She clasped her hands together and prayed for Yiku and everyone else, hoping that they could all return safely. Time goes back to when Yiku was teleporting. Yiku's sudden appearance startled the comrades from the Maritime Administration and Qian Chihu, who was driving the boat. Explain clearly the reason for your arrival and inform them that the siren is approaching. Everyone did not dare to delay and immediately took a defensive stance, ready to fight the siren lurking in the sea. Qian Chihu didn't need to fight. He just had to concentrate on driving the boat towards the search and rescue area. When Yiku entered the battle, the white robe naturally appeared on his body, and the sword heart on his chest also shone. Yiku and the leader of the Maritime Administration learned about the strength of each member of the team. There are 7 people in the team. In terms of supernatural power cultivation, 5 of them have intermediate strength, and the remaining 2 are at the beginner level. As for the supernatural talents, except for the leader who is of level B, the others are all of level C. During the conversation, Yiku also learned their names, which made it easier for him to cooperate later. Captain Wang, there is a group of sirens to the south of the right side of the ship. They are very close and may attack at any time. Yiku said to Wang Chong, the leader of the Maritime Administration and their captain. Okay, got it. Wang Chong crossed his arms with a confident smile on his face. A team member behind him clasped his hands together, and suddenly a thick column of water rushed up from the sea, containing a group of fishman soldiers who looked like humans but were covered with fish scales and had fish heads. Xiao Wei, after seeing his men complete this action to catch the Murloc soldier from the sea, Wang Chong said to an attacker who had approached. The girl called Xiao Wei is a young woman in the team with supernatural talent and is cultivated to the intermediate level. At this time, a human figure appeared behind her, which must be her supernatural characteristic. Xiao Wei's right arm muscles swelled and grew larger, and surging power was about to burst out from the muscles in her arm. She stepped on the splint, and her figure was as fast as thunder. She instantly approached the group of fishmen soldiers. She punched them on the head with one fish punch, instantly making a dent in their heads. It was obvious that they were dead. Xiao Wei's body began to fall under the influence of gravity, and then something like a rope wrapped around her waist and pulled her back. The one who did all this was a young man in the team holding a bunch of plants in his hands. The young man's name is Xiao Yu. He can control the rapid growth of living plants. However, his ability is greatly restricted by the geographical environment at sea. So the team specially prepared a special flower pot for him so that he could use his supernatural powers normally at sea. The combination of him and Xiao Wei is like a yo-yo. He throws the opponent out to attack with his hands and then pulls the opponent back through plants. Yiku's eyes lit up. Such tacit cooperation was rare in his academy. Although the students in the academy may be more talented and skilled than the 2 Maritime Administration team members, they are far behind in terms of coordination with each other. The vast majority of students focus on themselves and ignore the fact that in battles against peers, if there is good coordination, they can unleash a strength far greater than that of a 1+1 team fighting alone. Others also join their own battlefields. Although they could not crush these low-level sirens, they were more than capable of preventing them from approaching the ship. With Qian Chihu at the helm, the boat headed towards various locations around where the missing ship might be, and finally the damaged ship was seen on a reef. Yiku's heart couldn't help but tense up, but the next second when he saw the scene in front of him clearly, he felt relieved. It is true that the ship ran aground, but there is a small island next to the reef. At this time, the crew members on the lost ship are hiding under a life raft. The outermost circle of crew members are standing on the beach with weapons, such as harpoons, in their hands. On the ground in front of them is a big SS made of shells and stones. It's not that they don't want to hide in other safer and more secluded places where they won't be targeted by the sirens, but this small island can be seen at a glance, and it is at best just a shallow bulge. Qianchu didn't dare to bring the boat too close, for fear that the boat would run aground on the beach. So after the teammates from the Maritime Administration cleared out the surrounding sea monsters, Captain Wang Chong took Yiku and 3 team members off the boat to pick up the crew members of the missing ship. When they were halfway there, Yiku's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he turned his head to look behind him. Then he saw a scene that made his pupils suddenly contract. Huge tentacles climbed onto the boat they were on like giant pythons, and in an instant, they exerted force and overturned the boat. The remaining Maritime Administration team members and Xianqihu on the boat fell into the sea. When Yiku wanted to loudly remind them that there were other dangers in the sea, it was too late. One after another, 3 of the mid-elite shark-shaped fishmen that Yiku had seen before suddenly appeared. They had bloodthirsty eyes and instantly targeted the Maritime Administration team members and Xianqihu, who fell into the sea. Their streamlined bodies rolled flexibly in the sea, and those who suddenly fell into the water just raised their heads and were pushed back into the water by the waves they created. Yiku took a deep breath. He knew that the biggest danger of this trip might be here. Chapter 55, Fierce Battle. Help! Gula Gula, help me! The boat was overturned, and the crew members on board fell into the water like dumplings. The shark-shaped fisherman cruising along the island saw its prey fall into the water and quickly used his special ability to stir up the seawater. The shark's tail slapped the water, and suddenly a wall of water was erected on the sea surface. When it approached the people who fell into the water, it instantly collapsed, turning into a huge pressure falling on their heads, pressing them into the water. Xiaoyu, save as many as you can. Xiaoyu and I will be here to lead them over, and the rest of you should quickly move towards the island. The rain fell on the face of Captain Wang Chong. He shouted in an almost roaring voice to Yi Ku and the other 3 who were beside him and had already walked a distance to the island. Since setting out to sea, heavy rain has been pouring down, hitting the sea surface with a sound like frying beans and thunder and lightning roar from time to time in the dark sky. The rain formed into streams and flowed across everyone's now nervous faces. Their chests, already weighed down by the weather, were now made even more uncomfortable by the sudden appearance of this group of powerful sirens. Yes, Captain Xiaoyu, who also shouted these 3 words in an almost roaring voice, resolutely separated from Yi Ku and the other 2 and took a step forward to stand next to the Captain Wang Chong. The potted plants he carried with him were hidden under his raincoat when not in use because the rain was getting heavier. At this time, several branches of plants stretched out from the bottom of his raincoat, like several black lightning in the rain, passing through the road in the middle and accurately hitting the figures struggling in the water. Then Xiaoyu, like a fisherman, cooperated with Wang Chong to accelerate the contraction of the branches and pull back those who were entangled by the branches. What the 2 of them are doing now is to snatch people from the underwater death gods that have erected black fins in the sea. How could the bloodthirsty shark-like fishmen let go of these preys that were already in their mouths? They might desperately bite the bodies of those who fell into the water and begin to greedily plunder their lives. Or they might be smart enough to bite off the branches and prevent Xiaoyu and Wang Chong from rescuing the people. There were 4 people in total, including the Maritime Administration team member who fell into the water and the driver Qianqihu, and they were facing 3 shark-shaped fishmen. They kept floating and sinking on the sea, trying their best to slide with the sea water to push themselves in the direction where the branches were extending. They were floating up and down, but some were already in the water and couldn't lift their heads to breathe. Their final fate may be to completely disappear when the next wave hits. After a life-and-death rescue operation, 1 person was finally retrieved, and there were even bloody, severed limbs left on the other branches that were pulled back. Wang Chong and Xiaoyu looked pale in the heavy rain. Xiaoyu, who had poor tolerance, felt his stomach churn and finally vomited it out. Hurry, go! His throat seemed to be choked by an unknown thing. Wang Chong's Adam's apple moved up and down violently, and he finally squeezed out the last words through his clenched teeth. The innate fear of creatures washes away the psychological defenses of everyone present. On the sea, where the sky is already extremely dark, this emotion is infinitely amplified several times. Yi Ku and 2 other members of the Maritime Administration went to the island together, and they met a group of fishermen hiding under a life raft. Their dark faces were blurred in the heavy rain and scarce light, but their eyes were still shining, indicating that they had not given up the desire to live. The life raft can only provide shelter in a very small area. When Yiku saw clearly the person hiding inside, his heart couldn't help but tremble. At the outermost edge of the life raft was a group of thin, old fishermen with hair whitened by wind and frost. They used their not-so-broad arms and determined eyes to protect the young man who was gritting his teeth and whose face was covered with snot and tears. It's like telling the people outside that when they collapse and can't hold on any longer, it will be the turn of these young people. Yiku saw the goodness of human nature in them, and the will to protect hope. This also makes the bastard fish factory director, who had previously embezzled the fisherman's income, look even more despicable. Yika took a few deep breaths, and the air mixed with rain entered his nostrils, which made him feel uncomfortable. But compared with his current angry mood, it was nothing to mention. Yiku is still a young man full of passion, and a young man who is willing to stand up when he encounters injustice in the world. What he has to do now is to take these fishermen home and take back everything that belongs to them. Of course, he could run, and with his flying sword, he could teleport back instantly, but he couldn't teleport with others, so he wanted to fight until the last moment before leaving. The sword heart beating in his chest was dyed with a more dazzling color, which stood out particularly in the dark waters. 10 sword servant souls emerged from around Yiku, and they instantly formed a circle to protect everyone. Yiku and his team have not only attracted the 3 shark-shaped merfolk, but also the tentacle mermaid that overturned the boat has not appeared, and there are also merfolk soldiers around who keep poking their heads out from the surging seawater. Wang Chong and others who were already approaching the island were hindered by the seawater and could not increase their speed any further. Behind them, the shark-shaped fishmen who were already feasting on a bloody feast were staring at them with even crazier eyes, shaking their shark tails and chasing them relentlessly. Puff! A black figure jumped out of the water, and the shark-shaped fishman opened his bloody mouth and pounced on Wang Chong, the last of the 3. Wang Chong's eyes fixed. Because of the noise of rain and thunder, his ears were filled with all kinds of chaotic sounds. When he turned around and saw the shark-shaped fishman leaping up and pouncing towards him, the other party was already 1 or 2 meters in front of him. Subconsciously raising his hands to block in front of him, Wang Chong clenched his teeth, thinking that he could at least withstand this blow and then run. But the next second, he suddenly felt a strong wind blowing over his head, and then he heard a scream and the sound of an object falling into the water. Wang Chong opened his eyes wide and saw that the shark-shaped fishman who attacked him was pierced by a giant sword with flowing precious light. Yika took action, and the Guaixin sword with fusion effect attacked, piercing the shark-shaped fishman who wanted to launch a sneak attack. Yika breathed a sigh of relief. His judgment of the shark-shaped fishman's strength was correct. Although it is a shark-shaped fishman of the same species, this is only a lower-level elite beast, but the Guaixin sword, which gathers the power of 19 flying swords, can still break its defense with 1 strike. If the opponent was the same mid-elite level as the previous one, Wang Chong's body and head would probably have been separated by now. The second after piercing the shark-shaped fishman, Yika made a move with his hand, and the Guaixin sword was pulled out of the shark-shaped fishman's body, and then divided into 19 swords. Yika pressed his palm down, 19 swords plus a blood sword that Yika temporarily added. The 20 swords were first wrapped in a layer of sacred aura, emitting a dazzling golden light, and then swooped into the water with a swish, swish sound, and then a red color appeared on the sea. The first shark-shaped fishman was killed, and the last 2 seemed to have the same strength as this one, so they cautiously followed them farther away, allowing Wang Chong and the others to finally reach the island without any danger. Seeing the arrival of the 3 people, Yika's tense nerves relaxed, and a feeling of exhaustion filled his brain. The last blow that killed the shark-shaped fishman just now was not simple. It was Yiku who activated Qintian Liu to do it. You must know that Yiku also had to allocate energy to maintain the Sword Samurai soul. Now that Wang Chong and 3 others have joined the defense of the island, the pressure on Yiku's shoulders has been lightened. But just like this seemingly endless reign, Yiku and his men's war is far from over. Chapter 56: The One Who Comes is the Savior. The rain keeps falling, and it seems like it will never stop. The battle continued, and there seemed to be no end in sight. The turbulent sea water has submerged the shallow island and is gradually reaching above everyone's ankles. Yika now has tinnitus in his ears and is feeling increasingly tired. The battle has lasted for at least 20 minutes. Although the time seems short, everyone has maintained a highly concentrated state of mind and has been fighting until now. Now everyone uses their mental power to probe into the body to check, and they will find bitterly that there is not much energy left. Fortunately, they were not the only side that had been fighting at a high intensity. The opposing Siren Legion seemed to have fallen into a certain gap and did not have enough small minions to drag them down. Wang Chong's special ability is related to weapons. The harpoon in his hand seems to have been enhanced in sharpness, and it is so smooth to cut through various fishman soldiers. The rain slid down his face. Fortunately, he had a buzz cut, so his hair was not messy at all. On the other hand, Yiku's hair was half long, and it was already covering his head like a ball of seaweed. In order to prevent the hair from blocking his eyes, he combed his hair into a middle part and tilted it to the sides. Wang Chong looked around in the moment of peace when the siren did not attack. Yi Ku and other members of the Maritime Administration were standing at the outermost part of the defense circle with the life raft as the center. Inside were young and strong fishermen who had begun to take responsibility. They pointed their harpoons at the ferocious sea monsters outside. Once a relatively weak siren breaks through the defense of Yi Ku and others, they will rush forward and attack them using the reaction and strength developed from fishing. This makes them an important part of the fight against the Kraken. Ha ha ha! Wang Chong laughed. He suddenly took off the communicator he had been wearing at his side and laughed heartily. His sudden laugh confused everyone. They looked at him with confused eyes, watching him laugh as if he had emptied out the suppressed emotions that had been pent up in his chest. Everyone knew what he was doing. Captain Wang Chong wanted to relax himself by laughing and try to restore his spirit. Everyone has their own way of relaxing. With Wang Chong taking the lead in relaxing, others also began to use their own methods to relax their long, tense nerves, or roar loudly, or keep taking deep breaths. In short, before the next attack of the siren, everyone tried their best to recover a little bit of mental strength and energy during this period of time. He said that in the midst of wind and rain, this little pain is nothing. Dry your tears and don't be afraid. At least we still have dreams. I don't know who took the lead, but the fishermen around responded with one voice and sang this song that best reflected their feelings. After this song was sung, various boatman songs, labor songs, could be heard everywhere. The surrounding sirens looked at this group of humans and suddenly started laughing and singing, not knowing why. I thought it was some ancient magic, so just as I was about to move forward, I retreated into the sea and covered my head with the water. Countless fish eyes as bright as light bulbs were flashing strange lights under the sea. Everyone's mood went from low to high again, but this might be the last glimmer of light. Fatigue is still written on the smiling face. Even though the body is covered with scars of fatigue, one still has to persevere. When I was working, it was about living, but now it's about being alive. Brother Wang, lead the brothers to charge again. Let's fight this bunch of scumbag sea monsters. Yes, fight them. Xiao Yu, who was beside Wang Chong, shouted at the top of his lungs, and the fishermen, crew members from the Maritime Administration, and Yi Ku all responded. Fight? Fight. What do you think I was laughing for just now? Wang Chong's laughter stopped abruptly, and he turned around and looked at everyone in confusion. Everyone looked back in bewilderment. I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Wang Chong actually kept the secret at this time, which made everyone even more confused and puzzled. Really? Dude, what are you laughing at? WC, I'm already prepared. Why are you telling me this? There was a lot of complaints in the crowd, and finally Yi Ku replied, hear the bad news first. The bad news is that I just contacted the nearest Navy to request support, and it will take at least 30 minutes for them to arrive. After hearing this, the fire of hope that had been ignited by curiosity in everyone's hearts was immediately extinguished. Everyone looked at Wang Chong with complicated expressions, wondering why the other party wanted to tell this news at this time. Wouldn't this disrupt the morale of the army? The good news is... When Wang Chong talked about the good news, the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. Finally, in the eyes of everyone's confusion and curiosity, he completely revealed the answer. The good news is that the Navy had already monitored our situation 30 minutes ago and set off ahead of schedule. Everyone was silent at first, and then they said in unison, WC, we are saved. It seemed as if it was destined. Just as everyone's hope rose, a huge steel monster pushed away the turbulent waves and knocked away countless sea monsters on the way. The blood of the sirens smeared all over the bow was particularly terrifying, but it caused great excitement in the eyes of everyone. The arrival of warships means that the Navy has also arrived, right? On the warship, a figure suddenly flew up and then hovered hundreds of meters above the sea. Behind him was a giant thunderclaw with bared fangs and claws, which fell down in an instant and slammed violently on the sea surface. This attack directly killed many sirens hiding in the water. A huge column of water rose up, indicating the powerful force of this attack. Then the lightning spread across the water like a spider web, continuing to reap the lives of the strange beasts in the water. When lightning encounters Yi Ku and others who are also in the water, it avoids them as if it had intelligence. This shows the other party's strong control over lightning. Not only that, The thunder ability also showed off its supermodel level in front of Yiku. No matter if you, the siren, are covered with hard scales or have a thick stratum corneum. The conductive ones will penetrate the defense directly and kill you in seconds. The insulating ones will burn you directly. Compared with the various special effects of his own flying swords, the opponent can solve everything with just a bolt of thunder. Seeing that their savior was so strong, the huge rock pressing on everyone's heart suddenly collapsed, and they all felt relieved. Yiku sat directly into the water. The white robe that had been stained with the mermaid's blood gradually faded, and the flashing light of the sword on his chest also faded. The man in the sky swept away and landed back on the warship. The surrounding sea monsters were killed directly, and some of the powerful ones also fled far away. The warship came over, and everyone got on board with the help of the soldiers on board. Yiku stood on the sturdy deck of the warship, resisting the urge to lie down, and thanked the Navy men who came to rescue them. "Boy, you must be Yiku." A lieutenant colonel with 2 bars and 2 stars on his shoulders walked out of the Navy. Yiku recognized him as the person who had displayed the lightning power before. Seeing him walking out surrounded by people, and seeing the admiration in the eyes of the surrounding soldiers, Yiku realized that the other party had a very high status on this warship. He straightened his back, nodded with a serious expression, and was also a little curious about why the other party specifically named him. Wang Chong, who was receiving treatment nearby, saw the lieutenant colonel and immediately stood up from the deck and reported the rescue situation to the lieutenant colonel. It also highlights Yiku's arrival to remind everyone in the Maritime Administration to defend against the sirens, and his later contribution in helping everyone resist the sirens. The lieutenant colonel looked at Yiku with a cold expression on his face, but Yiku could feel that his gaze had become much softer. "You can rest in the cabin, but you must abide by all the rules of this ship. When the ship arrives at Jinling Port, you will disembark." After saying that, the lieutenant colonel returned to the cabin without looking back, leaving behind only a tall figure. Only when the other party completely disappeared from his sight did Yiku relax again. He leaned against the side of the deck and closed his eyes to rest. In order not to cause unnecessary problems, he gave up teleporting back directly. "I took out my phone and found it was broken by water." Yiku scratched his head, but finally he was calm and didn't care about it anymore. He closed his eyes and planned to sleep until he reached the shore. "To be honest, I just accepted an ordinary mission to clear out the sea monsters. So how did I accidentally get involved in so many things?" After some thought, Yiku finally decided that he must change his bad habit of meddling in other people's affairs and at least grow up to be able to stand on his own. "At least I have to reach the level of that lieutenant colonel," Yiku secretly thought to himself. There are military doctors on the ship, and they all have recovery abilities, so Yiku will be almost fully recovered after resting for a while. Holding onto the railing with both hands, the heavy rain was still falling, but this time Yiku wanted to go home. Chapter 57. Back to school. "Hey, I saw him. Well, he's fine. I went there in time. If I had been later, it would have been hard to say. Well, how is your mother's health lately? I will go back in person when I have time." Holding on the railing and looking forward, the Jinling port in the distance became more and more clear. "Sir, you won't go back after we reach the shore this time?" The guard beside him said. "Well, after the warship docked and dropped those people off, we headed north." "Homa, come back next time." Zhu Liuyun put down the communicator, looked out at the vast sea without saying a word. The guards around him also sighed inwardly and felt sorry for Commander Zhu. The country is experiencing such turbulent times, and as soldiers they have not seen their families for a long time. When the war was intense, we would not be able to contact our families for weeks or even months. The guard thought of his mother in his hometown and decided to give her a call during his shift change tonight. "Well, at least I have to make a video call to see if she has eaten well. After all, once we get to the battlefield, in order to prevent electronic equipment from being sensed by strange beasts, no other electronic products can be used except for special military communicators." Following Commander Zhu Liyun's gaze as he looked out over Jinling Harbor, the guards also looked in the same direction. That is Jinling Port, and it is also the home they are protecting. His gaze returned to Yiku. This was his first time on a warship, so he was inevitably curious about everything. However, fearing that he might touch upon some hidden taboos or regulations, he was very methodical throughout the entire visit, almost marching in step. After walking around and returning to the place where he first came up, Yiku also saw the Jinling port getting closer and closer. Arriving at Jinling port, they were back on land. Yika's heart also settled down completely the moment his feet firmly touched the ground. Hey, the hero is home. Holding his flying sword with teleportation effect in his right hand, Zhu Qingyi walked over and looked at Yiku with a happy face. Then his gaze seemed to look behind Yiku, but when he didn't see the expected figure, he retracted his gaze. When Yiku saw him and Chui Qitong standing beside him, he smiled easily, knocked the other person with his fist, and took the sword from him. Chui Qitong, who came with him, first asked about Yiku's situation and expressed her gratitude sincerely. Then she mixed into the crowd of fishermen and maritime bureau officials behind Yiku and went to find her father. I guess she must have been extremely worried during these hours. Yiku had just got off the boat, and his legs were still shaking from the previous exertion, so he put his arm around Zhu Qingyi's shoulders, said hello to Chui Qitong, and they took a taxi back to school together. During this period, I also bought a new mobile phone. I took out the phone card and memory card from the old phone and inserted them into the new phone, then turned it on and checked. Yiku breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the two had not been soaked yet. Otherwise, not only would he have to do more work, but he would also lose the important evidence. As a result, not long after I turned on the new phone and went through the new user setup process, Shui Xiaoyu called me. Yika's hand holding the new phone trembled. Then he opened the call page and put the phone to his ear. Where? Yika's heart skipped a beat. The other party's voice was calm, but even in this calmness, Yika could feel the other party's long-accumulated anger. Teacher, can I make an excuse first? Yika's hand holding the phone had begun to tremble, and he spoke with a trembling voice. Can? Yika breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had been pardoned. He recounted what had happened today, without daring to exaggerate, and gave an objective account of the entire process. After Yika finished speaking, he listened nervously to the reaction of the person on the other end of the phone. It wasn't until he heard a gentle exhalation that Yika's heart finally settled down. Well, I'm glad you're okay. Come to my office when you get back to campus. The anger in Shui Shiyu's voice was no longer audible, and the gentleness that replaced it made Yika feel more reassured. Oh, okay. Yika responded quickly and seriously. On the other side of the phone, Shui Xiaoyu, who had her hands covering the phone to her ears, put the phone down and hung up. Have you made contact? Sitting on the guest sofa in the office, holding a cup of steaming American coffee in my hand. The neat and tidy white shirt is paired with a gentle and flowing skirt, which perfectly combines softness and casualness in the outfit. Her long silver gray hair falls on her shoulders, and her high nose bridge and delicate facial features are extremely eye-catching. Gu Xuan couldn't help but smile as he saw that his old friend was obviously much more relaxed after the phone call. You know, it was funny how Shui Shiyu couldn't get through to Yi Ke just now. What was it like? Gu Xuan narrowed his eyes and thought about it. Oh, at first when I couldn't get through, I kept stamping my feet and pacing around. Then, after a few minutes, I calmed down and sat on the sofa, hugging the pillow and staring blankly. Then, almost an hour passed. Shui Xiao got a little angry when she still couldn't get through to Yi Ke, so she kept hitting the pillow in her arms to vent her anger. If it is broken, use the return to original state to restore it, and then continue to fight. After venting my anger, I become emo again, then get angry again, and then become emo again. I still remember the other party asked me, Xuan, is it because I am a bad master that Yiku doesn't answer my calls anymore? Angry and emo. These two scenes kept playing in front of Gu Xuan's eyes in a loop, until just now, Shui Xiaoyu finally got through with the mood of trying it for the last time. Shui Xiaoyu came over and told Gu Xuan proudly about the ups and downs Yiku had experienced today. Gu Xuan was surprised at Yiku's choice and approach, but he always had a faint smile on his face and didn't seem to care much. Seeing that the other party looked indifferent, Shui Xiaoyu lost the motivation to continue bragging about Yiku's experience, so she sat down on the sofa and waited for Yiku to come. The taxi arrived at the school, and Yiku and Zhu Qingyi got off. In the car, Yiku also learned how Zhu Qingyi was going to solve the problem of the Li Hao fish factory. After hearing how the other party handled the situation, Yiku felt relieved. After saying hello to the other party, Yiku went to Shui Xiaoyu's office alone. Arriving at the lacquered wooden door of the office, Yiku stretched out his hand and gently knocked on the door with two knuckles. After confirming with the other party, he turned the handle and walked in. Yiku walked into the office and met Shui Xiaoyu and Gu Xuan, who were sitting on the sofa. Because he didn't know Gu Xuan, but could guess that this squinty-eyed girl should also be the teacher's guest, so Yiku greeted her in Shui Xiaoyu. Next time you encounter something like this, be sure to discuss it with me, and don't force it if you don't have the ability. If you continue to ignore my calls for such a long time, Yiku, you are finished. When Shuexiu saw Yiku, he spoke with a serious face, and when he said the word finished, he waved his fist. Yiku was so frightened that he immediately clasped his hands together, knelt down continuously, and recited every apology phrase he had learned in his life. Okay, I didn't come here to listen to your apology today. Today is Monday, and the midterm exam will be held on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Students in school have already received the notice, and you should have also known it by checking your class groups when you just came back. Shuexiu said to Yiku, raising her chin to gesture Yiku to sit on the sofa opposite. Yiku sat on the sofa, put his hands on his thighs a little stiffly, and listened quietly. Seeing Yiku sitting down, Shuexiu continued. This is teacher Gu Xuan from the Magic City campus. He is also the leader of the Magic City campus for this special midterm exam, and one of the members who formulated the rules. Let her explain the rules to you now, so you don't have to go back and check it yourself. Shuexiu pulled the sleeve of Gu Xuan, who was drinking American coffee. The other party squinted at Shuexiu and said nothing. What she was thinking was, just spoil him. Why do you need me to tell you such simple rules? You can only fool this silly boy by pretending to be aloof. However, she still maintained a gentle smile and explained the rules to Yiku. Chapter 58 Rules. Americano, would you like one? I made it. Gu Xuan picked up the teapot and said with a smile before explaining the rules to Yiku. Thank you. Yiku had never drunk coffee, but he was a little thirsty having just got off the boat. Based on my previous experience of drinking beverages with Chengnua and the others, I thought coffee would be the same. So Yiku agreed, took out a clean teacup from the white porcelain flower-shaped tray, and handed it over. Would you like some sugar and milk? Gu Xuan seemed to see that Yiku had never drunk coffee, and his gentle smile began to have a bit of mischief. No need, right? Seeing that Gu Xuan's cup obviously had nothing added to it, Yiku blurted out what he meant to not lose face. Oh, here it is. Gu Xuan placed a cup of brewed coffee on the coaster and handed it over. Just as Yiku was about to reach out his hand, Shuexiu reached out and stopped the cup. Don't drink something so bitter if it's your first time. It will be wasted if you can't drink it. As she spoke, she picked up the sugar bowl and milk on the white porcelain flower-shaped tray, added some to each, and then handed it to Yiku. Yiku took it with both hands, put it to his mouth, and sniffed it. It tasted bitter, so he took a sip. The taste was not bad, but if Shuexiu hadn't added sugar and milk, Yiku would have been very bitter. Tilting her head slightly, Gu Xuan narrowed her beautiful eyes and looked at Shuexiu. The devil in her heart was playing tricks on her just now, and she wanted to play a trick on Yiku. After all, her coffee was more bitter than ordinary coffee. If Yiku drank it for the first time without adding anything, she would probably not be able to hold back after the first sip. Thinking of the other party's concern for Yiku, Gu Xuan became more and more curious about what deeper secrets Yiku had that could make her best friend, whom she had known for more than 20 years, care so much about him. While Yiku was drinking coffee, Gu Xuan opened her red lips and slowly explained the rules. This time, the Magic City campus will send 8 students to participate in your school's midterm exam. The special rule is that we will give 8 markers to each student from the Jinling campus and the Shanghai campus during the exam. There are a total of 16 markers in the venue, which are equivalent to 16 admission tickets to the Magic City campus. The 8 markers from the Jinling campus were distributed randomly, and you can get the markers of the 8 students from the Magic City campus in any way. Then the students from the Magic City campus whose markers are taken away will be eliminated and finally join the Jinling campus. On the contrary, if the students from the Magic City campus took away the 8 markers owned by the Jinling campus, then we can pick 8 students at will in the end. By the way, the students sent by our Magic City campus are all A-level psychics. Finally, I hope Yiku can achieve satisfactory results in this exam. After explaining the rules, Gu Xuan picked up the coffee and took a sip. After listening to the rules, Yiku savored them carefully. First, let me talk about the overall victory of the Jinling campus. In this case, the Jinling campus will be the one that suffers in the end. After all, the Jinling campus also has students with A-level superpowers. The departure of 16 of those possibly the top students will definitely weaken the strength of the Jinling campus. Unless those students are devoted to the Jinling campus, have an immense love for this land, and do not want to leave. Similarly, if the Shanghai campus wins completely, then the Jinling campus will surely receive a huge amount of gold coins. After Yiku thought about all this, he couldn't help but secretly glance at Shuexiu. It seemed that no matter how he thought about it, this kind of rule would make our family suffer. Shuexiu noticed Yiku's gaze and did not avoid it. She went straight to the point and said, "It seems that you have thought it through, so I will tell you straight away. Yiku, I want you to take down all 16 markers. What? How come I can't understand every word, but not when they are put together? The difficulty of this task is almost on the same level as asking Xiao Zhuanfeng to kill Tang Sung and his disciples alone. Then why would I even attack my own schoolmates? Yiku was unable to react for a moment. Heh. The rules clearly state that only students with the marker have the opportunity to transfer to the Magic City. If you take down all the landmarks, won't others be able to go there? Yiku was petrified instantly. If he really did this, wouldn't he be offending everyone in the two campuses? Okay, now the task becomes Xiao Zhuanfeng to kill Tathagata Buddha plus Jade Emperor alone. Fighting against all the elites of the two campuses and hundreds of students with different superpowers. Even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms and 72 transformations, you won't be able to do it. Teacher, how about you take another look at me, your student? I really don't look like someone with this ability. Yiku pointed at himself with tears in his eyes. He also saw that Gu Xuan had covered his mouth when he heard Shuexiu use words, and he didn't know if he was laughing. No, this squint-eyed teacher Gu is always smiling. This is not the point. The point is that after Shuexiu discovered the other party's behavior, he became more determined in his own ideas. I believe you can do it. Shuexiu looked at Yiku seriously, and then stopped talking. Wanla, no, it's stable. I will definitely be taken out of the examination room piece by piece. Yiku's tears were streaming down his face. He slumped on the sofa, imitating Guyu, staring blankly at the ceiling, thinking about whether to buy life insurance, Ping insurance, or people's insurance. They will left all the inheritance to Dad, Chengnua, and Chenxi. After arranging his funeral affairs, Yiku inevitably had to start thinking about how to complete this task. Shuexiu saw Yiku thinking hard, so she stood up, patted his shoulder, and said, "Think about it carefully. You still have 1 day to prepare. Come on." With a smile on her face, Shuexiu encouraged Yiku a few more words. Yiku smiled bitterly, drank the coffee after a while, and then said goodbye and left. After Yiku closed the office door and walked away, Gu Xuan asked, "Do you really think you can do it? I remember there are more than a dozen A-level psychics in your campus, right? Add to that the 8 I have, almost 20 A-level abilities. I don't believe a fledgling Emperor blood can do this, even though we all know how powerful it is." Shuexiu did not hide the secret that Yiku possessed the Emperor's blood from Gu Xuan, and in fact, it was impossible to hide it. As one of the few people who have also seen the Emperor's blood, as long as Yiku used the Emperor's blood in front of her, Gu Xuan would probably be able to see through the secret that Yiku's supernatural power was not manifested by blood at a glance. And the other party's research on supernatural powers, especially the Emperor's blood, can help her train Yiku better, so Shuexiu did not hide the truth from her. After all, Gu Xuan, who is also helping to train Yiku, can be considered half of Yiku's teacher. If it's possible for him, then I'm willing to believe it. What confronted Gu Xuan's suspicion was Shuexiu's full trust in Yiku. Wow, so sweet. What did you say so quietly? Even though the A-level ability can enhance hearing, it is still impossible to hear clearly if you don't concentrate, so Shuexiu was confused about what Gu Xuan said. Oh, nothing. Gu Xuan put away her anti-smile and started to support the master and disciple couple in her heart. But the little devil in her heart started to play tricks on her again. If the other party cares so much about this disciple, then if he plays him badly, he will be very sad, right? Humph. At the same time, on the other side of the Jinling campus, Akiyu, Yiku, who was walking back to the dormitory, suddenly felt a chill on his back and sneezed inadvertently. Maybe I caught a cold because I was soaked in the sea for too long or was in the rain for too long. Yiku was a little skeptical. Even if it was a cold, the military doctor on the ship should have cured it while treating himself. Could it be that the disease had only just broken out now? So he gathered his clothes together, ran back in 2 steps, got a kettle of hot water, filled a pack of sanjiu, and went to bed. Lying on the bed, Yiku closed his eyes and thought to himself that he hoped he could be better to himself tomorrow. Please, tomorrow. Chapter 59, Seeking Help. After a peaceful night, Yiku woke up automatically when the sky began to turn pale. I groped around my pillow for my cell phone, picked it up and looked at it, only to realize it was only 5 o'clock, so I lay back down. Although he was still a little dazed, he just couldn't fall asleep. So Yiku took this opportunity to think about the special midterm exam that would begin tomorrow. It is too difficult to collect all 16 markers by yourself. It would be much better if you can find some helpers. After going through the people who could be united in his mind, Yiku couldn't help but smile bitterly. With the people I know, it would be a bit difficult to form a force that can influence the outcome of the war. Looking back on the time since I came to the Jinling campus, I haven't made many friends, but I have made some enemies. I haven't seen Zhang Kale since the last competition, and I don't know if he will come to trouble me again. Although he has a bad reputation among students, he still has a group of loyal fans, so I have to be wary. Yi Ke sighed. It was useless to think about it anymore now. He might as well see if there was anything in the system mall that could quickly improve his combat power. As soon as Yi Ke started browsing the system mall, he was completely immersed in the dazzling array of goods, and time passed by unknowingly. When most students got up, Yi Ke also left, washed up, and then went to the last day of classes before the midterm exam with his two roommates. Looking for helpers? I can find some, but your grand goal of getting everyone I know to join in is probably going to be difficult to achieve, right? During the break, Yi Ke told Zhu Qingyi about this matter. The other party turned his pen, thought for a while, and gave him this result. I know it's hard. Yi Ke rubbed his brows, and out of the corner of his eye he saw Tang Yaowei preparing for the next class with her textbook in hand, and he couldn't help but have an idea. Yi Ke leaned close to Zhu Qingyi's ear and told him this idea. After hearing it, the other party looked at Yi Ke in surprise at first, and then seriously considered the feasibility of this matter. Indeed, if she is in my team, at least there will be a large group of her die-hard fans who will not have any conflicts with us, including those A-level guys. Turning his head, Zhu Qingyi said to Yi Ke with a serious look, as long as you can take her down, all the hot sheep in Jinling campus will be under your control. When Yi Ke heard what he said, the corners of his mouth twitched. He punched him and said, if I really did that, I would really become a public enemy. Yi Ke's idea was to pull Tang Yaowei into his own team. With her influence, even if he couldn't find a few A-level people to help, at least there would be fewer people who might target Yi Ke and his team. How did it turn out like what Zhu Qingyi said? Okay then, I'll go through all the routes I can today and try to attract as many people as possible. As for you here, the big boss is in your hands. If you take her down, the pressure on our shoulders will be reduced by half. Finally, before class, Zhu Qingyi and Yi Ke reached a consensus to fight on two fronts. Zhu Qingyi, who had more friends, would recruit people, while Yi Ke would find people if he could, with the focus on getting Tang Yaowei to join the gang. A morning passed quickly. Zhu Qingyi made arrangements and invited people here and there, and it seemed that he had found many people who were interested. And Yi Ke just spent the whole morning doing nothing. It is impossible to judge what level the relationship between you and the other person has reached. If you try it rashly and it backfires, it will not be worth it. So he made an appointment with the other party for lunch. After paying for a lunch, Yi Ke asked Tang Yaowei out and started to discuss the important negotiation of whether the other party could join and what benefits the other party could bring to the team. I have to say, it is quite stressful to eat opposite the most popular beauty in the school. From the moment Yi Ke and Tang Yaowei walked into the cafeteria together to the moment they sat together to eat lunch, he could always feel himself being stared at by burning eyes. Fortunately, there was no scene like in traditional online novels where the male supporting character becomes jealous. Therefore, until the end of the discussion, Yi Ke did not encounter any difficulties from others, and the two sides finally reached a friendly agreement to help each other. That is, if Yi Ke can collect all the markers in the end, he will have to give one to Tang Yaowei, and before that, the other party will use her influence to try her best to help Yi Ke resolve avoidable battles. There was no so-called handshake to celebrate the cooperation. After the discussion, Yi Ke picked up his plate and strode away. It was really uncomfortable to be stared at too much, and Zhu Qingyi just contacted him and told him that he had found some people and they could get together during the lunch break. The meeting point Zhu Qingyi mentioned was in a Western fast food restaurant outside the school. As soon as Yi Ke walked in, he saw the group of eye-catching guys. There were 4 men and 2 women in the crowd. Among them were Zhu Qingyi, Yu Qingdong, and Cui Qidong, all people Yi Ke knew. There was also another person whose appearance surprised Yi Ke a little. He's the guy with the giant shadow ability from last time. Yi Ke walked in, and when the two looked at each other, Pang Ying, the psychic, smiled gently at Yi Ke and nodded as a greeting. Yi Ke also responded out of politeness. After all, the other party was probably someone Zhu Qingyi had asked to help him, but he didn't know how Zhu Qingyi had found him. Hey, are you surprised? This guy's name is Yu Lea. It was this guy who came to me first and said he wanted to apologize, but I felt that you suffered the most in that competition, so I didn't agree on your behalf. Aren't you in urgent need of someone now? So I called him here. Zhu Qingyi explained the reason, and Pang Ying, a supernatural being on the side, waited for him to finish speaking and said to Yi Ke, I'm sorry, classmate Yi Ke. I really didn't expect what happened after the previous competition. If I knew in advance that Zhang Kale was the kind of person who would take revenge, I would definitely not help him harm you. Yu Liang lowered his head and spoke sincerely. Yi Ke didn't care. To be honest, the one who suffered the most in the competition should be Zhang Kao. After all, the sword that his emperor blood slashed out almost cut him in half. After accepting the other party's apology and seeing the other party's relieved expression, Yi Ke's good impression of Li Yang at least returned to normal level. Then Zhu Qingyi introduced the remaining people one by one. Zhu Qingyi walked up to Yi Ke, and together with him, faced the crowd and said, "Well, let's introduce them from left to right. First of all, this is Yu Liyang's sister, Yu Lihan. This time she is here to help her brother atone for your sins. Not only does she possess A-level abilities, but her cultivation has also reached the intermediate level. A reliable older sister." This was the first impression Yu Lihan gave to Yi Ke. After listening to Zhu Qingyi's introduction, the other party nodded slightly, which was also considered as a greeting to Yi Ke. "The other one is my old friend, Chang Jin, whose strength is on par with mine." "Hey, I'm much better than you, okay?" Chang Jin shouted unconvinced, but was graciously ignored by Zhu Qingyi. After getting to know the new team members and understanding their respective abilities, Yi Ke's confidence climbed from the initial low point to almost halfway up the mountain. "With this group of guys, I think I really have a chance to collect them all," Yi Ke thought,